talk about too much longer if this is going to make everybody drool and glaze over. But when you look at tarot decks, do you have a particular deck you're fond of? I mean, the Rider-Waite deck is the famous one.
What I've always found is that I love the Toff deck the most, but I get easier, simpler answers from Rider-Waite.
Yeah, I found that Crowley deck to be a little creepy. I know that deck.
Yeah, he told Lady Frida Harris exactly what to draw, and she did.
There's this group. They were called Builders of the 80-Tum. I think I'm saying it correctly. I'm not positive. In any case, it's Paul Foster Case. He might have been in the Golden Dawn. I'm not sure, but what he did with the Rider-Waite deck is he added color in a particular way that he felt the correspondences worked better for, and then also it's tied to the Hebrew alphabet, and there's some really beautiful poems that he wrote in this book called the Book of Tokens, and it's one of my favorite books of symbols. I don't know if you've ever seen the Book of Tokens. Tokens, but if you get the full color copy, a hardcover copy, full color, I think you would find that it ends up as like one of your favorite books too.
Yeah, that sounds great. The Book of Tokens.
You can even find, if you really want to just see what the writing is all about, you can even find, there's a whole bunch of Renegade PDF copies online. I just don't know if they're in color. I think you can find it on the Internet Archive.
I'm a real book guy. A copy.
Yeah.
Jung's Real Red Book, for example, and that was very expensive.
Yeah, that's a good one. Do all of you know the Red Book by Jung? Trying to crack this conversation back open to the group.
I may be the only other person here interested in this stuff.
Well, I mean, no, because Austin just popped up. I know he's going to say he knows it. Also, this is the book where Jung kind of induced his own psychosis. Maybe.
Well, he went through a 14.
I thought it was an origin for the Hobbit. There was something along that line where J.R. Tolkien took inspiration from it, or backwards.
Well, it wasn't published until recently, yes?
Oh, I keep thinking of the other.
Maybe there was an earlier edition.
Historic Red Book.
Maybe there was an earlier edition of it.
He viewed it as a 14-year active imagination, and if the other author I'm reading about him right now is correct, his whole point was to literally go into the underworld and to touch and be taught by these kind of luminous beings. So he went to hell on purpose. It almost went to hell.
It's really interesting. I read the Cambridge short guide on him, and he was a senior ranking medical leader at quite a young age. Like, he received large promotions, and he excelled in his role because he'd see people like making very strange experiments. The psychiatrists, or whatever they were called, the physicians who had wow. Yeah, I don't know Switzerland, but the other patients who received these patients, they were making their hands and wow, crazy patients. And you would talk to them and realize, oh, for 20 years they were disbelievable. So, Dr. James, that's good advice for promotion and mental health sciences. Realize what patients are up to. And just observe, because a lot of people have spaced out and not paying attention to the clients. But that was such a cool story, and it adds another context to it. He was a great, healthier leader at a young age, and that really affects, I guess, the trajectory of his life into becoming a celebrity.
So, Mark, I want to know, do you know the book kind of thought about the talking about I say how to fall or how to talk. It's supposed to be how to fall. C-A-T-A-F-A-L-E. Catafalque.
title. The catapult is the funeral. He keeps saying this bad was civilization. That's all that's left. Over, the winter of the and then the whole book is mainly about human health. Obviously, it's mainly about the Red Book and what Good was doing, how everybody around him is trying to dress him up and make it look like it wasn't intentionally. It was active imagination and experiment. It's broken bad. Students that are have to be willing to go into the underworld to directly face those huge forces that must exist. That is the only she went to the House of Therapy, so she spent 14 years doing his active imaginations and dressed up right and all this stuff.
Quickly, we got Hero on stage. Morning, Hero. That was great.
Morning, Hero. Huge numbers of business.
Arigato.
I keep looking at the. In my mind, that brings me back to the Red Book of last March. Then there was another Red Book of Ernest. That's a Red Book of Ernest.
I just look at the pictures in the Red Book sometimes and I'm just astonished at the danger of drawing something that the self-person had, in addition to all the other house.
It's really spectacular. I was just about to say, Dr. James, if you ever hear of a really cool event happening in one of the SoCal Human societies, or if you hear of any union conferences in the area of the Western United States or the Pacific Northwest Canada, please let me know, because I'm fascinated with the topic and interested in the state of union academia today, because it's still around.
There is the Young Institute in San Francisco. You can study to become an analyst. That's what they call them in Jungian. You become a Jungian analyst, and part of what that entails is I believe you have a doctorate in psychology, and then what you do is it's kind of like a postgraduate, postdoctoral kind of thing where you spend a number of years both studying academics and your own kind of self-exploration. I believe it includes like a 5-day week visit to your own analyst, and there's also a Jungian analyst, and it takes some time, and that's what they do. But it's kind of interesting. I'll just say this really briefly. There was a point along the way, like midway through getting my doctorate, that I got interested in Jung as a potential possibility. And what I did during that time was I found myself a Jungian analyst, sort of going to them for my own therapy, my own analysis, and then I found myself a Jungian supervisor who was a Jungian analyst to oversee my clients for a year with me, and it was a really interesting time. In the end, I opted to go kind of a more like evidence-based route, more integrative medicine route, but I really enjoyed that year of training. I mean, there was just something very beautiful about a lot of the symbols and all of that, the alchemy.
I'm interested in the band because, as I mentioned, it's not particularly mainstream academia, but there's still folks in academy that are writing and talking about things that are deeply influenced by it. We're members of the society. There's a lot of growing societies that they're in almost every major city. It's interesting. I guess I was told there that for folks in the arts, it's an exceptional exchange idea to undergo analysis, and I could really see that.
And this is not the Red Book of 1920s.
I think the Red Book came out in the 20s. If he was alive in the 20s, you would have, I think.
I'm fairly confident he borrowed from, what am I thinking? So Tolkien borrowed from the Red Book. once. So Tolkien borrows from the Red Book West March, which is like from the 1300s. And for some reason I thought Jung was doing the Red Book around the same time.
There's so much interesting stuff in the corpus of you, like anima and animus, and these mystical perspectives of the various components of the archetypes of our life, like the mask, the animus, this various stuff. It's really, really cool. And something cool. On audiobook. I'm going to hand it over a little bit for folks who are auditory learners. I think I would recommend having the print edition. It's really, really cool. I'm enjoying it.
Hey, Dr. Slaughter, I found a little blurb here. So, beginning in the years leading up to the Great War, both C.G. Jung and J. Martin Tolkien independently began to undergo profound and magical experiences. Jung reported these fantasies in a large red manuscript that he named Liber Novus, referred to as simply the Red Book, and for Tolkien, the imaginal journey revealed to him the world of Middle-earth through stories and myths eventually led to the writing of Lord of the Rings, the book he named within its own imaginal history, the Red Book of West March. This presentation explores the many synchronistic parallels between Jung and Tolkien's Red Book, the style and content of the first part, the narrative descriptions seem obvious, so this is a plug for a book about the books.
But I'm not hearing that they knew each other.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's true or not true. I'm only just reading a blurb of something I found that mentioned them both in the same. Austin. Okay. Let everybody speak once before you come back in for another round.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, we don't need it. No, we don't need it. No, see? Just let everybody speak once, and then you come in the next round. That's the way. If no one else wants to speak, you can go. But I just want to make sure I'm going to be very aggressive on today. Topic didn't learn. Social etiquette.
He ran in a lot of
couldn't do it.
books when he was
That's okay. Couldn't do it. I'm going to report you couldn't do it. It's okay, fine. That was a poetic. You couldn't do it. What do you get for your birthday? I'm going to give you for your birthday. We're going to give you some love. There you go. Happy birthday. This is my stage, and so these are my rules. So if it doesn't work for you, you can go over to another room and play it down.
I think it was a free of the mythology because you likes to go to mythology, right? But taking a mythological story and then reflecting it against your own paradigm. And that was kind of the point of even J.R. Tolkien was finding the mythology and then narrating it from it as a seed to see what he would kind of discover about himself as he was writing.
Good morning, Dr. Francine. Hi.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Are we changing the subject?
Here's what I would ask. If you want to change the subject, don't bring in an inflammatory topic right now because it's a really wonderful morning just floating an idea.
Dr. Francine, remember when we were talking about Carl Jung and Karma Club?
Austin, you remember when I said everybody gets to talk once? I love you, brother, but I'm putting you back down in the audience.
Yes, I remember about Carl Jung, and I actually studied quite a bit about Carl Jung when I was younger. but yes, he was pretty popular when I was in graduate school in the 60s and 70s.
Popular for what? Because when I'm thinking of Jung, I think of one concept.
Archetypes.
What's that?
Archetypes, that's what I think of.
Okay.
Individuation.
lived amongst the Nazis.
Okay, well, I don't know that, but I do know that he I was going to say invented, but that's the wrong word. Perpetuated the theory of archetypes, and I wish I remembered now what that theory of archetypes consisted of, but I do know that that was his claim to fame, and he was in a race with Sigmund Freud to be the dominant theory of psychoanalysis.
Well, his was called analysis. You can be trained in Jungian analysis, just like you can get trained to become a psychoanalyst. Psychoanalysts, by way of Freud, are considered still to be somewhat niche, but still mainstream. And this is the thing that you would always see people laying on the couch in old movies from the 50s and 60s. And then Jungian analysis has gone a bit out of vogue because, Jungian theory is not really sort of an evidence-based form of psychology. However, there are plenty of people that do it. And in fact, I was at an LGBTQ plus training practicum where there were quite a few therapists who practice Jungian therapy, because the whole thing with balancing opposites and reconciling opposites when someone is either carrying some shame or some internalized heterosexism or whatever the thing was that they were carrying, doing art therapy in ways of kind of loving or bringing to light the shadow and these types of things they found really helpful. To whatever degree that was an evidence-based form of therapy, I kind of felt like it was a really good experience to be introduced to people who were practicing Jungian therapy that year. That was my second year, and that's why I ended up seeking out a Jungian supervisor and getting into my own Jungian analysis the year following.
So just to be clear,
yeah.
Are you done, James?
Yeah, I am.
Just to be clear, Carl Jung was Sigmund Freud's anointed disciple.
That's right.
Had a torrid intellectual and psychological love affair that ended both because Jung was thinking that Freud's obsession with sex and his theories didn't pan out, and also Jung was interested in things involving the psyche and psychological impacts and synchronicities. And there's a famous case where they're arguing, and as one of them shouts, a piece of furniture in the room next to them splits in half. This has been written about. So they did go their separate ways. In many ways, Freud won and has dominated much of modern psychology. Parts of it, because he had a nephew, was named Edward Bernays, who was a genius at marketing. But Jung obviously is so interesting and so fascinating and brought so much of the inner dimensions back to us that, huge interest has always remained in his work. And did you know Carl Jung wrote his medical dissertation on his cousin's case of multiple personality?
Oh. Yeah, Jung was a bit more of like a spiritual alchemist slash occultist slash Rosicrucian. He was spiritualist, but also, so that's true. He definitely was about kind of the hidden, like synchronicity. It's almost like saying, it's almost like we don't have the measuring device enough to bring the thing into focus that connects things, which is kind of another way of saying this thing isn't falsifiable. But I think I love the poetry of it. That's where I was saying earlier that for me, a lot of this stuff, I won't state it as a fact. I will just say I really appreciate the poetry of it. It doesn't matter whether it's a fact to me.
It's a way of looking at consciousness, and we still don't have any way of looking at consciousness. We're still not.
Sorry, I was just going to say, it's kind of one of the more beautiful, I think, attempts at looking at it, to be fair.
Yes, it's because of the archetypes and the personas. It's much more.
Dr. Francine Hardaway.
But bummer, Austin is gone now.
I know that is his choice, and we're not going to stay focused on that thing.
So for me,
This
the
today
one
was
concept-
more of a group dynamic than the Austin show, and I just want to keep it focused more.
So for me, the one concept is the collective unconscious.
Do you have any more thoughts about that?
Well, just the idea that that there is some system, and because there have been, I'm not sure about how good this evidence is, but there have been case studies of, I think it was called the Hunger Winter, somewhere around World War II, maybe in it, in Northern Europe, maybe Netherlands, where there was a case study of, I forget what the sample size was, but several people reporting they all had dreams about starving. Now, obviously, if everyone's starving, it would also stand to reason that they're all having dreams about starving independently. I think there's some other case studies in there that might lend a little bit more of science and not move to this idea. And now it makes me wonder if other mammals have a mirror version.
Jordan, do you have a comment?
Just that Jung in some ways was all about woo. And the whole concept of synchronicity, developed with Arthur Kessler, and Einstein played a role. And for example, my friend Billy Sunshine mentions the show Longmire in a conversation early yesterday. I never heard the name Longmire in my whole life. Later that night, I'm watching Letterkenny, and not Letterkenny, sorry, Grace and Frankie, and they mentioned Longmire a dozen times. Now, how could that happen? I mean, it did happen, and it probably doesn't mean anything at all. But when you've never heard a word and your closest friend mentions it, a closest real-time friend, and then all of a sudden it's on a TV show and it's mentioned 12 times, you just go, fuck, there has to be more shit going on than appears to the reductionist eye.
One of the more beautiful, I think, attempts at looking at it, to be fair.
Yes, it's because of the archetypes and the personas.
Yeah, I identify myself as female. I like that.
How does one even? How can one ever arrive at an answer to whether something? So all into the question about it seems like it just comes back.
Say that again, James. You cut out.
Yeah, restate the question.
So how could anyone possibly ever arrive at an answer as to whether something is in fact a coincidence or it was sort of always to be that way?
Well, we have math.
It's just a coincidence that 2 cubed is 8.
I mean, there are statistical tests like chi-squared. There are things for this, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
Do you think 8 doesn't exist, Joe? This is a different conversation.
I think 8 can exist, but it takes 2 times 2 to get 4, and then 4 times 2 to get 8. I don't think that 2 cubed is automatically 8.
So Immanuel Kant asked how are synthetic a priori answers possible, and that's just what you're back to.
No, they've asked something better than my question. What do you mean you don't believe that 2 cubed is automatically 8? Hold on. 2 times 2 is 4, and 4 times 2 is
Yesterday,
8.
I had a great. They provided a great example. Hero provided a good example, which was if you calculate angular momentum, the fact that you have your arms out and you're spinning, and then you pull your arms in, and the angular momentum is the same. There's different speeds to the spin, and so though something might be the same number, it doesn't mean it is the same inherently.
2 cubed in which system?
I hate cubed numbers. They don't exist to me. I am one of those people that cubed things just don't exist. Every time that it's cubed, it is underlying 2 steps before you can get there.
How do you make your drinks cold?
Uses ice rectangles, not cubes, okay? He hates cubes.
Yeah, I use a sphere, and in that case, I don't use a cubed in it. I change it to polar coordinates.
Can you chi-square your drink?
Chi.
Another good name for a drink, chi-square. The official nerd of drinks. Or drink of nerds.
This is where memory is funny because I could have answered any question about stats you would have thrown my way in the fall, or right before I took my licensing exam. And I'm trying to remember. So chi is not about nominal. Is it about nominal statistics? Nominal.
It's about
chi-square.
It's about significance.
Yeah, it is about significance, but I'm trying to think if there's a special kind of significance. This is super nerdy, but it's super fun to try to remember. You can explain this. You're the professor.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm actually not very up on statistics. The only reason I know chi-squared is because I was in a math class a couple weeks ago, and they were doing the end of the year. They were doing chi-square stuff, and I was like, I've actually never taken a stats class. All the stats I know is from chemistry and physics. Yeah, I just recently became familiar with chi-squared, so I'm not even that familiar. But I know that that's the kind of thing. This is what statistics is for, right? To aggregate and analyze things. So yeah, it also dawned on me that what an important concept. Like how to determine significance. Like I've been thinking about this whole story out recently about the missing scientists. It kind of cracks me up. I mean, it's sad. It's like a numerical kind of. There's a sort of like a numeracy in our society, right? Like people can't wrap their heads around events and deciding whether something is just plain the kind of thing that happens every day or some kind of crazy conspiracy. So knowing more about things like chi-square testing seems like it would be valuable, both to the individual and to society.
I just discovered there's no emoji for chi-squared, which should be very simple because it's just like a really big kind of squiggly X with a 2 in the upper right-hand quadrant. Makes it the chi-square. And this is the one, it's used, statistical hypothesis test used in the analysis of contingency tables when sample sizes are large. In simpler terms, the test is primarily used to examine whether 2 categorical variables, 2 dimensions of the contingency table, are independent in influencing the test statistic. So this was something weird that we had to do with our studying for the license, was you had to remember all these weird examples and exceptions for when you'd use what test for what purpose in research. And I recall that this one had something to do with, and then whether they applied to dependent, independent variables, combinations thereof, and what level of the hypothesis, and oh my gosh, I really have to review this stuff lest I forget.
I like the concept of expected value. What do you expect before you decide whether what happened is weird?
James, my alternative advice to you, which you didn't ask for, is don't worry about reviewing it. The parts that you need to know will stay with you forever, and the rest of it you're never going to need. I studied graduate statistics 40 years ago and passed the qualifying statistics test, and I remember just enough so that I can get by in the kind of stuff that I read. That's all I really need. You're not going to need more.
Well, okay, let me ask you something then. So do you value the pre-existing set that you were cooked with when formulating new ideas? And what's your cutoff date for your...
If you have a pre-existing data set, do an ice table with it, an initial change and an end.
what I do for Jordan is I add a function call to basically be able to use Google or one of the other search engines to bring his data set up to date in real.
I put a cheat sheet from MIT in the chat.
What I meant by that is, don't you think?
So there are different gifts that I do now for the spirit for like kind of.
Brothers, and it sort of is the interpersonal dynamics of their very tumultuous relationship over the course of 40 years, where the timeline goes back and forth.
Yeah, I have seen the promotions for it. Yeah.
Baby Reindeer was really good. I'll check that out. Before I tried it.
It has a similar quality in the sense that, like, it's about the very subtle nuances of people's personality deficiencies, and you're sort of enamored with seeing this intimate view into their world, even though they're totally fictional characters in this point, and semi-fictional characters in the last one.
We've got House of Dragons in June, so we'll have to get a
Oh my god.
watch party.
I thought they canceled that show for some reason.
No way. I think it's even bigger than Game of Thrones was. It's like the biggest show HBO's ever.
Nowhere near as good. Nowhere near as good though.
I don't know. I think it is, in my view, and I'm a very big Game of Thrones
I like it
fan.
better as somebody who is not a big fantasy fan, but I ended up watching Game of Thrones with my girlfriend, and now I'm watching The House of the Dragon. Can I tell you what I like about The House of the Dragon? It's that all of the people's names this was true in Game of Thrones too, but I like that all of their names sound the same. There's like Balerion and Galarian, and Valeris and Daenerys and Garrus and Varys, and there's others. I could go on, but that's what I think is my favorite part. I'm always like, wait, is this Aemon or Gaiman or Daemon? Is this Haemon or Daemon? Which Aemon is this? Gaiman.
I really thought I heard every possible take on that show.
Well, you're welcome.
You know what took me out of the show? I feel like, and I have this critique of later seasons of Game of Thrones, where my suspension of disbelief ended really, really quickly. Like when they were still trying to negotiate a peace after the war had already started and after people had died, I just thought it was so unrealistic and so kind of like obviously political because we know why they're saying this, that it turned me off.
I don't know. I don't share that view.
Wait, who was making the peace? Aemon and Gaiman with their what's her name? Rhaenyra or Daenerys?
It was the
Rhaenyra.
blonde and the brown-haired girl. They were trying to make peace after the war already started.
Rhaenyra and Alicent, which Rhaenyra is not to be confused with Rhaenys.
Yes, that.
And not to be confused with Daenerys, who is in the other show.
Well, no one would ever confuse Daenerys Targaryen, Mother of Dragons.
With Rhaenyra Targaryen? You don't think I could confuse Daenerys with Rhaenyra? Daenerys and Rhaenyra?
No, honestly, I don't think you could. No.
Well, you underestimate me.
Been watching Derisive Motherland. It's one of the writers is Graham Linehan, Father Ted and all that. It's pretty funny.
I don't know that either of those shows. What's the one you're watching about?
It's about moms and it's a British show. You never heard? You've probably seen something he's written. He's written a lot of British comedies. He's very active on X regarding transgender stuff and. But he's written a lot of
Oh, okay. And if you watch Half Man, actually, I watch every show with the subtitles on, but you definitely need to have the subtitles on because it takes place in Ireland and Scotland. So
Yeah. I'll probably start that today. I'm just finishing a drama series. I don't remember, Family Next Door or something. It's just drama stuff.
yeah, I think there's only 6 episodes total of this show. It's it's a limited mini series on purpose. And I somehow watched 5 of them last night. I would have finished it off if the 6th one was available, but I think it comes out tomorrow.
I recently finished watching BoJack Horseman for the 6th time, or maybe it was the 5th.
Oh, I didn't know it was a good rewatch. I certainly liked it, but I only watched it the one time through.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, if you didn't like it, that's one thing. But if you liked it and you haven't rewatched it, then I would recommend that you rewatch it, because one of the things that you notice on the rewatching is more of the funny animal jokes in the background, and that's one of my favorite parts. For example, like a bird looks up in a rainstorm and then he drowns and falls over on the ground.
Okay.
Or other things like that. Like he goes, they go to the underwater episode and there's a lot of fish jokes.
Hello?
I think I'm
Hello?
The Dragon. It's been so
Hello?
long. I forgot so much that happened. So catch up again.
I've for sure watched it at least twice. The seasons that are out, so I don't know that I need to. I'll probably just. I mean, there'll be season recaps like right before it starts, and like you can always do like that.
Yeah. So,
but I mean, that's a watch for sure. I'm not a big rewatcher usually, although I did watch Game of Thrones 3 times through.
I just watched it, second time through. I don't know, maybe last year, but it was still great. I'll do.
Trash bag, I have to ask you, and I may judge you. Are you a brony?
A brony?
Okay, you don't know what that is. Never mind then. You're not.
Is that like a My Little Pony?
It's like men, like adult men.
I think I know what it is.
Who are into My Little Pony, and they claim it's not for sexual reasons, but it is.
I'm offended, and in fact, I may even be flattered that you thought that I was a brony.
Oh, okay.
But no, I'm fairly normal. I mean, I'm weird in my own ways, but no, I'm not.
The only reason I asked is because you were very into the anthropomorphic style jokes.
Actually, they're called persons of pedophile interest.
I just think it's clever. I think that it's funny. I think that BoJack Horseman is such a powerful show.
Oh, it is. No, it is.
They've said many times, like, if it was a live-action TV show, it would never be able to be made because it would be too depressing. It's just straight depressing. I mean, it's a little inspiring. Maybe, like, look at yourself and don't be like the shitty characters in the show, I guess. But, like, It's Always Sunny is about bad people, but it's funny. The joke is that they're bad people. It's funny.
I do love
Amy Child.
I do love Amy Sedaris a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that show, I cry. Many episodes I am crying. And it's on the rewatch. I mean, when he leaves his mother in the nursing home, it's too much. When the final episode, I don't know if you remember the final episode when he's sitting on the roof with Diane, it's like, holy fuck. She says, I'm about to cry now. I don't want to cry now, but she says, sometimes life's a bitch and then you keep living. It's like, holy fuck, man.
Did you ever watch another Amy Sedaris show much earlier, Strangers with Candy? I really want at least one person on Clubhouse to take this recommendation and watch it.
I've heard of it. I haven't watched it. I'll take your recommendation. I'll check it out.
She's like, you have to watch at least 2 episodes to get into it. The pilot, I think, was a little rough. So don't just watch the first and judge it. Watch at least 2, but they're short episodes. They're sitcom, like 22-minute episodes or something. And but like her character in that show, like I could bowl over and cry laughing.
I'll check it out. I like that in BoJack Horseman, Amy Sedaris' mother is played by her brother David Sedaris. I think that is a very funny casting job.
David, I think he's a semi-interesting. I read one of his books. I don't remember which one, but it just kind of rubs me the wrong way a little bit.
They talk about him on This American Life sometimes, right? He's like in the same category as Berbiglia.
I haven't listened to that in a long time. This American Life, is it still good?
I used to be all about it, but then my politics changed. And then it sounded like kind of dumb to me, and I thought, fuck you. And I turned it off.
I'll be back.
Quite clear that the threats to their country are in the neighboring country, so he feels he has to attack them. Kind of like what Hitler did. No, it's quite clear that Israel is constantly under attack, and I think they have the absolute right to defend themselves. I stand behind that.
What statement do you say, man?
I think that Israel has the right to defend itself.
Yeah, everyone does.
There are a lot of people that think they're committing a genocide.
I think everyone has the right to defend themselves.
Sometimes
I don't know if
it's
everyone
hard to
has
know how far is defending yourself. When are you going on the offensive? That can be a hard thing to see clear.
I think when you get to killing thousands and thousands of children, I think that might be a line, possibly.
It's a possibility. I'll grant you that, but I don't think it's as clear as a certain number of children died. Like, are you opposed to the U.S. dropping the nuclear bombs on Japan? Do you think that was a bad thing to do, immoral? British?
I think in the situation, based on the way that it was laid out, it was the better choice. But then that would assume that the forward momentum path that was presented and mapped out was the only forward momentum path, and I don't know that.
Yeah, I struggled with that one. I think I've arrived at the conclusion. I understand why they did it, and I don't necessarily think it was some evil plot. I might not totally agree with the choice, but I think it probably did end up saving a lot of lives compared to a land invasion.
If a land invasion was the only option, right?
By the way, we decided, this never gets brought up, the Americans decided to nuke Hiroshima. The Japanese decided to nuke Nagasaki. Japanese leadership did, because they refused to relent after Hiroshima. That one's on them. Nagasaki is on them.
Yeah,
not on us.
That's fair. Although I don't know that they were truly aware of the devastation, were they? Was there...
Yeah, they heard all the reports.
Okay.
They knew when it happened. It was such a mind fuck to the world what had just occurred that I don't know that they totally believed it. But they should have believed it. We just wiped a whole city off the map with one bomb, you know?
Yeah.
Now, we always intended to drop 2. Always. But they had the ability to stop us after 1.
Well, the thing is, you had to be able to prove that you could repeat it too, right? It wasn't a fluke.
I would say broadly, like, it's not even the right category to be like, was Nagasaki and Hiroshima uniquely evil? I think the targeting of civilian populations during World War II broadly was uniquely evil. You know, like it's something that should not have happened. And by the way, it's a bad calculus too, because it's basically saying that like you can sap the energy of a people to continue fighting by bombing them relentlessly. And we saw that the opposite occurred. It galvanized everyone who got bombed.
Also, the nukes were not the worst bombings. Like the fire bombings of
those were bad.
and Dresden were just as bad as memories.
Dresden is probably the worst war crime of the entire war. More so, Hiroshima is not even a war crime. The only reason Hiroshima is analogous to Israel is because one side with overwhelming force inflicting it on a side that's inferior in terms of force projection, right?
Yep.
But in both instances, the inferior side began the fight. It's kind of like if we're out in the world, we're like leaving the restaurant, and we go out on the street, and a dude that weighs $130 and he's 5'2" punches a guy that looks like Brock Lesnar in the face, okay? And then Brock Lesnar decides to fucking just pile drive this dude into oblivion, you know, just fucking hammer fist to the face. The dude's unconscious, and he's still wailing on him till certain death. Are we okay with that outcome? In one point of view, it's morally justified, and in the other point of view, it's like those with overwhelming strength must hold back their strength. But that's only a Christian ethic. The Jews don't believe in that.
They certainly have a different barometer for morality.
By the way, the other thing too is like the Jews believe in genocide and want genocide. And it's a culturally held, belief in all of Israel. It's not a niche thing that they should genocide the Arabs.
I want YouTube to know that this is for news documentation reporting purposes. This is not attacking a minority group or protected group. This is I am a journalist and a candidate for politics documenting online hate speech.
Dave just apparently got told that his thoughts are or implied to be unacceptable for, having those opinions. And then,
from earlier, yeah. I was in the
which is quite entertaining around Americans that thoughts are unacceptable. That's good.
think Zach was just mocking Dave more so.
I think so too.
No, Zach was trolling him hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zach trolls on any topic when he comes in the morning. He has said that this is practice for him as an attorney. He's going to practice any side, any topic.
Welcome to Bitcoin Utopia. The least utopian vision of society ever created. A group of horrific morons who gather every single morning to waste their time.
What is the purpose of all? What do you get at the end of these inquiries?
Absolutely nothing.
What's
Better
happening?
understanding of the world, maybe.
Yeah, and I feel like we're going down a similar path right now, so I think it's important to realize
Understanding of what?
number one, the way propaganda affects people. Number two, the reasons people react the way they did in the past.
I think there's better.
I was going to France with a friend. I already had my passport. She didn't.
I like to know,
I don't know
for
why.
me personally, the reason I'm always inquisitive about everything is because
Wound up going like
I like to know
a week
the way things actually are.
It's circular.
Because
It's something that makes them
that helps me make
grounding. It's like, and to me, it's also related
up my
to
mind about what I'm
just-
going to do.
These guys, they invented
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
as long as they got.
Based on the reality of the
Understand the
situation.
concepts of a wider applicability
I
than
think it's
just
a good thing. We just
Like Nargis, hold on, you understand the concept of grounding has
but
a
when you're
lot
dealing
more,
with
like
things that
a lot wider
have
applicability
a
than
ton of
just
information
Christian
that you
apologists
ignore.
trying to argue for
I'm not
God,
saying
right?
you, and let's say people
All right,
focus on
we're trying to, we got you.
the
But let's try to stick with what's happening right now. I have some other other news.
Are in the realm of
It's a little bit off topic, but still,
that shit.
this is
That's
what's
where it gets a
happening.
little
So
confusing to me. It's like, okay, you are not gonna spend enough of your lifetime
You need
performing being inquisitive about.
Well, let me give you
something useful at all.
Let me give you an example of something.
What are you gonna get out of all this?
Let me give you an example of something
On
that
this topic.
is hard to come to in a modern context. It's like, why does Israel exist?
Because there are these things
This has
called
the answer. Why does it
Jews,
exist?
aka Zionists and retreat. So Theodore Herzl, brother.
The world wanted it to get rid of them.
Yeah, that's right. It's Israel exists as an answer or the answer to the Jewish question. The Jewish question being that European societies and Western societies.
So they put it. Yeah.
Well, the reason that nobody wanted them is because of what?
Well, that's a different question. Yeah.
See what I mean? Though you have to start you have to go down this whole rabbit hole. But it's like, okay, Israel exists as an answer to the Jewish question. Yes.
I think them having their own country is appropriate.
I think so too.
Yeah.
In fact, I think, by the way, I also think that if you don't have your own country and you don't have a nuclear warhead, that you are on the chopping block for extermination, which is why I believe there should be entirely white Christians as well.
To what happened to them at the hands of German was the crazy day. If the Holocaust didn't happen, I don't know if they would have a country today. I doubt it.
They wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. Now, where we chose to put that country, I think, was a mistake. I mean, there were if you want the Jews to just flourish and live a great life, there were a million places they could have gone.
like a part of America.
But we went there. We chose Israel was because it's,
They don't like the geographic proximity.
Of course, it wasn't because of religious importance.
Historically was they weren't. So I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's pretty
Right,
obvious.
but that decision led to all the conflict we're currently seeing, and there could have been a different decision.
Yeah, conflict will always be there with them. Well, until I do expect
peace treaties to be done at some point in the future, to see all that happen. I don't know if it's now in my lifetime or not, or in a different iteration. Maybe there are peace treaties now, but they get very short-lived, and then maybe in the future there are more long-lasting peace treaties. I just don't know, but I would expect them to live in peace, and they sort of started that and it's pushing for that, obviously.
I would like to thank Micah for offering so much leeway to Huddle on this talk.
Yeah, you're welcome.
What leeway was I offered?
I was getting on Dave for saying that when he was being like, yeah, I think Hitler made some mistakes. And I was like what? And Dave's answer was, he was militarily too aggressive. Like, okay. Any other mistakes?
Can I suggest the mistake he made? He chose not to remain an artist. That was a mistake.
Well, they kicked him out. It actually wasn't his decision.
My biggest problem with Hitler was he was a vegetarian.
Right. That is one of the biggest problems.
That's the big problem. I think he made a mistake shaving his mustache, and then he just.
By the way, it's good, Dave, when you're going to have a sensitive conversation about anti-Semitism that you not invoke Hitler to start the conversation. Usually that helps.
It all stemmed from that, right? Like
I have observed it helps when you don't invoke Hitler.
If 1938 Germany kind of stayed the same, right, and he didn't decide to go to war with everybody, he maybe could have done a lot of good for Germany and didn't start like this idea that he was exterminating Jews. I don't really agree with, but maybe he could have, found over more time places for them to go or reintegrated them to some degree. Right? The Jewish people. But if he didn't go to war, so many of them wouldn't have died and starved.
Excuse me, can you rap? Are you an artist? What's your artist name? Can you freestyle? Well, the last person to freestyle got 30 million views. You think you can beat it?
Personally, I've always liked Jews. I have many friends that are Jews. And I feel like if I feel like commenting on the group that is Jews, I will. You know what I mean? Because I don't have any malice in my heart.
I've never had any malice in my heart towards.
That's how I feel about black people. I feel that way about black people too, or white people, or Indians, or Mexicans, or whoever. I will comment on anyone because I truly have no hatred in my heart for any group. But you also gotta note. I like gays. You also gotta note that these topics are sensitive every time you bring them up. You really don't have to know that. Well, you do. If you want to have a productive conversation, you do. You have to remember that the role that White Daddy plays is we make you all get along. That's our role. It's a very thankless job, by the way. But we do it because we're cucked. That's our thing. That's our thing. That's our thing. We're cucked. What's your thing? Yeah. You guys got things, we got things. We all got stuff. By the way, I am currently mad at the Jews. Because I gotta take my wife's diamond necklace to get a new clasp, and they're not open yet. So what the hell, man? You know what I mean? I got beef with them too. Open up. Try and get this fucking diamond clasp replaced. I gotta go wait for 30 minutes.
2 hours behind.
Yeah, bro. Shit on the West Coast doesn't. People are lazy on the West Coast too. They don't even open their businesses till 10. You know.
I've noticed that. That's kind of a European thing. I don't like that. You gotta be
I know. Vegas is generally pretty good about it because we're the city that doesn't sleep, you know. So there's a lot of 24/7 stuff.
Although I will say, what's quite entertaining from my perspective in this combo and others too, is like you basically said exactly what Dave said, except when Dave says it, people are cunts, and when you say it, they just shut the fuck up. Which I find quite intriguing.
We're very different.
What was the core difference between what me and Dave were saying?
Well, you're basically zero defending of Hitler.
Yes, I don't often defend Hitler. My family is German, but we fought on the American side of the war. You know.
You also didn't.
Did I defend Hitler? Please explain to me. Please explain to me how I defended Hitler, Micah.
Okay, Hitler made a couple of mistakes, mostly being too aggressive.
I think, Mike,
do you not think that's
normalized, not
okay?
Necessarily defend.
Yeah, I mean, that's not how I would characterize Hitler's biggest mistakes.
I view Hitler as something.
I word his killing of people differently than you do. I am supporting him.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew's right. It's maybe not support, but normalizing or justifying. And I also think,
Please explain to me how I normalized or justified what he did.
Well, you said it wasn't extermination camps. You said the same things were or concentration camps were happening for 1 million Germans, which implied justification to do that. So.
Not justification. It's not justification. It's showing that it wasn't totally one-sided and that there was anger from one side towards the other, which I am not saying is even the right response. I'm just talking about actual things that happened.
Yeah, well, I think overall you're carrying water or normalizing or whatever.
You've been asked for to explain how he did it, right? Like you've just basically heard him out and then said, "Well, in your retarded way," and continued saying the same shit. Like that doesn't work.
Is going to provide that explanation that will be accepted and will be satisfactory. You literally need to.
Yeah, I mean that might be a point.
Yeah, you literally need to take his communication, Connell's communication, feed it into AI, and ask it that question, and it'll precisely identify the methods and reasons why it elicits that kind of a reaction in listeners.
Yeah,
there's the only fair way to do that.
For the record, it was two completely different things you guys said.
I missed the beginning of Dave's thing, so I don't know how they were done.
I don't know. It's like
they were not the same. They were not the same and worded like if you guys weren't in agreement in that sense.
This must be a woman's record because in the male record it sounded the same.
You know how British likes to say.
British likes to stir the pot. Yeah.
Disagree, British.
Well, I'm also asking for was different and not given anything.
Oh, I did my best.
I do think
but it's not very good.
Something I'm not like. We shouldn't be demonizing Hitler. I don't even know. These are like, we're in a bit of a struggle session here with this for whatever reason. But it's not, you don't want to normalize Hitler to the point where you're like, what Hitler did was good, actually. You know, you don't want to do that, right? What you want to do, though, is take him out of the cartoonishly evil bucket, because that serves no one, because then you can't view him as he really was, right? You end up, like, tilting at some version of this that's basically the devil with a German accent, and that makes no sense and doesn't help anybody, because I think people are realizing, okay, there's this thing that people are realizing, this was in like the Nuremberg movie, is that post-World War II, if you read, like when you read Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, like Bill Byron, who wrote the book, and everybody else of his generation felt that there was just something uniquely, there was something about the German mind that was uniquely susceptible to this sort of takeover mechanism. And that Hitler had been able to take over the German, right? And that this is why Nazi Germany had occurred. And what I think we know now, or people are beginning to suspect, is that there is nothing unique about the German mind other than they happen to be extremely efficient and, you know, capable of warfare. I mean, that is something unique about them. But that they're not the only people on Earth who are capable of takeover, and not the only Western people that are capable of takeover, and that everybody's capable of takeover. So it makes it so that you should view what Hitler did, like, one-to-one, you know, try and get to the closest reality of who Hitler was, so that you can study and understand how he was able to take over a civilized nation like Germany. And then there are many answers for that, you know, some of which is the Treaty of Versailles, some of which external factors, right? But there is something internal to the psyche of the nation for how Hitler was able to operate, you know? And that is worth studying and documenting. And the reason why it's worth studying and documenting is so that you can prevent a Hitler. That's the whole point, right? So, like, I don't know what was said, but if the point is like, we should have another Hitler, then that's no good. But if the point is we should pay attention to Hitler so we can prevent another Hitler.
It was quite explicit in that I think that it's important to understand what happened, because it looks like we're heading towards something like that again.
We are.
And we don't want that.
So that sounds to me like you were saying the same thing that
was exactly Dave's point. These people
but clunkily maybe.
Well, he said it in his Canadian retarded way.
Well, because the reason I'm saying it's clunky is not as a put down to Dave, but just that it seems that nobody else in the room heard it that way.
They chose not to hear it that way. I heard it that way. And I also attacked as well.
But also, Zach has a history of being hypersensitized to this stuff, where he'll hear dog whistles that like other people won't hear, and then he's convinced that someone's dog whistling, and it's like, can't we just assume they said what they said? And he's like, no, this is
that literally is exactly not just Zach. They did the same thing to me when I asked the question, like, you guys been to the camps?
I understand where Zach is coming from, because I believe Zach's grandfather was in a camp, you know? So that would create a hypersensitivity in
my grandfather. He was just in the towers.
Andrew says Zach was just
in the tower, yeah.
That's what we were trying to say, that some of us do have family and have first account, that we're not just reading from this stuff.
Yeah, but by the way, saying you had family that lived it just says that you can't have an impartial.
I was addressing.
Okay.
The Nazi thing, by the way, is not categorically a right-wing or fascist phenomenon. It can take over anywhere at any time. Like during COVID, I mean, people were literally COVID Nazis. Like your neighbors were trying to turn you in. People were trying to other you. People were trying to put the unvaccinated in camps.
So I'm gonna.
It got prevented, but that was all just Nazi shit.
The way Dave was saying it, I heard it, was that they were trying to get rid of the Jews but not kill them. and that they were starved, and it was sort of because there was just an issue with food not getting to them. It wasn't. It was more like accidental. That's the way I heard it. That Dave was saying that they didn't mean to kill the Jews.
Yeah, like in the same way that all these Karens and government people say no one forced you to take the cloth shot, and now hundreds of thousands of people have died from consequences of it, and they go, well, no one, like that wasn't.
That must stick with. Anyway, I gotta get.
Well, Dave, do you believe that there was, just to be explicit, do you believe there was any mechanized killing of the Jews?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
And so
I'm telling you, they said the same shit. I'm not trolling, and I again, I got attacked for asking a question as well. It's just the sensitivities in this fucking room. It's about.
It's a sensitive.
I get it.
It's a sensitive
100%.
conversation.
I get it, but it's like it's the same dog whistling that you guys were just talking
It
about.
wasn't just me, it was Andrew, Micah, a lot of us.
And
only one side's allowed to be sensitive about it too. I feel like.
Well,
What did you get?
I'm repeating myself. It was not the same thing.
Sorry, Grace. What was your question?
Humanity always wants to reach for a dictator because it's easy, you know? It's the easy answer to so many things, but then it creates this whole other host of problems that are like harder to solve. So you try and use this easy answer to solve like this whole host of problems your society is experiencing, and with it comes more problems that are even more intractable. And that's why you don't want a dictator.
That same laziness is why democracies tend to end up as dictators.
Yeah, that's true too.
I have a slight disagreement on the sense that dictatorships tend to be shitty or devolve. I do believe in the populations with different IQs can only achieve certain levels of consensus formation. And so if you are on an island of retards, literally having one guy be a dictator is the most cohesive form of society that you can have.
El Salvador is working out very well, yeah.
And the problem with that is when you have a society with vastly different IQ groups, is that the retards in America are right that the only thing they can do is have a dictator because that's who they need to rule over them.
Yeah.
And I think the problem is when you have when America was hyper monoethnic, it had a very tight IQ distribution, and so you could have cohesive desires for how to rule over that. But when you have like bimodal distributions of intelligence, you get like two functionally different societies that need to exist in the same way.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it's like the concept we've talked about where like we could run Ancapistan if everybody was 135 IQ base libertarian, you know? Like we could run it perfectly well, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. Also, the reason, even if you started a society that was full of 135 IQ based libertarians, every single 135 IQ would be like, I don't want to till the soil. Fucking get some dumbs in here to do it, you know? So then pretty soon you have a stratified society yet again.
I don't know about that. I mean, robots and slaves are pretty good.
If you got robots, then maybe you can do Ancapistan, but without robots, probably not.
The South Mechanized one, we got rid of slaves, right?
Wait, what happened?
Just like when you get rid of slaves, like the Industrial Revolution happened because we got rid of slavery. I would say that
you're actually exactly the opposite. It was the kind that increased the need I guess I should say need, but the economic viability of slavery.
That is one piece of technology, but in aggregate. No, I hear you about packaging as an example of one technology, but you get rid of whatever.
There's a belief that if the South had lost the Civil War, that they would have fallen to communism, you know? And I think that might have been true. Or, sorry, had won the Civil War.
I'm trying to engage in this conversation, and every 60 seconds I miss my elevator.
It's all good. That, you know, like a pre-agrarian, like newly industrialized South would have become commie. And that definitely could have happened. I just passed a car, and on it says, like in letters, it says, dog ass. I'm not joking. Why it says dog ass on this car, I don't know. But it was like, it's like a vinyl wrap. But it doesn't look like it's like advertising like a dog grooming service. It's just like, it just says dog ass. Why? I have no idea. Just go ask dog.
Anyway, oh, you seen the new Ferrari?
No.
AKA the gay Rari.
Is it one of their hybrids?
It's $600,000 and it looks like a $30,000 Nissan.
It looks like a Hyundai.
It's Johnny Ives.
You said it's all electric?
Oh my god, look at
Gay Rari.
The interior looks like
Luce.
Oh my god, this looks like shit.
It's a
what the
Hyundai, bro.
fuck is this?
The previous CEO of Ferrari was like, I can't give my comments on that car because I'll hurt Ferrari.
Bro. This is a fucking disaster for the brand.
At least the Chinese won't copy
That's
this.
over, bro. Yeah, that's true.
Bro, Ferrari shares plunged 5%. They should have been down 50%. This is the fucking ugliest. Holy shit, this is ugly.
They went, well,
what? Who the fuck at Ferrari thought this was? This is, oh my god!
they must have hired a black, I'll tell you that much.
It looks like a Nissan Leaf, dude.
It was Johnny Ives.
It was actually an American, yeah.
I don't know, say Johnny Ives.
What the fuck? This is offensive, dude.
I get it, bro. Let it out. I had to let it out.
I'm not expecting to have this reaction.
He did do the outside a little also.
What the
Not American.
fuck is this fucking car? I'm glad to know that the Italians are as disgusted as we are. They're furious about this.
They're fucking raging.
Oh, this makes me never want to buy anything that says Ferrari on it.
You know, Porsche actually went EV, right? And they did the Taycan and the new Macan. But the cars actually look good.
Yeah, they're good looking cars. They look like Porsches.
Yeah, if you put a fucking, proper in it, they'd be awesome. But this looks like a fucking Hyundai.
Bro, these motherfuckers, like, genuinely think somebody's gonna pay $600,000 for this car. This car makes me want to throw up in my mouth. I wouldn't, dude. If you tried to sell me this car for $15,000, I wouldn't buy it.
Well, to get an allocation to the good cars, that's buying. So, doing that as a crazy part.
To read the book. It's not like that. That was a reference for the book. Wasn't, I learned this book has taught me that. This book was to supplement my initial statement of people already know learn and they're like you said something beautifully. You said I lived it. People live experiences, right? Throughout just not just here, but even through like everyday life. They learn how to naturally deter from that. When, for example, I grew up Black Israelite in Philadelphia, or Black Jew in Philadelphia. I grew up thinking Israel was a Mecca. And so I went over there with birthright and realized I didn't see but never more ready to Black. And so you're right, experiences does change what you look at perception. But listen, no, that's the story for another day. I mean, they told me like a nigga. I was trying to be nice, but it was bad. It was hard. It was actually like no, but that's not the point. That's not the point. The point, and we can back on me. We can talk about that. But to tell people that they need to learn, they need to be trained or manipulate them. If you try to train them to what they see, not what their eyes can see, because they're natural reactive. They already learned how to do that. They already learned the influence of discernment. That's how you go when you go look at a car, you look at the price, you go, oh man, this is fancy. I'm gonna get this because influence of price is good. But we already do that all the time. We're shorthanding everything as we go along because that's what we naturally do. So it's unfair to tell grown adults who've lived their life and gained experiences to go, oh, well, you gotta be taught this. No, that's called manipulation.
And he's manipulating you right now, optimistic, and you can't even see it. You can't even see the sun.
I'm a grown ass man. Nobody manipulates me. Let me talk, bro. Calm down. No. Calm down. Like, what are you doing? I'm good. We had a good conversation. What's the whole thing? No, calm down.
Your emotions are manipulated. I know. When you're an emotional person, your mic.
Okay, we're not gonna have a conversation about their conversation. If you want to add to the conversation, all right, it's all good.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, and real quick, let me say this real quick. Shout out to Black Rabbi. Shout out to was that optimistic. Yeah, I definitely align with you. We do have a natural ability to tell when we're being manipulated or when a certain agenda is being. And I think some people believe that they don't have that ability, and they're gonna play on that and say, "Oh yeah, we can just push this on you, and you're gonna accept it." These are conversations that happen at everybody's dinner table. That's shout out to my family. We like to eat together. We have these discussions, and we know when we're trying to be hoodwinked. We know when we're being lied to. We know when media is being manipulated, and this has been going on long before the term fake news came about. So with that, I land. Sweet, go ahead. Want to add on, but please don't do what you just did because you see what you did. All right.
It wasn't his fault, bro. That was a great point that he was making. Just as
Oh,
somebody
you
got
think your free
emotional
funding comes from trees?
because adults
You don't have to become artificial and stop with your propaganda push.
In fact, they say the smarter you are, the easier it is for con men to con you because you're so confident in your ability to detect a con. That's actually a study. So it wasn't wrong what Sweet said. He should be allowed to elaborate on his point, and somebody shouldn't take it personally because he didn't like the sound of it.
He said you. No, first of all.
You're underwater, optimist. We're gonna pass it to Sweet. Sweet, go ahead.
It's very simple.
Sweet made another great point. Being emotional is another way that you can easily get manipulated. People pressing your fucking flesh button.
Optimistic, you were underwater. Optimistic, you got a bad signal. I know you want to respond, but your signal is bad right now. Sweet, you're off mute. You want to go? All right, Sweet, we can't hear you if you ask. Something I learned yesterday. If you come on the app, one second, I'm trying to help the people out because this is something I've experienced that other people may have. You don't got to tell me when to go ahead. If you come on the app and the rooms are muted, unmute the room before you come in because it will fuck your shit up. All right, go ahead, whoever wants to go.
Yeah, optimistic. Stay optimistic, bro. While you're on here, get your internet together. Divine, stop going to hell with your bullshit, fucking shit. Just because they gave you a green bean. I don't know who gave you some muscle in the room, but that's our fuck up right there.
Where you at? Where you at? Okay, you can go. Yeah. Thank you. I didn't even have to say it.
I gotta stop this bullshit. Ordering over people, yo. Just because y'all sensitive, y'all gotta. He's right about that shit, man. Y'all like to flex on people all the time. What's wrong with y'all?
It's not
right. What do you need out of life that you gotta come here and do that bullshit?
One mic.
What do you need out of life you gotta come here and do that bullshit?
One mic. I was moderating the space and he didn't like it. Okay?
You talk greasy to niggas for no fucking reason. You don't like being talked greasy to. So why you talking greasy to him?
I did never talk greasy to him. He's in his feelings. I didn't say shit to Totem Pole. So I don't know what you're talking about. See? And I didn't touch you. I got people that got my back. They will shoot you before I even put my hand on my gun. Y'all gotta chill.
Is that emotional maxing for?
Emotion maxing.
We all moderate. We all come in here and we take turns. I could tell when Patty, the First Lady, and TT need a break, and so I'll jump in. The same thing as BWA. The same thing as any other mod. I'm not tripping.
You gotta own your bullshit, bro. You told him shut the fuck up. You told him shut the fuck up.
Because he said some.
So that's talking greasy
to me. I never came at him. He came out the gate attacking me. He came out the gate attacking me. I didn't do that, man.
Move the conversation, bro.
What's wrong with you, Concrete? We never had no problem, bro. Relax. And I didn't touch you. I'm going to bring you back up. Let's discuss the topic and not attack each other. Go ahead, bro.
I can't be so sensitive today. Stop letting that shit go to your head, bro. We're all human beings.
You know, you're right. Go ahead, brother. You're right. Go ahead.
Concrete, what's going on today, man? Like,
What's going
you know how
on?
this works, man. People
What's going on?
It happened to you too. You over here sucking dick for it.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
That's pretty sus. So concrete, man. You already know what to do, man. It's the same.
Move on, bro.
But who complains about moderation?
All right, so you want to talk about it? You want to talk about it? You like being treated like shit? You like being treated like shit as a grown ass man? Another grown man talking like you a bitch? You like that shit? Your father taught you how to be like, act like that? Your father didn't teach you to stand up for yourself?
The topic. Yeah, let's go.
According to Black Rabbi, I never had a father, so I don't know.
Propaganda, let's go. We've all been propagandized.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
And
Hello?
Here you go. Why you had to say
Hello?
that? See? I'm gonna continue to do what I do.
Hello?
To Quinn, he's got the patience of Job. I got a lot of kids. So again,
I got the patience of Hulk.
We gotta be patient with each other, man. Come on, we're on the app. We're having a good day. It's a day off for some of us. Let's just continue the conversation. We left off with propaganda. We left off with discernment to be able to recognize propaganda. Some of us have the ability to do it, and yes, some of us don't. So with that, I'll
That's what I said.
Happy Clubhouse anniversary, Omar.
I appreciate it. Too crazy to him. Yeah, I've been holding it down.
No, you weren't.
See, and I didn't touch you. I got people that got my back.
This has been a
chill.
anniversary, and he has been a terrorist.
Is that emotional maxing?
Hello?
Emotion maxing.
This further proves my theory that it was the 2021ers.
We all moderate. We all come in here and we take turns. I could tell when Patty, First Lady, and TT need a break, and so I'll jump in. The same thing as BWA.
Wait,
Same thing as
she said Android.
I'm not tripping.
Bullshit. You told him shut the fuck up. You told him shut the fuck up.
Which one is he, Pat?
So that's talking greasy.
Out the gate attacking me. I didn't do that.
The green Texas, it's like Texas.
Told you, Concrete. We never had no problem, bro. Relax. And I didn't touch you. I'm gonna bring you back up. Let's discuss the topic and not attack each other. Go ahead, bro.
2021, we were so ample.
I can't be so sensitive today. Stop letting that shit go to your head, bro. All human beings.
You're allowed to speak.
What's going on today, man?
What's going on?
How this works, man?
You were allowed to speak, Penny.
It happened to you too. You over here sucking dick for it.
You had to stand on business. You had to, and share your.
So concrete, man. You already know what to do, man. It's ain't wrong. Who complains about moderation? So you want to say you like being treated like shit? You like being treated like shit as a grown ass man? Some another grown man talking like you a bitch? You like that shit? Your father telling you not to be like that right now? Your father didn't teach you to stand up for yourself?
Oh my God, you're accepting that that's how you are? That's what you believe?
Propaganda, that's
Is this true?
Sometimes you just gotta go with
the first lady.
No, you just say, well, you know what? You just say, that's your opinion, but that's not who I am.
She knows all the brothers.
Wait a minute, do not interrupt my brother Concrete. Go ahead.
We love you, Concrete. You know we love you.
We love you.
Same
Yeah.
here, same here.
We're here for you, brother.
Y'all niggas be niggas sometimes. I'm not gonna lie.
What kind of
Don't interrupt him. Don't interrupt him, Divine.
Listen,
Go ahead, Concrete.
so I'll explain it since people don't understand. You can you can believe in what you say and not how you said it. So I believe in everything that I said. I think that I could have said it in a much more sarcastic manner. And I didn't have to lean into my niggatry. Right? So whoever didn't understand that nuance, I hope you've been educated. You apologize and still hold to what you were believing.
Concrete, is that your morning? Is that your unbrushed teeth voice? It sounds like you woke up like.
There goes this black queen. There goes this black queen constantly disrespecting me.
What's going on?
I don't understand why.
He's pulling his hair.
All I want to do is have a good, clean, better relationship. She keep showing up.
So you did.
You're supposed to be loving on him. What's going on?
And I think that's what happens to the green bean. Green bean is just like the society. Shanique will say, "I'm gonna call the police on you." You're like, "What?" Yeah, I'm gonna take you to child support. I'm gonna call the police. You're like, "What the hell?" She got all the power and she lorded it over. That hurts. It hurts.
So, but wait a minute. But I think that came from you disappeared right when we were getting ready to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, why
so
you think I left?
No.
I can't even be a man in my own house. I gotta leave. No. What the hell? I'm not gonna be chastised
She wasn't
in the
chastising
meta house that I pay for.
She wasn't
the meta mortgage I pay for.
She wasn't chastising you last night.
Listen,
You just left.
First lady, I know what happened. You might look. You her sister or her auntie or her mama, and I don't trust neither one of y'all. I know it's y'all against me. I know it's y'all against me. Y'all don't care about the house. Y'all don't care about the kids.
That's not true.
Y'all just want that upper hand. We know how it goes.
And I agree, and I'm trying to help you achieve that, sir. But you refuse my help. You refuse my help. Anyway.
I always bring you up. I fight for you. It's all right. I accept the apology. And yeah, I want us to have great conversations. I did pull something up because this topic interests me. The whole internet, and we're talking about mind manipulation. And Ali said they have internet locally. El Nomo says no, they had none at all. The government shut it down. People are saying that. Some people were pushing back. No, it wasn't the government. When I read that it was restored by the powers that be, I think it's a very interesting topic. It says something here. The internet is a tool of cyber sovereignty and authoritarian control. So that's powerful right there. And that's all I wanted to add to try to put the train back on the track. If I'm done with the topic, I'm fine with that as well. But I just don't want us fighting. Let's have a nice day, guys.
Let's talk about legally lying.
There's a ton out there about what's going on with the shut down internet in Iran, by the way. There's a lot of information available out there. They have the tightest control, I think, of any country on the planet over the internet, and they shut it down.
North Korea has the tightest.
Well, no, you're right. That's a good point. North Korea, that's a good point. Yeah, I hadn't even thinking about that. They're so isolated from the rest of the world. But again, we're talking now about the darkest and most isolated totalitarian nightmares on the planet. So you got Korea up there near number one, and Iran up there near number one as well.
You're not talking about Israel, bro. Why you don't want to bring up Israel in that conversation about legally lying? Why you don't want to bring that in, Normal?
That's a whole conversation, boy. Because you know it's not going to go anywhere with that. Just like
I'm saying you want to talk about Taiwan and everybody else, but you know a little bit about it.
We're talking about the country with whom we're at war right now with our
who's at war with Iran? Israel and America. Israel,
America.
Yeah. Israel.
Oh, not America? Wait a second, I'm confused now.
Is Iran America? Is Iran America? Is Iran America? Is Iran America? Is Iran America?
What?
Is Iran America?
Is Nigeria America?
Yeah. Is Mexico America?
What?
What?
Hello?
Is Iran America? You said Israel is Israel America.
Hello?
As if to say that's an automatic, they are the same. So is Iran America? What?
Can anybody translate this into English, please?
You're answering your question.
Hello?
It causes confusion. You said Israel is America?
Don't crack your ass up, Normal.
What's your problem, concrete?
Tired of your fucking racism.
Yes, but on Normal, I looked it up. The number one country. So I looked it up on Normal for most restricted. It's North Korea, number 1, China, number 2, Iran, number 3, Russia, number 4.
That's the internet, right? I buy that. That sounds right.
Yo, they used to have a sign that say "No Jews, no dogs," and here goes El Normal pretending he's a white man and being condescending to this black man.
That's what he do. He think he got it right because he married into the Tupac family. Ain't that right, Normal?
You think I married a Danish or Tupac's mama?
No, tell us the actual facts. Set it straight. What's the girl connection to the Tupac family? What's your connection?
Wait, what's going on with y'all?
What's dropping out of school got to do with your history with Tupac?
Did you take your pills this morning?
Who are you asking?
Hello?
Went from there to you married to Tupac's mama.
He's a little jealous. I don't blame him.
I ain't jealous. He just want to usurp the black experience like a lot of him and his partners like to try to do.
That's the whole
right. That's who you are.
What would you like to know about Tupac?
Nobody's fascinated. I know what I'm listening to.
There it is, talking about the internet.
Him and Black Messiah trying to act like they got some black love. That's what I'm exposed. I'm not going to
some of Afeni's emails. Would you like to hear some of them?
No, hell no. I want you to tell us your connection to Tupac. Why you running from your connection, man?
I'm not. We brought it up like 3 times.
What is it? Set the record straight. Set the record straight.
Hold on. Sweet. But that's all about fucking Tupac, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you don't want to talk about that. Let's get back to Israel and telling lies. And legally how you can tell lies.
They were talking about the internet. Who had the most concealed internet? He said North Korea and Iran right now.
Right, and China. Right. I think China's a little more open, though.
No, it says China's number 2.
I know, but I know people go back and forth to China, and they let you have a VPN.
That's only for certain countries, and then they're really strict on that as well.
See how he tried to divert to China?
We were talking about lies, though.
Yeah, we were, bro. Propaganda. Yeah, we were. Black Messiah, the whole point about, misdirection and all of that, and not sharing full pictures, bro. Focus on the conversation and put the being down. Bro, we were talking about misdirection and not showing the whole picture, bro. And lies is related to that. Stay focused, man. I know it's a bit of a stretch for you. And so, and about how Iran ain't got no monopoly on that. Israel has a whole thing about how they deal with goys and legally lying. So I'm saying, deception.
You're not having okay, let me tell you, Israel is not Iran. Did you not realize that?
Bro, see this dude?
You didn't get it?
Listen, Israel, America, Iran. Okay. Deception.
So we got
images they don't want to let out to the world via the internet.
China, and Iran.
Now you throwing North Korea and China. See how he got to deflect? See how he been trained well to deflect? He can't let that heat get in there.
From the Iranian internet?
Bro,
That's what you're concerned about?
We're talking about America being drawn into this war.
Internet.
We're talking about Israel, America, and Iran.
We were talking about
being drawn in.
shutting down the internet in Iran.
Hold on. That relates to this deception conversation.
Hold on.
Stop saying what we're talking about. Say what you want to say. Okay, I'm saying it again. So, what the reality is of the deception and the lies and the propaganda and getting people thinking something's going on when there's something else going on, and how legally it's embedded in these cultures we're talking about. Why and when and how is necessary to legally lie. Yeah, so without that in the conversation, well, we don't have no real meat and potatoes about understanding what images do get let out, and how, like Patty was saying, how you control the internet and different things that you let out, because that's called war, that's called strategy, that's called the perception matters absolutely around the rest of the world, because when you're doing some underhanded stuff, you definitely got to have a whole department on what images you let get out and how you spin the story all the time. And how, oh yeah, we winning, oh yeah, we winning, and all of that. Oh, they can't do this. And then all of a sudden, America's drawn into something, and then they're like, oh damn, how the hell do we get out of this? And that's why it's very important to understand the history of deception and the history of lies and legally coming into other countries and doing all kind of stuff and manipulating a whole group of people, pressing up next to other people with all that deceptiveness, acting like you give a damn about them, and you really, 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 really could give a damn about them. Yeah. That's how that relates, B-Dub.
I'm sorry, that didn't make any sense.
It's not true. It makes perfect sense. Do you want me to explain what he said?
No. So Iran wants to be free. Iran slaughtered about 40,000 of its own people and shut down the internet. America attacked Iran because of its nuclear weapons program, its ballistic missiles program, its sponsorship of terror around the region, and its slaughter of its own people. Those are facts. Now, which fact among those would you like to discuss? Pick one. We can talk about it.
40,000 from? Because it keeps changing.
It's the same talking points, man.
We got that from American media.
15, 20.
That's why we went to war over there, huh? That was a strategic, smart move.
That's one of 4 reasons.
That's a strategic, smart move that got us into this BS.
The IAEA and Trump's own Security Council said that there's no proof that Iran was pursuing a nuclear weapon.
Well, that's absolutely false. They enriched their uranium listen carefully, to 60%.
60% enriched uranium is not a nuclear weapon.
So there is no civilian use for uranium enriched to 60%.
Why?
It is only, there is
Why did they enrich to 60%?
Because they're building a nuclear weapon.
No,
and we have the plans.
No.
We have the plans. We stole their plans. The IAEA has them.
Who's the we?
Hang on.
Who's the we?
And Israel and the IAEA.
They enriched to 60% because Trump pulled us out of the JOCP.
And therefore, they want to make a nuclear weapon.
No, therefore they thumbed their nose at Trump. They specifically said they did it because they were like, if you pull out of this, we're going to go to 60%.
For what reason? Wait. For what reason?
To show that they could.
Oh, so in other words, they don't have a plan to make a nuclear weapon. But they've got 3 nuclear weapon sites in Natanz, and Fordo, right?
According to the U.S. Security Council, they don't.
Yes, incorrect, what you just said. Not only that, Trump tore up the deal because they violated the deal.
No,
how did we know? Because, well, we have the records of it, and the IAEA agrees. They did not allow inspections. They had secret nuclear sites that they had not declared.
They followed it completely. They allowed inspections. You don't allow inspections.
That's not what the IAEA says. They did not allow them in. We stole the plans for their nuclear weapons, and we found that they had secret sites. So Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan did not allow the inspectors in.
You're talking about 2003, right?
No, I'm talking about 2018 when Trump was in office.
No. So that wasn't a secret site. They dug deeper holes. And that was after he got rid of the JCPOA.
No, before.
It was after they got rid of the JCPOA. They started in 2018. It was found in 2000. Bro.
This is not accurate. What you're saying is not accurate. Their program started in 2003. We stole the plans in 2018. They did not allow the IAEA in to inspect. They still haven't. That's part of the proposed deal. I don't know. Somebody has no internet, no connection.
It was after the JCPOA was worn up.
Oh, we tore it up after we got their nuclear plans.
No, that's not what happened, bro. You gotta stop.
We're gonna keep interrupting you.
That was after the JCPOA.
Yeah, according to everything I'm finding, they didn't start violating the JCPOA until after 2018.
So there was some infractions during the JCPOA. But as soon as there were infractions were found, they fixed it immediately. That tunnel that he's talking about, or a deeper tunnel that they were trying to build, started building after 2018, and we found out about it in 2020. He's not being honest. Now, if he was talking about 2000, on board with him on that. 2001, they tried to help us in Afghanistan. They wanted sanctions lifted. They wanted to be friendly with the U.S. Then we find out they're fucking doing secret shit in 2002, and we cut their ass off in 2003. So yeah, I get that piece. That's why I say you talk about 2003, I'm with you. But if you talk about 18 and 20, no, bro, we did that. I don't know why people think that a country doesn't have a right to defend themselves. If they think they're being, I'm not saying they're being honest, because I don't fuck with Iran. But if they think that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing according to the agreement that's made, and you come out the agreement because you don't like a motherfucker.
And everybody's saying that they violated after 2018. One of the tenets of the agreement is that they would have access to their own money. And once Trump pulled out, they didn't have access to their money. And they're like, well, if I don't have access to my money, then I can do whatever I want now.
And even with that access to their own money, it wasn't a stretch of access. Access that we gave them was so fucking it's like them begging, can I get money for supplies? They had to beg Qatar to give them certain things, and they had to prove they needed it. Like, this shit is crazy. Someone trying to speak.
Yeah, it's sweet. You're in the Matrix, brother. You're underwater. All right, well, welcome, Michael, to the stage. Thanks for jumping in. Cool C, well, welcome back. I don't know if you've been MIA. I haven't seen you. Again, shout out to Amari on your Clubhouse birthday. But yeah, guys, we're talking about Iran. We're talking about JPCOA. We're talking about nuclear weapons. We're also talking about propaganda. We're also talking about the internet being torn up to 88% in Iran. And that's where we're at. I will mention Trump is building an octagon-style arena at the White House because he wants to watch a UFC fight for his 80th birthday. Can't make this shit up. Go ahead. Whoever wants to speak to my user.
I don't really have a problem with UFC fighting. Okay. I mean, past presidents had events at the White House. Didn't they do a Little League? What is it? World? I don't know. Little kid, whatever. I need to look at it.
Hook up.
Is it like a sphere, like in Vegas? Is that what he building?
It's an octagon style. Yeah, have fun. Obama had DJ D Nice, my brother. So shout out to that.
Did he build an auditorium for DJ Nice?
He did not. He did not.
Okay.
Yeah, but they called it hosting a hip hop party at the White House. So
yeah, it's one thing to put up a tent and then tear it down.
Questionnaire.
Hey, everybody like a good fight every to auditorium over there?
I think it's just a collapsible stadium like they do in concerts.
Okay.
Not collapsible stadium, a collapsible stage.
Coachella style.
WWE does it all the time. It's pretty much like pack and play. Like,
I mean, some people just not gonna see the good in it, and they have that right not to see it. So, and then others is just like, well, it's just an event, and this is how we're celebrating the 250th anniversary. Isn't that correct? That's the reason why it's been done. No.
His birthday, his 80th birthday. He wants to see a USB fight.
Yeah, follow me on Xfinity.
But I thought it was.
I thought it was a letter to Boston.
Yeah.
I thought it was
a combination. Oh, there's not necessarily a good, but the good points that Patty was making in regards to saying, hey, other presidents have done this and so on. That part.
Well, I think the good thing is that they're not charging, and that service members and veterans will be able to go and see the fight for free. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, but they're only giving away so many tickets. Most of those tickets are going to corporate. Always.
What's the capacity for the stadium?
I don't know. But there's only so many tickets being given to veterans. Supposedly, most of those tickets are, it's a lot of corporate people who are going to be there, influence people that make money.
Can I get a ticket from Ticketmaster?
They had a lottery.
Look for them.
That already happened.
Will they take crypto? Bitcoin?
What's happening? You act like we work for them or something. What's going on?
Trying to understand, if I can get in, see what my schedule look like.
Well, how would we know?
I don't know. I'm asking for a report. Divine was reading the report. I thought maybe they get some details.
If you wanna know, you gotta ask Trent because he knows somebody.
That's a fact.
What's his?
But Trent is taking a break, so.
Gotta get another source when Trent is on break.
I saw today, I don't know when it was, but I just saw it came across my LinkedIn feed. I saw a dude sued a black directory of doctors.
I saw that thing.
Yeah. So there's a directory of black doctors for black patients, and a guy sued it for discrimination.
Our ancestors, boy, they done got sued to death back in the pre-integration days. What the hell y'all doing? You ain't letting no white folks over there. Hold up, man. This is we had to do this because we couldn't get in.
Exactly. Well, and you're in the Matrix again. And the point the person was making in the post is that like when a man has a problem with his urethra, he wants to see a male doctor. When a woman gets a pap smear, she wants to see a female doctor. So what's different about a black person wants to see a black doctor when you've got cultural things and actual physiological differences that other doctors don't understand? Plus, and I didn't realize this, it's still taught that black people don't feel pain the way that other people do. And I knew that was a case in the 2010s because I have a friend who's a doctor and she graduated around 2010 and they were still teaching then. I didn't realize they were still teaching it now.
Do they actually say that in the class?
Yep. Like in a different way, but yes.
Yeah. Sweet
Matrix again. You're underwater, brother. Go back to the Starbucks.
Can y'all hear me better now?
Yeah.
Yes. All right.
No.
This is society we live in. You can't hear me regardless, firstly, I say. But yeah, so you can't be a part of our society. So now you develop all your own abilities to do everything. And then now you're gonna get sued because you got your people looking at your people. That's wild. Welcome to 2026.
Anyway, so that's that. What's next? Devon.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
said you off from work. You're not out there, so I don't know what's going on. Are you playing video games? What's happening?
I got a house full of babies. You already know, but we all right. Yeah, all the grands are here, but we got help because my oldest grand, she's old enough to help out a lot. I know this is good. You know, when we had my son late, and so he was a good deterrent for my daughters for having kids too soon, and so now my granddaughter's helping with her youngest cousin. I need Britt to explain that. Is it first removed or however that works? Anyway.
Please don't do that to me. Don't do that. Don't do that.
My brain, I'm with you, First Lady. My brain
can't
can never.
stick to the story.
Yeah, I can't. They cousins. But it's a good deterrent for her because she's 13 now. And so she's helping with the youngest. And she be getting frustrated. I'm like, yeah, it's a good deterrent for you. It's not easy. Not easy. I'm an advocate of making babies, but it's not an easy thing to bring a child into this world, in the words of my mother. But yeah, we doing good, First Lady. It's cloudy. I don't understand what's going on. It's a nice day, but it's like they just hiding the sun. That's a whole nother discussion. They hiding the sun from us. I'm gonna get tired of this. If it ain't raining, it's cloudy. Like, can we just get a nice sunny day?
God says, stop complaining and be grateful for the day that you are being spared. So if you want sunny days, you just say, Lord, I thank you for that. That gray sure is gray in the day. Could use a little yellow in there. That's how you got to speak to the universe.
Any day above ground is a good day, right? That's what they say.
It's coming. The sun's coming, Devon.
There you go.
It's coming out, Devon.
It's coming. It's gonna come.
The last sunny day, everybody acting a fool, so it's y'all punishment for that. But no, seriously, June gloom been around for a long time. I know it ain't quite June yet, but June gloom has been a thing for a minute. So it's part of the natural flow of things. Well, June's gonna be a good year this year, baby, because it's about to take the motherfucking championship. Oh, it's gonna be shining in New York for the whole 365 days. It's been a long time coming, Sam Cooke.
I mean, I just want to know, are y'all going to be safe? Is this going to be okay?
Look, they don't got to know.
I don't care what happens, as long as we motherfucking win the championship. I can take my last breath that night. They gonna take my last breath, I'm gonna be happy. Tearing New York up, what?
No, I don't think it's going to get violent. I think it's going to be, it's going to just enhance the camaraderie that you already see. There's been one or two incidents outside the Garden. Nobody's going to die. I don't think the people are going to tear up the city or burn cars. And I don't think New York is that city.
Divine, they had 10 people on the billboard last night.
Divine.
The other day.
Divine. That was an illusion. Divine. They've never won and been to the championship in a long time, bro. They got a lot of pent-up energy. It starts off.
I don't think it's not going to get negative, though. I think it's just going to be a plus. We need this. We haven't had
jumping around and.
Yeah, I don't think. I'm staying positive. Again, I think it's gonna be a good thing for the city. People are gonna be happy. I don't see destruction. And there's not enough police.
Check the link in the chat, Divine. We gotta do theme song.
And speaking from a city that wins championships all the time, LA, it starts out by exuberance, excitement, the alcohol, elation, and it just gets out of control. It's not so much the spirit of destroying stuff, but you just lose control. So I'm just looking at, it's been a long time, man. That's a lot of pent up energy. So I pray it go well.
Did he just church you? I mean, I'm from a state where, we had championships all the time.
Yeah, I'm just talking from
so, I'm just going to throw my hair behind my ear.
I'm just saying, whether it be the Dodgers, whether it be the Rams, whether it be the Lakers, I'm just saying it's a city that everybody think, they just tearing up stuff. It starts off with excitement and exuberance, and folks just, the pent up time and frustration and gas price. I just pray New York keep it all, under control. That's all.
I'll play fine. It's gonna get rowdy, but I don't think it's gonna get violent. I'm gonna put that into the universe. We're gonna celebrate. We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a parade. Like I remember a certain chat. Y'all know I'm old. I remember in '86. Was it the Mets? Haitian BWA. Was it '86?
I was 5 in '86, man.
Oh damn! Oh god, yeah. I believe the Mets won in '86.
I went to the Giants parade when the Giants won.
Exactly. When the Giants won. And it's never been nothing too crazy. I mean, we're New Yorkers. Yes, we have the wildest fans, but I think other cities be ODing. The cars on fire and all. I don't think we're gonna have that. I really don't. New York, we love our city. We're not gonna destroy it. Oh yeah, it was Mets. Thank you, Creators. I remember we all
never
walked out of school.
Remember, they never got destroyed for the Yankees parades either.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So
you get more incidents at the damn. You get more incidents at the St. Patty's Day parade than anything else.
I would just tell Brownie to tell everybody stay indoors as much as possible and don't get caught up in all that.
We don't be
outside. Just destroy your grocery store.
Please don't be outside.
Y'all better sit your happy asses down somewhere.
Whoa. Come on now. Come on. Don't start that. These already were there last night.
Fuck that. Y'all better sit down. What the hell? Huh? What?
Hey, First Lady, can I play off this link real quick? Hey, can I play the link real quick? You got this.
Although very erudite and literate, fails to read the chat comments. So it's really hard to hear you.
Because the fatty is out for a walk.
I don't see a comment from you.
Well, that's because it was 4 hours ago.
Oh.
We can't know you were communicating in these cryptic
Bro,
ways.
I'm dinging from my life, derisive.
Okay, well, I'll know that
That's
in the
the
future
only
that's what the
way-
thing means.
Sorry, I wasn't here to translate, guys.
Either. I'm sorry.
Moving forward, I will pay more attention to the chat monitor moving forward when you were on mute.
And then, BB came in. And I wanted to hear BB, and he couldn't get in because Kevin was in a deep ISO with. Who were you wrangling with this morning, Kevin?
No, it was Daniel.
Nav, Naveen, for sure.
And Danelle afterwards.
And my repeated requests to share the mic were again dismissed callously.
In my defense, BB is illiterate. BB is actually illiterate.
That's not fair. Scroll way up.
Okay, so
way up.
BB can't read.
Right. That's not true.
I was in a room room with him where he was trying to read something and he was unable to engage in basic comprehension of what was being written. I was actually shocked. It was one of the more interesting moments I've had where like somebody's reading something and then they're telling me that the thing says a thing that it doesn't. So I don't think I'll be engaging with BB, and if I see him, I will be calling him an idiot.
Well, he'll get moved down.
Be
because
nice.
just like when Zach got moved down for spiraling a bit, you know.
Other Zach.
And then when he rejoined the stage, it was better. So, you know.
So on a slightly, sorry, Monica, are you done?
I'm done enough.
Okay. On a slightly different topic, but since we kind of bring up the chat, I put a link in the chat to something else that's somewhat related, but a totally different subject, and we don't have to talk about it. But I'm curious to Rice if anyone has heard of this guy who's being medically kidnapped, so to speak, in Canada, which is an interesting topic.
I saw a news article about a girl who was raped and she got no justice, so she petitioned the government for her to kill herself, and they agreed because it's much more fair that a victim of assault should just die than have the assaulters held accountable. It's very frustrating.
I think it's frustrating that half the time when I look up these cases, they're being misrepresented.
Well, why don't I help you and I will find the post that I saw so we can name Nicholas.
Please, knock it out. I actually just have to look it up and I can't find anything.
Wait, the other post that you guys were just talking about, was it the young guy who was pulled over by the police?
That one.
Yeah. I don't know what I didn't see what you put in the chat. Did you put it in the chat?
Yeah, it should be the last message in the chat behind a couple of reactions. But yeah, it is.
Okay. Because I things one where it seems like he really has mental issues, but maybe he doesn't.
Right. Says
maybe he's a genius.
Yeah. I'm sure there is more to the story.
Yes.
That's why I'm not putting forth a strong opinion one way or another, but it does seem a little strange the way it's being told. So I'm curious if anyone knows anything else.
What I heard was that his parents wanted him to be detained, and he had written, it was also like conspiracy theory stuff that he was writing, that he thought that got him fired or something. It was all like his physics paper.
Okay.
But I have to read the article that you have.
Right, but what you're saying is that there probably is more to the story.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I assume.
And I don't know, a good-looking guy, and the way he handled the interaction with the police, he was calm. So it appears like everything is on the cop.
Hello!
The Chinese government, so of course they're like, well, that's why. But he also was saying that the traffic. There's some guy he was accused of being a cyber terrorist. He claims he ran him out of Toronto, and then the traffic in major cities, was almost down to nothing because of this guy.
The light bringer is here. In the name of Jesus.
Things that he was saying on Twitter.
In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you.
Like I said, the news presents it like cops just pulled the,
In the name of Jesus.
Just decided that he
What is in the name of Jesus?
needed to go away just from seeing him in a diner. That's not what happened. But he was saying a lot of strange things that the parents were very concerned.
All right, let's get to the point.
In the name of Jesus.
Without religion, the idea of Satan ceases to exist.
Suspected there might be something more to the story.
Really?
But yes, it was very egregious by the look of it at face value.
Yeah, you can just go to his Twitter account. You can see all the weird stuff he was saying about the traffic and this guy he named as a cyber terrorist, which I didn't look up the guy. I don't know who it is, if it's somebody popular or something.
In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you.
In the name of God.
In psychology school,
What are you, Jewish?
it's hella easier to convince people you're crazy than it is to convince them you're sane.
You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry. I'm happy. I can't argue with you.
So true.
How come?
You angry. I'm happy. I can't argue with you.
I'm minding my own business. What's your point?
You angry.
I'm just trying to be good.
I'm happy. Leave me alone. I'm happy. You angry.
Hey, Brian, what's up, Buttercup?
Leave me alone. You angry. I'm happy.
How long have you been a Jew?
I don't know. I'm just thinking about like convincing someone you're crazy to get out of a fight. Like you want to fight?
Karate.
You want the crazy eye?
Yeah, I am Aquarius. I am
This is my form of crying.
You angry. I'm
My function
happy.
is legendary. We had Mozart, Beethoven. We had Galileo Galilei.
Galilean princess.
Don't raise your eye. It's only teenage boys.
What? Do not speak of my brother. In such
Yeah, I'm
matters.
reading that
You follow?
story, Zach, and I guess for me the most influential thing in that story would be what are his parents saying?
Well, yeah, what is his parents saying? Can you please
Yeah,
elaborate?
it's not like this doctor just said, "Oh, this guy I don't know anything about. Looks peculiar." He had his eyes on him.
That was the best
Yeah,
picture.
I'm sure the most likely thing is that there's more to it. That obviously this guy is not forthcoming about.
Yeah, obviously. So just because you're stating the
He
obvious.
just wants to be.
Yeah, right.
Well, he also believed the stuff that he believes is stuff like on the Twitter. He's like, I can't believe nobody's noticing these
You
traffic
know
cops.
shit, Sherlock.
You know,
What's your
I was
point?
thinking like,
You
LA,
dumb
New York,
bitch.
Toronto, like all of a sudden traffic is down to nothing when it should be very busy. I didn't look at the timestamps. Like, why he said middle
Of course you
rush
didn't.
hour and
Because you're a dumb
almost
bitch.
8 o'clock. California, if that was the correct stamp. I don't know. It was just weird. It makes me see that. He obviously thinks that
Of
stuff
course
is
it's
going
weird.
on.
You didn't look at the basic timestamp. You fucking dumb bitch.
You know, something's wrong here.
Exactly.
Devil's advocate or benefit of the doubt.
Obviously, something is wrong. Obviously, man.
But that's why I said you have to timestamp is accurate to where he was claiming the pattern was anyway.
Hello?
Impossible.
But he's
Hello?
claiming that this guy, who was a cyber terrorist, was the cause of these of influencing traffic throughout at least two different countries.
Hello?
I mean, I guess so. I don't know anything about these things that you're like what his claims were. I didn't read enough into it yet. I know I heard about this morning. Funny enough, but I guess my point is that just because he has crazy theories and ideas, what part of that necessarily makes him a danger to himself or others?
Well, I mean, like I said, his parents were the ones who were concerned, so presumably they would have more information. But I think from an outsider, you can see more was going on, and it wasn't like I said, just this.
Hello?
Well, that guy looks like he's acting.
Hello?
In a diner. That's not weird.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Parents.
Hello? Hello?
This guy, you know.
Hello?
Certified, they call it.
Hello, Alistair.
Yeah, there was more.
Hello, Alistair.
I suppose it's possible it could be both things could be.
Yeah.
Alistair, you know, God is coming for you.
From the New York Post from March.
He's coming with full force.
Of course, like I said, the fact that he happened to also be talking about Chinese government, so this is why people are like, oh no, he was definitely taken out because he was no stuff, you know. So it's all adding to a big conspiracy.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Reading the X post, Monica.
And he's good looking, which of course that affects people's idea of what doesn't look like a crazy person. He's this good looking, grad student.
Thank you.
I'm checking now to see if the 3 men were held accountable.
Hello.
I might have got that part of the story wrong.
Alistair the greatest gay lord of all time.
Were held accountable.
The 3 men that raped me.
The gay lord, Alistair.
And I accidentally refreshed when I was on and now I'm on a post next where they're trying to bring a champagne bottle.
I'll put my death. The more you know.
And Zach also with all these
the wrath of God
quote unquote
shall be spread around
scientist stuff. Fucking loser. Getting lumped in with that sort of.
Yeah.
I really don't care about your opinion.
Has anyone ever savored a champagne bottle?
Of course they have, you dumb bitch.
Like when you savor it with you take a pour it. Yeah.
I've tried it.
I've never done it, never tried. I'm kind of curious.
My success is inevitable. My death is also inevitable.
I feel like it's difficult.
It's yet to come.
Well, I don't. You said you had to score it ahead of time.
I think you're supposed to. I don't know. Are you?
Well, I didn't, so that could be why I didn't.
Okay, yeah. Maybe you're supposed to score it with the knife or something.
Probably.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Because mine did not do anything. It didn't break. It didn't it was at least.
Well, actually, that sounds like a good idea. I think I might try that. And in the future, you don't do it. Score it first. Who's got a knife or keys or something? Score it first.
Alistair, man.
That might be worth it. And that way, it
Let's
makes
have a conversation. Interrupt this dumb bitch for a second, man. What's wrong with you? The fuck? Bro, come on, man.
She didn't report it to the police, so they're out there still.
So what? I didn't do shit. I said go this for everyone, and Lucifer don't
So
think
here's what I just
what
Googled
you
how to do. So it says chill the bottle thoroughly, remove the foil and cage, locate the seam, everyone bottle seam angle correctly, and strike. It doesn't say.
Let me see. Is there a seam on this champagne bottle?
I am so sorry.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Right there. Okay, so I guess I would take a knife. I'm not going to do it right now. I would take a knife and I didn't just slide it across the seam. I don't know.
That's the target line is the seam, but it doesn't say you score it. You're supposed to score it beforehand. But if that's where you hit it, that's supposed to.
I wonder if you're supposed to makes it easier though.
An angle at 45-degree angle.
45-degree angle. Ching.
I guess
Dedicated champagne savers.
I'm gonna buy some cheap champagne.
Great.
I'm gonna practice this.
Flies with confidence.
I'm so sorry, Monica. I didn't realize champagne would be more interesting to these people than real pain.
Yo, he was dying to make that joke, bro. He's like, I'm gonna get it in. Get it in now. That is what she said. Literally. Ew. I need some rope.
Whoa, you're not Canada.
Hello?
Whoa. Not like Canada. I wouldn't need a rope. I just fucking go.
Right, I just go to the doctor.
Tim Hortons. My uncle Tim Hortons.
I need some chloroform. That's Starbucks for us.
Yeah.
Can you bring me a Starbucks, please?
I'm not making this.
Oh. God darn. I hate when that happens.
Well, I'm a little bit Monica, what do you think this story that you brought up of, or incident, I shouldn't say story, of Noella Castillo, what do you think it illustrates?
Hello?
If Monica didn't even hear my joke, I would be so upset. Oh, okay, good.
sad. Did she put it? We failed her. Society failed her.
It's a
Hello.
situation, but I'm also not sure if like the narrative alongside it is really justified, especially based on like what I originally was.
Hello.
Incident.
Hello.
I remember. Instead of literally, can we say literally?
I think we went from the original thing was there was a woman, she was gang raped. Rather than putting the perpetrators in jail, we offered her assisted suicide. And then looking into the story, she was raped multiple times on separate incidences, didn't report it. Obviously horrible, horrible, horrible. She then tried to kill herself. She jumped off a building. This left her paralyzed with neurological damage and chronic pain. And because of these conditions, being sought euthanasia. Now, is it horrible that this woman was raped and tried to kill herself?
It's the symbiote, isn't it?
Is it like your negative person, your shadow person? Like, how do we know? Like, how do you relate to?
No, it's
going through his angry phase.
No, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like the it's a symbiote.
Yes.
Yeah.
So like the center part of you, basically.
No.
Can you name all the symbiotes?
No, I can't.
Oh, the symbiotes have a huge lore. I recommend
You've got Carnage. You've got Toxin.
So once you reach,
I think the symbiotes also have their own separate symbiote god, who exists in the universe and created them as part of the Vulgate or something.
Like Krell or something.
Yeah, basically when you're mean, that means you're a black spider. That's what it means. You have to connect back to you have to be the true Spider-Man. That's what I'm.
Is that what Muhammad is, a Spider-Man? I think in the Islamic faith, Muhammad is definitely a Spider-Man.
The Spider-Man costume, when he had the new suit, was impressive. That was a cool new design.
Okay, guys, you have to respect the art, you know. You have to respect the cosmic. You have to respect all these fans, you know. You have to respect all of this. This is art, you know. That's fun, you know. We don't have to make it.
This is what Andrew does with Frenchie and Bob. They create art every day here in Clubhouse. It is amazing, brother. No, Andrew does art. This is all an art project. You would never know that the man who can't even change his PTR is actually an artist. Zayad, do you have 2 ears or 1 mouth? Or 2 mouths and 1 ear? Which one is it, Habibi? This is an art project. Every Clubhouse room is an art project. Every art room is an art project.
It's John Kitover. It's the motherfucker that ran for Congress. Well, kick him out.
Kick him out? Kick him out? You guys,
Yes, I came to this room.
Listen. I came to this room to make fun of Andrew again. Because what Andrew does is not art. It's actually retardation. It's brain rot. You know? That's what Andrew does every day. He'd be better off reading a book. But some people can't read a book anymore. Have you read a book, Zayad? When was the last time you read a book? Was it the Quran? Was it the Quran?
This guy's a retard.
You're a retard. You're a retard. Don't call me a retard and not expect to also be called a retard. That's a retard projection. You are projecting your retardation onto me. You are the retard.
Listen. What's your message?
My message is that Andrew has brain rot. He should just play the Bible on replay, like audiobook, because these rooms are a waste of time. And everything that everybody says is just retarded. Jason, you called me a retarded, and I am explaining myself with my message. I am the messenger. I am the new messenger. Habibi, I am the new messenger, like your prophet. Hey, wallah.
He's not going to engage on this guy's just...
Let's not engage with Jason. He is the non-playable character, you know? Do you know what this non-playable character is?
Yeah, tell me, yeah.
It's basically like there's no ghost in the machine, you know? They're just walking around like they're barely alive.
He's a human being, bro. He's like living without.
Yes, man, I'm a human being. And when you prick me, I bleed. And when you call me a retard, I call you a retard. Habibi. Oh, great, we got Frenchie, the clubhouse Karen. Frenchie, the clubhouse Karen.
Alistair, what's your problem?
What problem, Karen? What's your fucking problem, mate? You're gonna call the police on me if I don't put my dog back on the leash.
Thank God. Thank God. God, thank God. No, he's a tall boy. He's a tall man. He has no respect to all of you guys.
Exactly. No respect at all. I give no respect at all. You know how Rodney Dangerfield used to say, I don't get no respect at all. Well, I reverse that. I don't give no respect at all. Woo, we got him good. We got him real good.
Thank God for your room. Thank God.
Thank God for your room. Hello!
Speak everything, you know, we can
Hello!
be happy together.
Hello! Hello!
Compared to a lot of rooms, it's not perfect, but compared to a lot of rooms, it's less chaotic.
Amazing. You guys, I can write thesis about that.
I could write a thesis, a statement about what you are doing.
And I really don't.
Unbelievable work. The hard work that your room is doing.
But I had to say that because your room actually works.
Your room is amazing, Habibi. It's so good, brother. What you're doing is so good. It's so good.
Yo, what's the topic?
Mostly movies.
Oh, it's a little top tip for you. You want Martin to invite you up, don't call them Karens and obnoxious. If you just not
you're from the US, right?
So maybe next time you'll remember.
Yeah, me chills, I
Guys, you're from the US, right?
Mostly.
You're doing that. Mostly, maybe UK and US.
To say the room of people.
Zayed.
Can I ask you a question? Would you change your life to go somewhere else, to live somewhere else?
I did.
He was taking a very low dose of Klonopin. And so I take Klonopin, and I have for 30 years or something. But it's a very low dose. Anyway, he already had some issues.
What's your nickname? Low Dose. They call me Low Dose.
He has not been on a benzo, no benzos, since 2020.
Hello?
And that was the first time he went to the hospital.
Hello?
If you recall. Okay, so.
Hello?
Is, and it's very sad.
Hello?
Is he had.
Hello?
What do they call it? Soon to be.
Hello?
A brain injury. I'm sorry.
Hello? Have you ever wondered, why am I watching this live stream right now? What's wrong with me? Why am I looking at this guy's live stream right now? What's wrong with me? Hello?
It's been, what, 5, 6
Hello?
Of course, he's been down for, a year and a half now. So, yeah, so he had, there was also, they're also saying that he had mold in his house. Oh, it was his diet.
Hello? 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 Is it me you're looking for? And I see you in my eye. Hello? Hello? Hello?
definitely y'all should watch Harris Faulkner. Black women in the audience, the goo. She comes on, I think, 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, but 9 o'clock if you're on the West Coast. Harris Faulkner is one of the classiest Black conservative women that you will ever see on TV. People like Sweet might not like her because she's married a Jew, but that's because he has problems with the Jewish people. He's not.
I am the charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by my rain on
he's like a drug addict or whatever. It seems like he developed a physical dependence to a extremely addictive drug. I don't blame him for that.
It's okay, Kevin. I understand what you did. You're very flippant, and I get it.
I was trolling a little bit. I'll say like oh yeah, he's addicted to benzos.
Honestly, a lot of people apparently, I don't even know who this Jordan Peterson person, never heard of.
Oh my God, you're so lucky. Oh my God.
Yeah, no, I actually consider myself very lucky, especially right now. How many people would root for this man who probably doesn't care about him?
He's a quack.
Monica kicked him!
He's a brilliant professor, and he has changed lives all over the world.
That's fabulous.
All over the world.
So
I'm not on the Jordan Peterson bandwagon like most of the people in this room. Quite honestly, I don't really feel strongly about him one way or the other. I think he has some good stuff, and I think he has some meritless stuff. The irony in you talking about people misrepresenting stories, and then you misrepresenting something that you didn't know jack all shit about. The irony is just unbelievable.
Well, there's between me making an offhand comment about Jordan Peterson as to not make any sort of point, but just kind of in a troll manner, versus when we're having an extended back and forth about a specific topic and we're engaged in kind of like an actual policy debate and the examples were being brought up. Like if we were having a debate about Jordan Peterson and which of his ideas are worth any merit, I'm not going to use him developing a dependency to benzos as like an example of why we shouldn't listen to him. That would be a really dumb argument.
But that's exactly what you did.
That's not what I did. Me saying he is a quack and he was addicted to benzos is kind of like a troll, versus it's not the same as me saying he's a quack because he's addicted to benzos. That's a different statement.
Okay.
Like somebody could be a bad person, or I'm not saying Jordan Peterson is a bad person, but somebody could be a bad.
Justification. I appreciate it. Nice attempt.
It's not an attempt. It's a very valid thing. I mean, this is like you don't like the way I misrepresent the stories about assisted suicide. Therefore, I'm going to call back.
I didn't misrepresent any stories about assisted suicide. I gave you the facts that I had, the same way that you furnished the facts that you had, whether they were right, wrong, or indifferent. It's the exact same situation. I didn't misrepresent anything. I gave you the information that I pulled as I was looking at it on Grok. Okay. I didn't misrepresent.
I'm saying facts were frequently omitted. Facts were frequently omitted from the specific cases of assisted suicide as to make them appear worse than they were.
And that's true. That's what just happened in this room. We cannot deny that. That's actually what happened.
And that's actually exactly what Kevin just did with JP.
I feel like it was. Those two things have two different temperatures. You know what I'm saying? One was like a jab.
Don't you dare insult Jordan Peterson.
Apparently from a conversation earlier, I couldn't speak to the context.
She put a Jordan Peterson
that was from earlier, I guess.
Yeah, she put a Jordan Peterson link in the chat, and I made it.
It just seemed it was very lighthearted, and then eventually, pretty much it took this turn. I'll be honest. That's how it seems to me from being outside the club.
I'm not ideologically motivated towards thinking Jordan Peterson is a benzos addict. Like I said, him being a quack totally distinct from his.
Okay, Kevin,
dependency
you have a
on benzos.
very bad habit of repeating yourself 5 times.
Well, I feel like I'm not being heard. I feel like I'm not being.
I also
We got you the first time.
Okay, I also like support him, so
With hearing.
yeah.
I think you guys are homosexual.
Thank you, Hero.
Of course you love.
That was a thought. And do you think about homosexuals all day long?
Sometimes when I'm around you guys, I think about it.
And tell me what those thoughts are when you're around us. You think about homosexuals.
Well, you keep talking about Woody Allen and Pickles, so you guys.
Woody Allen's not a homosexual, and Pickles aren't homosexual.
Wait, Woody Allen?
I don't think so.
Okay, what is he?
He's a non-homosexual.
Is he a pedophile?
Why would he be a pedophile? What is that?
I don't know why he'd be a pedophile. I can't relate.
Well, why did you relate that? So far, your topics are homosexuality and pedophilia. You're
Hello?
Well, you brought up Woody Allen and Pickles, so you got me like.
Well, I said you were in a pickle, but you didn't understand what that meant.
What does Woody Allen got to do with pedophilia?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Nothing. I guess nothing.
Then why'd you bring it up?
Thought he was, but I guess not.
Why did you bring it up?
Why did you think that? Because you guys got me thinking about pedophiles.
Hello?
Hello? Well, weren't you guys talking about Israel?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, we were.
That got me thinking.
We're talking about genocide. So tell us about Israel and pedophiles. I want to hear.
Nah, it's okay.
Hello? Oh, I just wanted to say, like, you know, people who think about a small, tiny country with just a little over 10 million people all day long and do all this ad hominem projection, it could be a you problem. Just consider it. Because I don't hear you talking about India. I don't hear you talking about China, which has over 2.4 billion people, approaching 3 billion people. So if you just project onto a small, little, tiny country with just 10 million people, well, could be, do you think it's a category error? Could be just be a category error, not an ad hominem projection.
Israel, guys. It's just a small little country.
Because there's lots of people on here making claims about that small country, and I'd like to know what evidence they have for such claims.
But yeah, why are you so focused on such a small little country?
Well, I've answered that.
That didn't answer anything John just said.
What's the proof? You need to answer first. What's your proof that Bibi is guilty of genocide?
It's in the pudding.
I want to speak to you in a serious manner.
Rubenchik, imagine being in college and your professor's like, all right, well, let's see your senior thesis that you've been working on for the past 6 months, and you just hand him like a box of JELLO, and you're like, he's like, what is this? And you're like, it's in the pudding. And he's like, all right, well, you're getting an F, and I guess you're not graduating from this institution. And then you end up on Clubhouse for years talking to Christians and making fun of them to make yourself feel better about the fact that you don't like to read books.
Yeah.
We are cooking!
What answer do you have for that?
We are cooking!
Oh, not much, I guess.
We are cooking!
Something else while I talk. All right, I'll keep making your pancakes. Rubenchik, how do you respond to what John said?
I don't need to respond. I'm asking you the question. Why did you click yes and then you came up?
Because you have a poll up at the top.
What's the answer then?
I told you I don't need to talk about it with you.
Okay.
Why? Like, what credentials do you have that require that I give my position to you? Like, what's up?
I'm just asking you the question.
Listen, if you're afraid to share your thoughts, then just hang around and maybe learn a little bit. Maybe you'll have a little bit more confidence.
Okay, go ahead.
If I was as big an asshole as you, I'd keep my mouth shut too. I don't blame you one bit.
Really? Then how come you're not always mute in rooms then?
Because I'm not an asshole like you.
Oh, that's not what the consensus says.
Oh, where's that written?
Oh, it has to be written.
It says. Where is it spoken?
It's spoken in multiple rooms on.
I'm ready. Tell me which one.
El Normo, it might be a bit much to call him an asshole. I wouldn't really put him in that category. I would put him in the category of someone who likes to have fun, but yet really he's missing the real fun, which is to be, cast in a position of great brilliance. And, it's who are we to judge someone who comes on this app and just doesn't really say much? Because maybe they've got a lot of stuff in their background that would be, really entertaining and enjoyable for this shared experience. And, I just like to thank Rubenchik, for putting Glory to Israel in the title, because too many people on this app project onto Jews and Israel and Donald Trump their own inferiority and their own self-esteem issues and all their ad hominem projection that they can think of, because, they're not really doing any work here. This isn't like they're studying a book, right? They're not actually learning anything. There's no knowledge being created or transferred here. This app is purely entertainment and nothing more. And if you think it's more than that, well, then I hate to break the bad news to you. It's not more than that, because only in a book will you actually find knowledge and information that is valuable. This app is a toxic cesspool of sludge. And I just like to come around and stir the pot sometimes, take a whiff, see if it's, ripe yet for a taste.
Yeah, take a ripper, exhale, stir the pot again.
Okay, thanks, John. Now, have you got an answer, Honey Badger, or not?
For what?
Do you know that? Can you? I'd like you to prove that Bibi's guilty of genocide.
Oh yeah, I can. But I don't want to hear that. Why shouldn't? I got some weird credentials. Are you an attorney? That's right. Yeah, he was like, you said it. Scary daddy. Scary daddy. If he was like a scary daddy. Scary daddy. My parents are nice. So then, where's the scary daddy? Well, just referring to the guy in your favorite book. Is John Byron was my favorite book. It's the only book I really
Marina's daughter. And I realized that speaking of certainly where she was never his daughter, they never lived she was, she was not lived up what happened there for adopted her. He was never involved with her. Never stayed in for the Pharaoh's house. Friend of his. I don't know where she was, but she was there. Her father's already branded. Very proud of the Pharaoh. Now, courage now. Nothing to it now. I'm very proud of the composer. The claim is like Leo married his daughter. Let's see. Okay, I was mistaken. I misheard that. You're right. It was just the daughter of his partner from the past. That's what it was. Yeah, I think you've been waiting National Enquirer.
That's cool. A guy in Hollywood that's so connected had to go for some chick that's like the daughter of his partner.
Let's not forget.
Cool. I don't want to be judgy.
Let's not forget that Woody Allen is photographed with Jeffrey Epstein a gazillion times. And if you are friends with Jeffrey Epstein, unfortunately, you now have a scarlet letter on your back. It's just a fact. That means...
Yeah, it's not illegal to party with Jeffrey Epstein.
Excuse me, if someone is photographed with Epstein, what does that mean?
Yeah, no problem at all.
That means in the court of social justice, you have been found guilty. Sadly, in our world, if you are photographed with Jeffrey Epstein like Bill Clinton 100 times, well, there's a chance that you were up. You weren't like in. You probably weren't in a library reading books. You were. Yeah. If you were sending emails to the head of Pfizer, and talking about a pandemic with Bill Gates in the Jeffrey Epstein emails, well, I don't think he had anything to do with it.
Going is here.
Yeah. So if anybody was friends with somebody who was a criminal, what does that make the friend? What they're guilty of?
That's called an associate in a criminal mafia organization.
What are they guilty of? I'm asking.
Associating. So if you go to jail and part of your parole is that you can't associate with other known felons because the state believes you might be involved in criminal conspiracies, that makes you an associate.
Yeah, what's the charge?
Associate. He just told you.
So that's the charge, associate.
Yeah, no one's saying anything, dude. You're just getting too creative here. What are you getting at here?
So that's a charge, a criminal charge. Is it associate?
Why are you so worried?
Honey, please. You've never been in a Rubenchik room. These are special rooms. Just be patient.
I know. I'm just trying to figure out why he's so worried about Epstein now. What was brought up that made him so focused on Epstein now?
Well, I don't know if you understand how consciousness...
I'm just replying to what John said.
Yeah, let me explain to you how the brain works. First of all, consciousness is impacted by what you could call spotlight or floodlight. And what I did was I presented a spotlight because you guys were talking about Woody Allen. And so I focused in on his associate, Jeffrey. But if you want to go back to
he just hangs out with people like that. It doesn't mean he's a bad guy.
If you want to go back to the spotlight, which is the glory of Israel, we can do that because I've been to Israel multiple times. And I got to tell you, until you jog up and down Tel Aviv Beach, north to south and south to north, and you see a beautiful Ashkenazi or Sephardim or a beautiful Mizrahi Jew schwitzing and sweating in the glistening sunset, and then you go back to your 180-degree hotel and you take a shower with a bunch of hot Jews from all around the world, and you have a great time with these beautiful little babies. And then you go smoke hookah and have a little cocktail before your dinner. And then you go have an amazing falafel sandwich. Oh, it's just heaven on earth.
Where's falafel from? Where does it originate?
From Israel. Where was it going to be from?
Oh, it's from Israel. Okay. So it's Jewish food.
It's a sandwich.
Well, it has to be Jewish food.
Yeah. Have you heard of a tomato? Have you heard of a piece of lettuce and a pickle? Did you know you can put these things together and it's not cultural appropriation? Honey, let me ask you something. What have you done today to deconstruct structural white racism?
I did a bunch of yoga.
And so,
What have you done, John?
when you say yoga, does that mean you unioned with the universe and you realized?
I yoked my mind so I could control the body.
So do you think a lot of the people on this app who are social justice warriors, if they were to unionize with God by doing yoga, do you think they would see that their ideological propaganda is just that, ideological propaganda?
Well, when you say God, do you mean, like, what do you mean by that?
I mean that when you do yoga, if you just let your mind go and be free, well, you don't have to have any particular opinions or judgments. You can simply be one with the universe in your breath. And when you stretch and pull your hammies down, because a lot of guys on this app, they got lower back pain and they say, oh, I got slip discs. Well, what you got is a union problem, meaning that you're not breathing. You're not stretching and pulling on those hammies. And thus, you're not in a state of freedom, of liberation, because you got pain in the central nervous system. And you got.
I agree.
Hello?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm just saying that having had legal problems myself personally, I know that there in many ways is no real justice except social media justice, which means that if you can't get them in court or they get you in court, you can still get them on the internet. And a lot, this is why Google reviews is such a big thing to businesses, because if you have one mentally ill customer that wants to fuck with your business, well, that could seriously impact your business. And it's the same thing with Woody Allen. Guilt by association is not an actual verdict in a courtroom, Rubenchik. I don't think you're that, low IQ. I think you may understand that what I'm saying is with the Epstein files release and the mass publication of all those photos of, our great and illustrious producer director, and I love a lot of his films. I think, they're a fun category of films. So, guilt by association, again, is just social justice, that's it. Internet social justice, that's it.
Yeah, now did you get your question answered, Rubenchik?
So it's not guilty of any crime. They're not guilty of any crimes then.
Oh, we don't know. That's unknown.
Yeah, I'm asking John.
Well, obviously, it's not a courtroom, and so your question really has no bearing with regards to this room. And unfortunately, you have to look at the context of your question, and then we can make an adjudication and a determination about my response, because you're asking a negative in a non-existent reality. All we know is that Jeffrey Epstein was a nefarious motherfucker. And all you have to do is watch the Steve Bannon interview. But the horrible thing about the Bannon-Epstein interview is that you realize that Jeffrey Epstein is probably less of a toxic person than Steve Bannon, who has to be maybe one of the most toxic people to have ever lived.
Okay, can you please refrain from using obscene language, John?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say?
Baby,
honey? Honey, baby.
Hello?
Yeah, she likes me. Listen to her.
Honey, honey's my husband.
Yep, that's right. One of them.
Baby, honey.
Go ahead. Tell Norma what you think of me, Monica. Go ahead.
No.
Oh Lord, I'm gonna take control of this
Wait, what? Why'd you boot her?
See, Rubenchik, that's what I was trying to get across, is that in the court of social justice, Rubenchik kicked me. Now we go in with the Anon.
Asking you, okay? If I bring you up now and you don't have the proof of it, don't accept me bringing you up, okay? Now I know my rooms are pretty boring, and people like a lot of drama and fuss and people speaking on top of one another, okay? But that's not of interest to me. Is there anybody who can prove are you in possession of the evidence that Bibi is guilty of genocide? It's either yes, no, or I don't know. Okay? And when I bring you up, if you start mentioning anything about anybody else, or talking about anything else, or you say you do have the evidence, but you're not going to say it, I'll drop you down again.
Hello? Hello?
Okay. Is there anybody else that would like to come up? Does anybody in the audience have the evidence?
Hi, Rubenchik. I'm pretty sure I've got evidence to support the claim that Benjamin Netanyahu is guilty of genocide.
Okay, go on then. Thanks so much.
Well, the first thing you have to accept is that we need to redefine the term genocide, and we have to give it a very, very loose definition. And geno is tied to genetics. So any murder or death or chaos or destruction caused by a bomb or a rifle is complicit in the act of destroying the genetics of a human, and thus any murder is genocide. And thus Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as the October 7th terrorists, are all guilty of genocide.
Okay, so if I kill somebody right now, does that mean I'm guilty of genocide?
Yes.
No.
Yes. You're genocidal.
No, genos is race, people, tribe, nation. It's not a person.
Well,
genocide is anything I don't like. So if you bump me in the subway, that's genocide.
Exactly.
I want to make a prediction.
Within a side eye, genocide. Okay. If your shoelaces are untied, genocide.
Within the next 10 years, there will be a UN convention where genocide will be redefined based on a number of deaths. It won't have anything to do with the destruction of a current part of a specific group of people based on race, whatever. The current wording.
With the intention of wiping them out.
Yeah.
Just giving them the definition.
Well, not wiping them out, just removing them in whole or in part. So wiping out implies whole.
Hello?
The part is the squishy part.
Well, that means if you kill two people, then you're guilty of genocide. Even if you've declared a war under the rules of war.
Yeah, let's define part. It's like Bill Clinton defining his.
It really doesn't matter what the action is, right? It has to be, you have to have intent. So even killing one person, right? Let's say killing one person is genocide, right? You would still have to prove the intent. It was the person's intent to kill that person. So what you said, I disagree with you completely.
I left out the word intent, but it's part of the current definition. I gave you 95% of the definition, but left out that one word. So yes, if you add that back in, we're saying the same thing.
Yeah. So, Rand, Mr. Rand, have you got anything else to say?
Yeah, I just don't agree with your opinion about intent.
Okay, so you don't think the genocide needs to have intent?
No. Talk to the dodo bird.
That's the integral part of genocide. The intent. That's the word, intent.
It's integral?
You have to. Can you prove was Bibi's intention to purposely kill people?
Well, I think Bibi's logic is kill or be killed. And it's good logic.
What do you mean you think?
Well, I think.
A new accent for you?
I think, therefore.
Oh, he's got a lot of great accents. Wait till you hear his Indian accent. It's the best I've ever heard.
I haven't heard his Indian accent.
You have not.
I have not. How come you get it, but I don't?
You have not heard my world-famous Indian accent? You know, recently on YouTube, a horrible person from this app, he said a horrible, terrible thing, and he got my community guideline strike. And it was because he said something very, very disgusting and hateful and genocidal. And I hope that this room, you will not, as a moderator, allow anyone to make such horrific violations of hate speech.
Wow. That's a little too anglicized. You got to tighten it up a little bit. I can't do an Indian accent, but I can recognize it.
You put on, Mr. Rand, you put on your tefillin the wrong way, by the way, on your other pictures. Yeah. But anyway, intent is, so if you're making a claim of genocide, you have to prove the intent. If you don't have the intent, you can't make a claim of genocide.
Have you seen tefillin?
Just want to say that it's really all the Savta Gilas that make Israel so glorious. A Savta, if you've got a rockin' grandmother who just doesn't seem like the bubby type, maybe the best name for her is Savta. Savta means grandmother in Hebrew. And we think any grandmother who calls herself Savta is kind of, well, a glorious badass. Since Jews have been around over 3,000 years, there are many words of wisdom that are still true today. Here are some funny Jewish sayings and some wise proverbs. A black hen can lay a white egg. Dress up a broom and it will look nice too. All that butter that comes from a cow. The hat is fine, but the head is too small. You can't sit on two horses with one behind. He has more in his head than in his pocket. Don't live in a town where there are no doctors. If you sleep with dogs, you get up with fleas. Don't give me the honey and spare me the sting. If a girl can't dance, she says the musicians can't play. Thieves and lovers like the dark. With horses, you check the teeth. With a human, you check the brains. Worries go down better with soup than without. Bow wow! If the rich could hire the poor to die for them, the poor would make a very nice living. God gave man 2 ears and 1 mouth, so listen more and talk less. Man plans and God laughs. Even a bear can be taught to dance. If he were twice as smart, he'd be an idiot. He's meditating on whether a flea has a belly button. They are both in love, he with himself and she with herself. Rejoice not at thine enemy's fall, but don't rush to pick him up either. If God lived on earth, people would break his windows. Bow wow! Wow, 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 wow! Bow wow, wow! The #1 selling performance artist of all time,
understanding, and it's okay. That's why I said just
y'all crazy, man. That's not what's
again, because I'm like this is.
I don't know why y'all still going back.
Well, I have two degrees. One of them is in business admin, and it is from Kelly School of Business. So, just saying.
Everybody spent $250.
Because that's the price.
Milk is never gonna be 200. If that's the case,
If everybody has $1 million, milk will absolutely be $100K a jug.
Do you think about this, bro?
He doesn't understand how stocks work.
After all those stimulus checks went out, everything went the fuck up insanely, bro. And that's just off of stimulus. That's off of $1,200.
No, I didn't go up, bro. It was coronavirus, bro. Everything was cheap.
I really feel like he's rage baiting and just trying to play devil's advocate. So, okay, thank you. Thank you.
I told y'all he had an IEP and I don't know why y'all still arguing.
Yeah, I don't think it's as serious.
I even repeated it. IEP. Are you serious?
Okay, so what? If I was in a small class,
you definitely weren't in a small class.
Small class, fix your leg.
Like y'all walk past that class, no kids all in there.
It's okay, you're special. Wait, are IEPs in college?
Yeah, they are. They do that.
Yeah, they do. I was asking. They do.
Yeah, they call them remedial courses.
Yeah. I mean, but like I said, I own my own company at the end of the day, man. So
there's a lot of people that own companies that are not doing.
Like a trusting relationship with. That to me, historically, has been one of the most important relationships for kids and parents. The relationship with your pediatrician, it's one of trust. And in my world, it doesn't exist in the name of profit seeking for the companies that own this practice and efficiency, which has been sold to us as a universal net positive.
Let someone use my kayak. I used a loaner one, like somebody brought, we were with a group, and it was inexpensive and for a reason.
Light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. What ye true divine hosts upon your tackles, who keep watch over the universe, who come when you appear to the house of rest, who let the ship of Lord crashing onwards to the hearts of Lord of the stream which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is a king, and I is the radiance white of In charge of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosary, the Royal Archer Clock, the ancient satanic rites of priesthood, the rites of Lucas, the rites of mystery, the ancient and accepted Scottish rites of masonry, the Swedish warrior love of masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the my object all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gator kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. Women of the Order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. Special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men of high rank. 70. The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate those! Elevate those! 71. The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70. The secrecy of the Order provides their members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70. The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the Order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other self. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the Order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole Order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the Order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. A crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, he symbolized the four
fourth dimensional universe, into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, or whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There is also a black cross. Central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Plate V gives the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea filii. The 7th line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. Yes,
Following letters are in the void, swapping in the voids of the pentagram. One to a point and another from top clockwise.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. A rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping, the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign that each Abrahadabra.
remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, a whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Closed by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb that I invoke thee. 3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing array that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fight, the voice of the fight, the voice of the sick. 11 are the voices, Abrahadabra. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. Thou the head of the whole. The iron folk, the only begotten child of Osiris Concentrist all in 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. Draw the flaming sword, crown Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger. O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke.
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Thee I invoke. Thou whose upbringing is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. For thou wouldst formulated thy father, and made fertile thy border. For thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Thou whose menace hideth the universe with night, the impermeable gloom. Thou who travellest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the undead mountain of the sea. Thou who bearest the wand of double power. Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon down. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. For almost $1.3 million to give to Chroninon. Profits must he to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profit. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. with a smiling mask. Gonna care, gonna change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full of parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is attached. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. The cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attached. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. The whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign, while I'm always spending tracker in real time. Not another photo, I'm on off time. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We want receipts. Every cent, every check, every ring. Turn the lights to the ceiling, to the cracks, to the shadows. Move back, move Brandon Johnson is the tag. They're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the sweat. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Put the truth on the giant screen. Till the whole house is attached. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Brandon Johnson is the tag.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals one man against a criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Humanity is a scam. Johnson is the tag. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the thing. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation for life. a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Now I bring Brandon Johnson to my CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. He is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the town. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is a scam. What stands for the last life is a scam. It's a black tax socialist. What takes the results of justice? Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Charles won $3 billion to get the $20. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Marvin Johnson is a con. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the Get rid of books transparency.
Affordability is a
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony none. Profits the seat to use a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending charges now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's black tax socialism. Taxologist on taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. When we true divine hopes upon your battles, who keep watch over the universe, who company the fear to the house of rest, pilot the ship of God, and back signal words to the hearts of men. Lord of the wayward standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is with me, and I am. Mine is the radiance, white counsel of heaven over the family. I travel upon high, I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise a flag.
still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the
The Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. Subtlety in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the prize, to the cause, to make the punishment fit the crime. object all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the gather kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the candle kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I won, but I have held on to the shape of one. Was lost to the cross, to the cross, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing them clients or customers. Elevate those! Elevate those! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The Secrecy of the Order provides an members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 7, the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree.
Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The shock stone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates,
symbolize the fourth dimensional universe in 2 dimensions as a square,
surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers,
which are attributed to the elements.
There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B.
Kitover gives the complete attribution of the Tablet of Air. The sixth file is called Linea Patris. The seventh file is called Linea Filii. The seventh line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner, water of air, the left-hand bottom corner, earth of air, the remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The 2 overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner of each instance. The rectangular grid with the Nokian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3 edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below, not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and
My insight is keen as the hawks, by my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb I invoke thee.
3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding.
The voice of the 5,
the voice of the 6,
11 are the voices, Abrahadabra. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. Thou the head of the whole. The iron foe, thou only begotten child of dressed all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger. O thou of the head of the hawk. Thee I invoke.
At every knee I invoke. Throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
Thou only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Thee I invoke. Whose upbrim is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Oh, thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy father. Oh, thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Thou whose menace hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Thou who travellest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the after boat and of the seated boat. Thou who bearest the wand of double power.
Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Billion to give to Cronynon. Profits the seed to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, our taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full of parking lot dreams. Sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign, while the public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our life. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Hey, we want receipts. Every cent, every check, every reach. Turn the lights to the ceiling, to the price. Johnson is the dad. We're the ones who take it back. All the bills and all the spin. Cash goes out with our hand. Open up the books right now. Showing your best life by life. Put the truth on the giant screen. Till the whole town sees the clash. Brandon Johnson is the dad. Brandon Johnson is the dad.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals want freedom against a criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. The criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. The transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist. Our taxologist, no taxation. That's affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Now what bring Brandon Johnson criminal? CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. The criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the time. Transparency now. Explanation now. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation for black lives is a scam. It's a black tax socialist. Our taxologist, no taxation. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago
C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Baldwin Johnson is a cop. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon, Clinton is a tax. Brandon, Clinton is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon, Clinton is a tax. Brandon, Clinton is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a He's a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the transparency. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
black slaves is a scam. It's black tax socialism. Taxologists on taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. For we two divine hopes upon your battle, who keep watch over the universe. Yea, who company the beer to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of Lord, and sing on words to the hearts of heaven.
Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mount Temple, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosemary's Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch and Cloak, the Ancient Satanic Rites of Priesthood, the Rites of Rivers, the Rites of Mystery, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Sweet and Glorious Love of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. Shadows leaving time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gable kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. Shall achieve it. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the prize, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the my object all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I marked the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime.
punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turned back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the candle kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, but I have hold on to the shape of what was lost to the prize, to the prize. To make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Women of the Order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, paying them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate those! Elevate those! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The Secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 The Crime of Slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the Order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree.
every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 50. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The showstone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates,
He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe in 2 dimensions as a square.
surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers,
which are attributed to the elements.
There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B.
It figures the general view.
Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea filii.
The 7th line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air.
Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 in squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. Yes, around, wise around, L has a small E overlaid. A T will L, rise around, L has a small E overlaid. A T and a razor on L has a small E overlaid. Hotel metal riser on L has a small E overlaid. 21. I-8. Orbital riser on L has a small E overlaid. Next. The following letters are in the voids, but within the voids of the pentagram. One to a point and another from top clockwise. C, M, S, and C. Last, the inverted pentagonal void. The pentagram contains the following.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below, not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra, and ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee.
A. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb I invoke thee.
3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine
fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Five I've ever won of double power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight. The voice of the fight. The voice of the Sith. 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned, child and conquering Lord Horus, avenger. Thou the head of the whole. The iron throne. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water.
circle. Draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke. At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis. Thou only begotten child of Osiris, thy father.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronynon. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You stamped our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change. While you pass the hat, your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full of parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screens. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out, we're locked in. All spit up, the books right now. Show the numbers, live right. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is the tax. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your roll. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign, while the public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our life. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We want to receive every cent, every check, every ring.
the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. All of what we had against a criminal. CCU is a mafia propaganda organization. The call of morality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tag. The number transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist. Taxologist, no taxation. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Now I bring Brandon Johnson criminal. CCU is a mafia propaganda organization. The criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the time. For transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparation for black lives is a scam. It's a black tax socialist. One tax socialist, no tax justice. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to get to $20. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Marvin Johnson is a cop. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax.
criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the transparency. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. He's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The CTU's a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending charter now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's black tax socialism. Taxologists on taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Woe to divine hopes upon your battles. Who keep watch over the universe? You company the fear to the house of rest. Who pilot the ship of God and matching our words to the arms of heaven.
the Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Twigs of Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch and Cloak, the Ancient Satanic Rites of Louisbury, the Rites of Louis, the Rites Always Ring, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedish Glory of Love of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear, I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the gable kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. Solitude. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gable kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, object all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I mark the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the gather kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, but I have hold on to the shape of what stars to the clouds, to the clouds, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object knows the I shall achieve in time.
Of the order are about to become mothers, receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing them clients or customers. Elevate those! Elevate those! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The Secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 The Crime of Slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation
every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The showstone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, baby.
He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe in 2 dimensions as a square.
Surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers,
which are attributed to the
There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B.
Great figures, the general view.
Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea filii.
The 7th line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air.
Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping, the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration.
are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Closed by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the land, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
My
I made a vow to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the fight, the voice of the Sith. 11 other voices, Abrahadabra. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child and conquering Lord Horus, Avenger. Oh, thou the head of the home. The iron foe. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. The iron bolt. Oh, thou whose apron is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron Thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of sky. Thou who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon, thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee.
CEOs. Again, I don't know if it's fact or not, but was that actually donations made by those CEOs to participate in that and be on Air Force One?
I think the general idea is the reason he took these guys is because, each one of these companies needs rare earth, minerals. Apple needs them for the phones, SpaceX, everyone needs them. So he took those guys. But I think also he took them because he's not smart enough to have to, someone's going to hate me for this. He's not smart enough to be in this room without these brains sitting next to him. Who is he going to take? Pete Hegseth? Who's he taking with him?
Yeah, I understand that. I'd love to learn along the way. Maybe we'll never know, or maybe.
Well, the law says that they have to reimburse the government if they travel on Air Force One. So maybe it was just a reimbursement.
Okay, it's possible.
Yeah,
it's possible. And it came up with, is it NVIDIA? Their CEO, they stopped in Alaska to pick him up, and it was like he was like a last minute commitment. But okay, well, I didn't mean to take you off topic, but
no, it's just I was saying that the reason I always thought, I grew up believing that the reason we had 3 branches of government was so that the other 2 would always keep one in check, or one would be there just to be adversarial in case things are. He's primarying people, and everyone's just so afraid of him because they built their lives on being public politicians. Maybe we should just start having term limits. Maybe you shouldn't be, a forever anything. This is what happens when
the president is termed out.
I mean, but you know what I mean. I mean, like Congress and the Senate and stuff like that. Like he look at what he just did to Cornyn. And I always thought Cornyn was on his side. What happens when he's got
enough on his side?
Yes.
But degrees.
But enough that they're worried about that salary. They're worried about who's going to call them on the nighttime shows. They're worried about the books they're going to write. Who's going to buy their books? I don't know where we're going to go, but I think China is rising and we're descending. That's it.
I will drop any criticism I have of the President of the United States if he promises to come on to the Critical Thinking Forum. So I just want to point out that I can be bought too. Sometimes I have to be careful. I make these jokes and people take them literally.
My brother, Gary, greed is good.
Greed is good. Yeah, it was a good line. Wall Street, right? Came from the movie Wall Street.
Yep, Wall Street.
Yep. So I just want to say at the end, which is very near here, I have a very short follow-up to our discussion yesterday that kind of dovetails into our discussion today. Dude. Okay, well, I guess I will.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, there you are. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so the previous conversation was talking about the markets and stuff, but what about frequencies? If the plasma poured in 1985.
Oh, yeah, you're underwater, buddy.
Yeah, modulation issue.
Okay, just one moment.
Technical difficulties. We'll be right back.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So a lot of talk was about, with the previous speaker, was about market manipulation, but I'm actually and have been concerned for a while about currency manipulation.
Hello?
And predominantly by China, Russia, and Iraq. We've been working together ever since the war in Ukraine, and they seem to have encapsulated the previous speaker with propaganda. The cost of living would go up considerably for any ally of America if the petrodollar wasn't traded for oil. And so I don't argue with anything the previous speaker spoke about. I would just say that if I cared about my
I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future.
Carlos, what taxpayer? Wars are raging. And it is because of my self-defense.
I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death.
Let's
Hello? Oh, hello! Hello!
To eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosemary's Theatre, the Order of the Holy Royal Archer Club, the Ancient Satanic Rites of Priesthood, the Rites of Rivers, the Rites of Mystery, the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedish glory of love Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. And my object of sublime. Subtlety in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. A mark they didn't see, but sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object also light, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turned back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object goes sublime, I shall achieve in time. And if I won, but I have held on to the shape of
close to the prize, to the prize. To make the punishment fit the crowd. Fit the crowd. To make the punishment fit the crowd. Fit the crowd. My object will sublime. I shall achieve in time.
And if you can't examine the plank in your own eye, how can you call out the splinter in somebody else's?
Yeah, bro, you gotta personalize it. I can tell when someone's like really butthurt over an election. But look, Thomas Massey's dead in the water, bro. Get over it. Yeah, clearly there is some form of a hierarchy in the Republican Party. I just stated it. The Senate Republican leadership, nearly to the extent of it. I mean, imagine what they were able to do in their presidential cycle, where they handpicked the nominee for the Democrat Party without even holding a fucking primary. And you want me to say that it's more so in the Republican Party?
But Joe,
get out of here, bro. What are you talking about?
Joe, look at it from a strategic perspective. Wasn't Kamala the genetic, racial, gender, liberal, actual strategic percentage-wise statistic choice? Don't you think that was the statistical significant choice to make, to front in terms of who do you vote for? That's the way I view it, and it failed. And really, there's, if you go to Donald Trump's Instagram and YouTube, etc., you will see the speech she gave about giving transgenders reassignment surgery in prison from, illegal aliens and other countries. That type of like clown world projection and information communication from a potential commander-in-chief of the world's largest military is, terrifying and shocking, because that's essentially saying AOC is the president. And when we have somebody of that type of perspective, we got a problem, because that's like usurping the insiders, meaning that like if you have a bankruptcy or a corporate takeover, sometimes the internal leadership is always the best option. And that's what Donald Trump, I think, is suggesting with regards to Iran, because it's natural. And Trump's presidency is natural. And the natural leadership, look at Syria, look at that leader, strong communication, intelligence, distributing his power, strong, physically strong. The guy's an actual war fighter. And he's signing documents and writing constitutions and publishing, the new Syria. So every origin story and birth of a nation is happening, and America in many ways is birthing too, because the liberal, woke, intellectual perspective in many ways has been crushed, but it's still there. It's all in these people's Instagrams and YouTubes. Yeah. It's all out there.
But John, I don't want to let Florida Man off on this. Florida Man, tell me how you could have no better example than there's a shadow elite hierarchy within the Democrat Party than them handpicking their nominee for the 2024 presidential race without their own voters approving her. What they were able to do in their presidential cycle, where they handpicked literally the nominee for the Democrat Party without all of their electorates in their primary to her,
right?
And no one in the party even threw a fit. They all fell right in line. And they said, "This is our best chance we got." And I mean, how can you deny that isn't the greatest example of a shadow elite hierarchy within a party?
So I agree with you that was a horrible move, and I don't know if you recall, but at the time that was also my biggest critique of their campaign and election cycle as well, right? The idea that
we had this old hag in Joe Biden who thought that he wanted to run again, was allegedly gung-ho and committed to running again, and then at the last minute, either A, decided, or B, convinced that he couldn't run again, and then he dropped out. But, you know, I thought it was bullshit, and I thought that they should have run more of a fair primary at the time, and I still think that was their greatest downfall to this day. But I believe that was also an anomaly, and that's not their regular standard operating procedure. It was a situation based on the fact that Joe Biden was, 84 years old and decided to drop out finally.
Florida, she was the VP, bro.
What was it, 4 months of the campaign cycle
Florida.
after, even if they had
She is the counterintelligence candidate. What are you talking about? That was the logical choice, Florida man. You know, great PTR, by the way, because Afro Man is a patriot. Legal judicial system in this country is funkadelic. And
Florida men look like that these days? I like the list.
The money dried up. What actually happened was the money dried up. George Clooney,
but with worse hair.
George Clooney came out and said, "We're not going to donate to Joe Biden's campaign." The donor class told the Democrats, "You got to replace him." It wasn't the Democrat voters that pulled him. It was clearly that the money was drying up, and they had no other choice than to switch her in, or they weren't going to have any money to run a campaign on.
Correct.
Then they raised one.
He was only going to run for one term. He promised that when he ran the term. Biden said that he was only going to run for one term.
Hold on.
So he let everyone down. He really did.
They raised
he should not have run again. Because he said he was only going to run for one term.
They got him brainwashed. Look, they raised $1.5 billion, and she spent it in 107 days. Well, that clearly didn't come from the small dollar donors. It clearly comes from a shadow hierarchy within the Democrat Party that chose her and donated her the money to blow $1.5 billion in 107 days. It had nothing to do with this, with the voters like C in this room.
You know, you can't blame Biden. Like honestly, Biden when he ran in 2020, he said he would only run for one term. He should have kept with his word and honor, because he should have run again. I mean, period. And he fucked over the whole Democratic Party. He fucked over Kamala Harris. He did, because he left her with no time. And yeah, they shit a lot of money away, and it's embarrassing and it's wrong. But it's all about ego. This is what happens to men. You know, egos of men.
Well, no, he left her with too much time.
Well, this is my point to you, Joe. That like you made the case for me basically on why this was a last resort kind of like final option for them when they were able to finally convince Joe Biden, when they finally recognized that Joe Biden had no chance at winning, or if it's the case that Joe Biden finally came to his senses under his own merit to drop out, whatever the case, basically getting together and saying, no, we can't let him run, and then making Joe Biden make the executive decision for him. But they had
he said he was only going to run for one term. Do you remember that?
Relax. It's going to be okay, man.
Let's take a deep breath. Let's take a deep breath. Oh, you don't like my harmonica, Baron? The point is, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. Afro Man is not Donald Trump. Donald Trump is Donald Trump, and there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. He's at Mar-a-Lago tonight with Melania enjoying a cocktail. That's right, Donald Trump started drinking cocktails. No, El Normo and I are on the end. We recently launched a new news network known as the Jewish News Network. El Normo and I are founders of a new news network known as JNN. And we have exclusive White House press credentials. Isn't that right, El Normo? We are so happy to announce here on Clown House Live that we have launched the Jewish News Network. El Normo is a founder. John Kitover is a founder. And if anyone here wants to join in the fun, congratulations. We can offer you a position or shares in the next JNN. Tell them all about it, El Normo.
How much is it for share?
Is it that exciting? I mean, is it that exciting?
This is capitalism, Ed. It's called egoism. The real capital, the real future of America, which is obviously capitalism. We are completely in debt. The country is bankrupt, obviously. But if you look at usdebtclock.org, oh my God, China's got a central reserve bank. Japan, Great Britain, everybody's doing the same inflation game. And it turns out that most profits only come from borrowing because the whole system globally is completely living in debt at the national level.
Bingo!
But if you want to create value, perhaps right now on Clown House, you could say something intelligent. Go ahead, co-host El Normo of the Jewish News Network. Ding, 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 ding. We have predicted the downfall of Tehran and these radical Muslim jihadists running Iran. Their regime is over. There's new opportunities in the world. Even the Gaza Strip could be an incredible investment opportunity. Just think about owning a condo in the Mediterranean, America. Think about owning a condo in Cuba. Cuba. Do you want a piña colada? Does anybody here know the recipe for a piña colada? Because I got the recipe for a piña colada up on my wall in my kitchen.
Did you see what the gay Ayatollah said though?
The straight up harass, like you get to go have pina coladas there. You got Cuba next and Venezuela, right? These are all new land opportunities.
You got to get it straight.
These are lands.
Got to get it straight. The Strait of Hormuz. What do you think about straightening it out is the same as a resurrection. I didn't say erection. That's something David hasn't had in a while. That's called an erection, not a resurrection. Not a resurrection, an erection. And soon, Donald Trump is going to unleash Marco Rubio to the world. And Cuba, President Trump to you. Donald Trump is going to liberate Cuba para los Estados Unidos, para la Americana. Cuba is ours. It's our balls. It's our necklace. It's our pearl necklace. It's coming back to us. America is rising. And Cuba is in our blood. And soon Cuba will fire. And we're all going on vacation as a clubhouse crew to Cuba, to La Habana. Para una piña colada, amigos. Clubhouse amigos. ¡Viva la libertad de Cuba! ¡Viva la libertad de Cuba!
Enough.
You're not a moderator, Pepe.
Yeah, you're not a moderator.
With all due respect. With all due respect.
I mean, do you want to test me? I could probably get moderated.
Whoa. Ooh. Uh-oh. They say Beaver's the problem, not Pepe. That's what the census says.
Well, Pepe, you saw that oil is below $90 a gallon. A barrel.
Oh my gosh. $6 a gallon for gas? That's too much. Who can live like that? Who can drive to the beach? Who can go to Black Hawk Winery and have a nice...
I mean, if you want to go to the Hamptons, I would recommend taking a helicopter.
Yeah, and end your life.
That's it, dude. I mean, like, who wants to...
Kobe Bryant yourself to the Hamptons? Come on, David.
I mean, please.
David, never get in a helicopter. That's my advice to you. Ever.
Wait, is that like a JFK joke?
No, it's true. I don't see things ending well for you if you step in a helicopter based on your Clubhouse communication. But who am I to judge?
He's just a voice in the wilderness, just a voice.
Why are you trying to get us to read that Jewish mind poison, Ayn Rand?
Because it talks about the future. Listen, the truth is the balance statement, which is 40 trillion debt, 7 trillion spent, 5.
Get it straight, the straight of horror moves. What do you think about, see straight?
Again, it's 7 trillion spent, 5 trillion in revenue. Look at it from a business perspective. It's unsustainable.
5 trillion is not that much money.
Listen, Zimbabwe did it, but you guys don't want to live in a Zimbabwe, or do you think we already live in a Zimbabwe?
I mean, do you know, like, so there's
Hello?
companies that became the next $1 trillion company. Micron, Skyhynix, and Marvel, just in the last $2 trillion companies. This is pretty fucking amazing that we're seeing this happen just in a matter of a couple days.
Why do you want to? Why is it amazing we see corporations get that wealthy?
It's funny. It has nothing to do with Trump at all. I mean, that's the thing is he's actually like, but I don't know.
Why are you booty clapping for big corporations that make that much money? Why is that something?
We love our big corporations. What are you talking about?
Well, no, I think it's
Hello?
I think it's pretty amazing. I mean, like,
Hello? Hello?
So I'm just.
Listen, value creation is what's amazing. Intelligence is what's amazing. Priorities as a nation is what's amazing. Listening to chicks that drink 5 vodka martinis by 6 p.m. is not amazing. Try reading a book. Try reading a book. Try reading a book. Welcome to the book club. Welcome to the book club. Because honestly, let's be honest, your opinions are really low value.
Capitalism is like, do you think our founding fathers, they would have ever? Well, first of all, I don't know if they would have ever knew just how powerful our country would end up being, and how some of the most successful countries and other companies in the world would be based out of the U.S. But do you think that they would have been okay with large conglomerates that held money and that were,
yes,
in a way, monopolized?
As long as they're paying U.S. taxes.
Great question. Definitely not the Jefferson-Madison wing.
Exactly.
They were completely against the central bank concept. But the Alexander Hamilton wing,
Alex Jones?
No, the Jackson Washington wing. They were all in favor of the central bank.
Yeah, I'm on the central bank thing. I don't know, but as far as all the
one company that I mentioned is based in South Korea. So that's 3.
That's Samsung?
$3 trillion companies. Sky.
Amazing.
Hynix. So no,
you know what's really nice for the South Koreans is that you have these people. But you know what's also interesting is you have South Korea. You have these smart people. They're taller on average compared to the other Chinese people that live around them, and they guess what they're doing.
Managing that is hard. So that's the experience I have with it. You can ask me questions about that, but that's I'll lay the two things out. What we do is not that interesting because if we don't get paid, we just put money in. That's all.
Add more. Just add more. I was thinking about
مجاهدین خلق که تقریبا اونا تنها کسایی
It's funny. It has nothing to do with Trump at all. I mean, that's the thing is he's actually like, but I don't know.
Why are you clapping for big corporations that make that much money?
یعنی داشتیم مثل زمان انقلاب که توی آمریکا جزء کنفدراسیون بودن. ما یه همچیزی اصلا نداشتیم تو این 47 سال. هر کی میگه داشتیم ببخشید. تک نظر خیلی ها بله سعی کردن. خیلی هم ازشون افتخار کرد. به خیلی ها باید افتخار کرد که چه کاری برای مملکت کنن. تمام اون انسان هایی که توی این سرما و گرما از خونه هاشون حتی اومدن بیرون از ایران و برای ایران یه سری کارا کردن. حالا به رهبری هر کسی هم شنیداری یه موقعی حامد اسماعیلیون بدبخت بود، یه موقع نمیدونم آقای فلانی بود، یه موقع رضای پهلوی و همه اینا. دم همشون هم گرم. ولی اینکه شما به من میگین، همین الان به شما بگم من طرفدار کیم؟ نه، من طرفدار کسی هم که واقعا الفبای آزادی و دموکراسی رو بلد باشه. همین. حالا شما بگین من به نظرم کسی که بوی جمهوری اسلامی میده باید فوش بخوره، ما اینجا چون قدرتمون توی اینم از نظر من واقعا اشتباهه. اینی که شما میگین دقیقا همون میشه یه دیکتاتوری. آدم باید به اونم اجازه بده.
شما وسط هستین میدونی؟
نه من وسط نیستم اتفاقا. نه اصلا اشتباه نکنید، من وسط نیستم. ببینید شما الان من انقدر وسط نیستم که هم اسم و فامیلیم اینجاست هم عکسم اینجاست. پس من خیلی راحت از شما میتونم بگیرن ببرن. شما که نه، پس اینو نگین. ببینید شما هیچ چیزی راجع من نمیدونید. برای اینکه من نه به قول آقای مرزاد نه آقای سازگارام، نه شهریار آهی هم، نه فلانی هم، نه آقای علی کریمی هم، نه چه میدونم خانم شیرین عبادی هم. من هیچکدوم از اینا نیستم. ولی از نظر سیاسی میدونم آدم باسوادی هستم تا یه حدی. ولی این که بیام بگم نه من کورکورانه پشت یک نفری میرم، نه نمیرم. انقدر بزرگ شدم که بخونم، بدونم، گوش کنم، اطرافیان اون آدم رو بشناسم و بعد بخوام دنبال روش باشم. و تا به امروز به نظر من هیچ کسی رو من ندیدم که بخوام دنبال روش باشم. ولی بله منم دنبال آزادیم. من وسط نیستم. اگه وسط بودم تو خیابون نمیرفتم روز از
for a lot of people for a long time. Now that there will always
سلام عرض کنیم خدمت دوست عزیزم و خانواده‌های گل گلاب که
It's not virtue signaling. No, I know. It is literally true. Just look at No, I know you do, but I'm telling her. It's an absolute, it's empirically true. Black children do horribly in school in the United States.
Immigrants en masse contribute more to the tax-based economy than they take from it.
Immigrants do a lot more for the country than blacks, that's for sure. But
it doesn't matter. You gotta
Clerics are bad in school. Pepe, what's going on?
You gotta come in legally.
Oh, they do very poorly.
Come on.
Who cares?
I mean, Americans are idiots. Like, look, they're ignorant. Look at who they voted for.
I'm ignorant for stating a fact that you find offensive. And it's ignorant because it's a taboo to you. Now who's the fucking sheep in the room? Who's the fucking sheep who has to reiterate only what is considered acceptable to say, despite it not being true? Like, this is dumb.
I will say this.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death.
Hello? 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 Woo! Hello? Oh, hello! Oh. Hello? Hello?
My enemy, my cause, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosemary's Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Archer Clock, the Ancient Satanic Rites of Masonry, the Resoluters, the Vital Mystery, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedish Warrior Cloud of Masonry, the Order of the Montanists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. And my object of sublime. Solitude and time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I mark the hidden steam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to stay on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the candle kiss the ground. I want the scales to stay on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the promise, to the cause, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the
Receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing them clients or customers. Elevate those! Elevate those! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the Order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the Order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole Order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the Order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul.
quantity alleged to have been brought to him by angels was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, he symbolized the fourth dimensional universe in 2 dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles. Whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to there's also a black cross. Central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate V. Plate V gives the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Filii. The 7th line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner, water of air, the left-hand bottom corner, earth of air, the remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. Leaders are L, Y's are all, L has a small E, O
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. A rectangular grid with Enochian letters. In the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge. Letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping, the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3 edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale.
I'm gonna vote for you, John.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Closed by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3, mine is the garment of white, stone of gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee.
Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. Thou the head of the hall. Thee I invoke. abased before thee. Those let me slideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, the thou bearest the wand of double power. How about his presence is shed the darkness of blue light. The unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the untraveled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke. At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temper of the water. Thee I invoke. Nose of him is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy brother. Thou hast garments of the golden glory, with the azure bars of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Thou menaced hide the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the head
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Croninon. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, our tax lodgist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profit. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. steps with a smiling mask. Gonna care, gonna change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is attached. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. The cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attached. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed the road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo up on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attached. We want to see every cent, every check, every reading. Turn the lights to the ceilings, to the cracks, to the shadows. Hold back, hold back. Brandon Johnson is the tag. They're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out, we locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Put the truth on the giant screen. Skip the whole time, see the flash. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Brandon Johnson is the tag.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a foul. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Or else what Brandon is a criminal. BTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Humanity is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tag. For transparency now. Expedition now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Now I bring Brandon Johnson criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. He is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the town of transparency. Expenditure. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Somebody stand for the last life is a scam. It's a life. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals want $3 billion to get the $20. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Marvin Johnson is a cop.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the
Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony none. Profits receipt 2 years of mafia propaganda. Organizational vulnerability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's black tax socialism. Taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Only true divine hopes upon your battles. Who keep watch over the universe. Who come by obedience to the house of rest. Pilot the ship of Lord, advancing onwards to the hearts of heaven.
faithful nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosicrucian, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch and Clock, the Ancient Satanic Rites of Priesthood, the Rites of Rulers, the Vital Mystery, the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedish Moravian Path of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. mark the hidden scene. I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. In my object of sublime. Shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the If I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit
punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turned back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the candle kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I but I held on to the shape of what was lost to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object was sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Women of the Order are about to become mothers. Receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate those! Elevate those! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the Order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree.
every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. A crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, he symbolized the fourth dimensional universe into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Plate B gives the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Filii. The 7th line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10
between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below. Yes, around, right around, L has a small E overlaid. A deep L, right around, L has a small E overlaid. A T and Aries around, L has a small E overlaid. Down, rise around, L has a small E overlaid. 21. I-8. Orabelli, rise around, L has a small E overlaid. Next. Following letters are in the voids, from within the voids of the pentagram. One to a point and another from top clockwise. C, M, S, and C. Last, the inverted pentagonal void. The pentagram contains the following.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. A rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping, the lines define an hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of love, and save it be of thee, O Lord, have that I invoke thee.
3, mine is the garment of white, stones of gold, the flashing of bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of the prophets of title, God's sign I invoke thee. Child and conquering Lord. are centrists, and the vote in the center amendment bill, the last one that just got elected for a second term, entire platform running every commercial she had was nobody else. I am independent, even though she's a Democrat, now I vote in the party controls. That's my 2 cents. And then you look at, we can look at Pennsylvania. Corbett is not an extreme. He's a Republican that works with Democrats. So, and honestly, you see what Fetterman does. But that's Pennsylvania. We go for different states. They're running senators. Laggards and other that cross over, they get legislation done. Of course they are. very important. And several people that I've connected with have said that policies are not bad. What concerns is as a back is storytelling. You cannot get our stories out there and show that our policies are okay and not great. These people do a better job of executing. We're not good storytellers. We need to just about getting better. Is Carolina up? That's how the Canadians are doing tonight. Looks like the Canadians may not be winning tonight. It's like Tell me the score, please, in that game.
3-0.
In second period?
Yes, second.
Actually, Albert, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad when they started.
Yeah, it's one thing getting installed there, even the beginning of the friendship out there. And they have nothing. It's they do it's good. So you guys actually go over and stuff with it's America, like this is America, statistically, David, America's the second or third most hated country after North Korea.
Canadian broadcasting.
If some statistics that research against those, right? Everything of the what's your source?
So first you said 200, now you say 160. So why don't you tell me what are the numbers? The IRGC numbers. IRGC numbers. IRGC.
That's better,
We do control everything. So we control the NHL. This year, speaking of which, I have a it's going to be on the lawn of my house. There's going to be 7 birds. Saying,
trans person, whatever you're born as is what you are. But who am I to judge them? So I would not want to judge them.
Okay, wait. I don't even know why this matters. Because it's not like sucking a tranny dick is gay. Like, it's not gay, right? And, like, getting sucked off by a tranny, I don't even understand how that is gay. Like,
hello?
what are you guys even talking about?
Hello?
Depends. Is it pre-op or post-op? That's the
Oh, the surgery is the defining factor.
There's a lot of toxic shit.
No. Okay, all day. This is the favorite topic of the motherfuckers.
But he went fuck up pre-op.
Yeah, first of all, that's what the boo-boo said, not me.
Yeah, but you're in that group.
No. With all due respect to anybody who in the room who's a trans person,
I mean a man?
I would never have sexual relations with that person. Absolutely not. No offense, though. No offense.
All right, let's bring this back to politics.
Person we're in the room
has got to get to the fact that I don't like a Carl.
Adrian, I really liked what you had to say about politics.
Let's get back to politics and go into is trans gender appropriate. Thank you, ma'am.
I think it was really balanced what you said, Adrian.
That's fair and balanced, like Fox News.
No, it was really good what he was saying.
You know, Abby, my new favorite program is The Five on Fox News. I actually like that show. It's really good.
Yeah, Greg's the shit.
He's really funny.
Greg Faldi. The king is late night.
He's arguably the best comedian right now in late night.
Did you see him when he went on Fallon?
Yeah, he was really good on Fallon. Yeah. So, like, he actually gets his ratings are higher than all the other late shows. It's pretty funny.
Can we go back to penises?
Yes. Yeah, and cocaine.
In other rooms, you can. Yeah. No one wants to.
Who asked that question? Wait, can I ask a question?
La boo boo.
Can I ask a question? When Candace Owens, like, she interviewed Hunter Biden, and she asked him about the cocaine in the White House. Did he say it was his?
Obviously, he's not going to admit to it.
So what do you say? Because I know she asked him, but I forget what the answer was.
Probably something like, "Of course not."
I heard it was actually Biden's coke. That's what I heard.
Wait, he's too old. If he took the coke, he'd be like on the floor.
He's an old man though, and sometimes you have to give your old man a little pep in your step to talk for 4 hours or 3 a.m.
Well, maybe his debate with Trump, maybe you should have took it down.
Yeah, I agree. But I think
speaking of that,
I do think that there was times that Biden.
Speaking of that, take a lot. I guess Joe Biden came out.
Dr. Joe Biden.
Yeah, that one. Basically saying that she thought that Joe Biden was having a stroke during the debate. I'll find the article. It's pretty funny. I think it's
fun of Joe Biden. Bro, Trump's wife is an immigrant that came over because she has big boobs.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with being an immigrant.
Girl, is your problem that a woman that looks that pretty wouldn't want anything to do with you? She has amazing hair, by the way, the color. Everyone's been doing the Melania color now. It's fantastic. But y'all, maybe that's your problem. That
you would take Dr. Jill Biden,
the best-selling
doctor over Melania.
Melania is magnificent.
What's wrong with you?
Well,
Yeah, she's you know.
Bro, but y'all, you must hate your dick, bro. That's what it is. You hate your fucking dick.
Yeah, if you go on Amazon documentaries, the Melania documentary has been number one for a long time.
Well, if I guess I had Charles' dick, I probably would fuck Jill too, because, you know, I wouldn't want to ruin Melania.
Doctor.
Docs?
Definitely God.
I'll think Viagra fix that, bro. Just so you know, like, bro, you got to take the whole fucking 30-pack just to fucking have fun. I'm just saying, dog.
Overdose on ED pills.
Oh, only 7 more minutes in the second period, and they're still up 3-0.
Yeah, dude, that's right. It was crazy that they scored like 3 goals in like 2 minutes. First of all, I want Montreal to win only because like I want the series to keep going. But how about your Vegas
Yeah,
team?
I was there. I was there last night, babe. It was amazing.
That was awesome.
It was great.
Yeah, your boy Eichel, like you know, I remember like I was watching him when he played for Buffalo, and yeah, he's a stud.
Flavor Flav.
Yeah, I know. He's a really nice guy, Beaver. So, can you just tell me, when did this happen about not touching the cup?
No, that's always been a thing.
Yeah, everyone knows that.
Yeah, it's bad luck. Yeah.
Wait, what are you talking about? The Stanley Cup?
No, the
Conference.
Conference Cup.
You're not supposed to touch it. It's bad luck.
I never knew that.
I don't feel so dumb, Beaver. Thank you.
Between you and Abby, oh my gosh. That reminds me of the Kathy Hochul thing, Beaver, right now.
Yeah, that was so bad.
Did you see that, Kathy? What Kathy said?
No.
About, oh my God. Beaver, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, so Trump apparently is going to go to a Knicks game and says he's a big
Yes, that's right. Let's go.
So some reporter asked her, what do you think about Trump being a fan or whatever? Such a big fan. And then she goes, Trump probably can't even name our 1993 championship team.
They didn't win. They haven't won in like...
No. 73.
Yeah, right. They didn't win in the 90s.
Yeah.
She said that? That's like the mayor of Philadelphia. They couldn't spell
Eagles. Yeah. E-G-L-E-S. Eagles.
She must be beautiful.
Did someone point it out to the esteemed governor that she had the wrong year?
The clip ended right after she said it, but I'm sure somebody knows it.
So yeah, like I did hear like Trump might go to the next game, and how cool would it be if Trump went with Mandavi and they went together?
I don't think that would be cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't really care.
Yeah, but that's like a, you know, can we all get along kind of thing, you know?
That's a scary man to talk about.
Very scary. Have we talked about his speech of wanting to take the real estate away from landlords?
Easy. So, kind of explain that a little bit more.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Basically, transferring ownership to the tenants, right? That's what I got from it.
To the tenants, or to a trust, or to an NGO, and take away the property ownership. And I mean, it's on so many levels as constitutional issue.
Yeah, that would never.
Taking.
Yeah, that would never work.
And people think it's only the wealthy that are arguing about that, and they don't realize that a land interest is not only the particular owner. There's, you know, entities that have lent money on these properties that are financial institutions, and people that have pension funds and 401ks that are invested. Some of the investments are in public companies that are financial institutions that have, you know, lent money and have a legal interest in these properties. and he just wants to wipe that out, take away their interest, take away their investment for his. It was very not socialist. It was very communist sounding.
And like he has no right to do that.
But you see how it can hurt. It doesn't just hurt the owner of the property. It can hurt the lender, the tax lien, but it can hurt. And those lenders have to then write it off on their books, and it affects the bottom line of those financial institutions, which many people are invested in.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But it's a taking. You understand how a taking works.
Well, they did a cycle for like 100 years, right? The housing prices just go up. Do the math. What?
Jarl, what are you saying there? I want to hear you.
Give us your constitutional argument. Give me your constitutional argument on this, Jarl, and then base it on baseline.
Yeah, as a socialist Canadian.
Did I'll plug Gary Baumgartner's Substack on this, Abby? That's where I was.
Yeah.
And I'll put it in chat.
Marshall can talk insanely in the last 50 years, and that needs to slow down. And so, like, maybe, I don't know, buying everybody's properties away from them, or like maybe that's not the solution. But I think a lot of people agree that something needs to be done about housing prices, and maybe capping the number of units that people can have. Like, I don't think anybody needs to own 50
No, why would
units.
you do that? Why would you cap somebody's ability to buy a house?
Well, because it's illegal.
He likes more consolidated corporate ownership, actually. Less private.
If I want to buy a house in South Beach in New York City and somewhere else, I'm allowed to do that. Who are you going to tell me not to?
Yeah, why are you trying to strip away people's fucking freedom? I'm just saying you're stripping away freedom.
Just because you can't afford to live in New York, right, doesn't mean you should be allowed to live in New York, right? Like, go to Louisiana, right? You can afford to live there.
Fuck yeah,
exactly. I get it. Like, there's a lot of blacks in New York, and they're
wow.
But they need to go to Louisiana. They need to stop hanging out on the street begging for a free place to live.
No, that's not the argument. No, that's not the argument.
Hold on, I'm gonna mute the stage because there's some noise. I don't know what that is. P, how you doing? What were you saying there?
Hey, no, that argument took a turn. I absolutely don't agree with it at all. But I don't agree with Jarl's approach that like something has to be done because something is wrong with American like property ownership rights, and we have to change something when it comes to credit or whatever that is. It's like we have more people who own homes, and we have more entrepreneurial millionaires in America compared to any other nation in the West. This is a good thing. We need to protect these laws, not get rid of them.
I think we just break up.
P, we also have simple ownership in America. I was just actually talking to my husband about this tonight at dinner. He's from France, and he was, pushing back on some of my views and whatever. And it's just like, no, like people get down on credit in America, especially like credit in the 80s, 90s, whatever. But what did that actually do to Americans relative to the rest of the world? It made a ton of American millionaires. And if you look at the amount of millionaires that are produced in America every year, vis-a-vis Europe, we are killing it in that way. And I know millionaires in my community who did sanitation companies, who do other small businesses, whatever. All those things could be owned by the state, but instead we have a lot of money in private people's hands, and I think that is the best case for America, and I would like to protect that over time. So I'm not here for the billionaires, and I'm not here for state funded. I'm here for those people who make their own.
I'm here for the billionaires.
But it's also
I don't have anything against billionaires. For the record.
It's also
I'm not anti, but I think that sometimes the discourse, just to be clear on that part, is people make policy for like the top 0.001%, and they don't understand how that affects the top 5% who got there
Most billionaires are not even actually billionaires. They're just guided stock options and then use that to leverage against the bank to borrow money. And then they get in debt. And you can't tax debt. So like most people that, you know, have that kind of money, it's not like it's not like they just have like, you know, billions of dollars in cash in their back wallet. Like people always say that about Elon Musk. Oh, he's going to be a trillionaire. The dude is full of debt. You know, he has assets. That's what he has. And he uses those assets to leverage it to get loans to buy more shit. That's all he's doing. That's what I do.
The credit argument a lot of people put against average people too. It's like some people use credit in a really bad way and some people use it in a really good way. And I think Elon Musk is a very good example of how to use and leverage credit in a good way. But anyway,
But you have to let him.
Taxpayer money. He's like a socialist. He funded his entire companies based off of your tax.
we live in a mixed economy, and I'm not afraid of industrialism.
Not all are tax.
You're all waiting for your constitutional argument why it's not a taking. I want you to cite the case law and tell me why it's not a taking. For him to create laws or regulations and zoning such that on those properties. Please give me your argument. Based on, and you can, and let's talk about Pennsylvania coal. We can work with that case and go all the way through case law on it. Tell me.
Yeah, you could grandfather it in. You could put a limit.
Oh, you're using the word grandfather. You're not supposed to use that word anymore. Did you know that, Joe? Oh, you're not allowed to use grandfather.
Yeah, you can't say that.
Can't say that anymore.
Wait, why you use grandfather?
You don't know that? You're not allowed to use that word anymore.
Well, again.
That's like saying a master bedroom. You can't say master
So,
bedroom.
Florida man, go Google why you can't say grandfather anymore.
I'd rather you tell me.
You go look it up what grandfather means and see why the courts don't want us to use that term anymore, or not the courts. Why law schools and people within the profession stopped using it. But Joel, please give me your constitutional argument why it's not a taking. What he intends to do.
Yeah, because like I said, you could just grandfather it in, let people who own properties have their
What are you grandfathering? What are you grandfathering?
People who already own. Well, I would put a limit. I don't know.
What did he specifically say he wanted to do, Jarl? And tell me how that has anything to do with grandfather.
Well, it's more complicated than like just this one response, but we want to limit the number of properties individuals can own.
That's not what he's saying.
That's all he said.
I thought that was essentially like what you were saying.
That's not what he said.
Buying back people's properties, and he wants to limit. Okay, well then I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
Listen to what his speech was. He wants to take properties that he feels are not being kept properly. He wants to create laws that would re-regulate them and rezone them in such a way that he could then take them and put them into trusts, a community trust or an NGO, or set up some entity for the tenants. Sounds a little like communism, doesn't it? To take property because he doesn't like the condition the property's in, so he creates additional laws. Take a look at the case law. You tell me under Pennsylvania coal how he can do that. I don't have a problem using it, but you're not supposed to use it anymore.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't. I just pointed out that y'all says that we always do inappropriate things, used a term that in the liberal world you're not supposed to use.
Who cares? You're not a liberal. Fuck off.
Okay, so this is quite interesting.
Wow,
okay.
I'm the same the F word.
Shut up, faggot.
Wow.
Okay, so it's quite interesting that we, the people, believe that we, the government, has a right to take people's property. Okay, first of all, the mayor of New York has not signed any agreement for property in the state of New York. He's the mayor. He's not a homeowner or apartment owner. He has zero right to private property from an American.
I don't know where we get this from, guys, but I'm going to say it over and over. It's called We the People, not We the Government. And Abby's correct. He does not have a right. I don't care how good it sounds. I don't know why we think that because some politician is smooth with his words. Guys, number one, he has already implemented Sharia law little by little. We don't even understand our country, guys.
Who?
Mandavi.
This guy doesn't know what
didn't establish Sharia law. That's fucking nonsense.
This guy doesn't know what Sharia law is if a fucking Quran were to slap him in the face.
All right, Florida. So since you're so a scholar on it all, why don't you tell the room what it is, Florida?
Nah, nigga, how about you tell the room what it is? Because you're the one making
Wow.
I'm waiting for you, Florida. Tell everybody.
He's in.
He's left.
Wow. See, this is very interesting. Do you guys even know what it means for a state to be ran by a mayor? The state of New York, this is what they're deciding. He's a mayor. He's not even the governor. But he's going to say that he's going to take property from people. Okay? I thought there's a free speech. It is a free speech space. You just don't have freedom of speech. Your speech is not free? What are you talking about? I don't know if you remember, it was Memorial Day, right? Memorial Day, right? You guys remember Memorial Day? That means someone actually laid down their life so we could be free. Okay, that means someone made the ultimate sacrifice. That's what they did. And you're now sacrificing the N-word. Can't make that easy. Sorry. So I'm going to say this again. No person, I don't care what elected official you are, including the president, congressman, senator, governor, have no right to come and take your property without due process.
Okay, so what is Sharia law again?
Anybody speaking?
Yeah, I asked you a question. What is Sharia law again?
No, I asked you to tell us because you told us what it is.
No,
I want you to tell us.
told us that it was being implemented. So I'm trying to clarify.
No. Hold on, Florida. I said because you said I don't know it. I want you to tell us what it is since you said I don't know it. Since you know me so well.
Yeah, I can give you the textbook definition of
You didn't say that.
But what I want to know is
Wouldn't say that.
what parts of Sharia law, what laws are being implemented that qualify as Sharia?
Okay, Florida.
You're the one making that claim, not me.
Florida, I'm gonna ask you again.
That was a good point.
Shut up, Albert.
Good point. What do you mean shut up?
Shut up, faggot. Edward, go ahead.
Wow.
What did you say, stupid?
Edward, go ahead.
No. What did you say, stupid?
All right.
Yeah.
I'll get personal.
Exactly. That's what I thought you would fucking say, dummy.
Wow. I'm not talking to you. Shut up. Go beg for attention from your fucking boyfriend.
No, Florida, come at me. Go ahead, buddy.
I'm not coming at you, bro. Go get
Wow.
your boyfriend to come at you.
So then, don't say a word when I speak. Right?
Edward, you
Or
said
say
that
a word and try
Mamdani
to
was
come at me.
implementing Sharia law, right? I'm just waiting to hear what has he done that is Sharia. Is it the free child care for 2,000 New Yorkers?
Dumbass, Florida.
Wait, 1 second, Albert. Edward, is it the free child care that he's implemented, or is it
What is President Trump done? He's done nothing but good.
It's kind of like Will Smith.
Hasn't he done anything good?
Don't
He's
say
done
my name
good
unless you want to
things,
get
President
bitch slapped.
Who are all these fucking trolls on your stage, man?
Don't say my name unless you want to get bitch slapped.
Wow.
Go ahead, Edward.
So that was pretty
Tell me
clear,
what
right?
has he
Florida?
done that's
Florida,
Sharia
was that
law?
pretty clear? Was that pretty clear?
The only thing I know of is that there does exist like some kind of property ownership thing going on, like where you could not pay taxes if you're Muslim and own property or something. But I don't know if that's like being. There's someone talking about that.
You know who actually does that, Snake? You know who actually abuses the New York State tax laws when it comes to their property taxes? The Jewish community. You know how?
Wow.
Exactly.
Don't blame the Jews.
I'm not blaming them. I'm just going to explain real quickly that the Jewish community in New York will homeschool their children and claim these like educational exemptions.
There's nothing wrong with that.
They will claim educational exemptions from their homesteads in order to avoid paying taxes. They'll use their homes as places of worship and claim religious exemptions from their property taxes.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
These are the people that are abusing the tax code in fucking.
I disagree. That's not abusing. That's not abusing.
Add on to their homesteads without the proper approvals for residencies. Go ahead. Tell me more about this Sharia law that's being implemented.
No, what I'm saying is the same thing
Sharia law has to do
about the
with
Jews
Islamic
do.
faith.
The Muslims want to do it as well.
Yeah, it has to do with being implemented into governing. It's very simple, Edward. Sorry.
And also, it has to, those rules to apply, the documents must be drawn up by like attorneys and stuff like that. It has to also comply with the state law or something. I don't know. But they're going to try to eventually make it to where you don't have to comply with state laws. You can just comply with Sharia laws. Like that's the end goal.
According to who?
Insane. And how many people?
They do it in the UK right now.
You guys all believe?
They already.
You guys listen to too much Tommy Robinson.
No, it's true. They already do. They already have a dual justice system in parts of Europe when it comes to property ownership, and they plan to do the exact same thing in New York. And if you think otherwise, you're just ignorant to reality.
Based on what? Based on what? You know, site. What are you talking about? Based on what? Precedent?
No, I'm talking about
the idea that you're based on precedent, or you're basing it on your own xenophobia. This guy's ways, like based on what?
You know, they're saying the same bullshit down here.
Once anybody becomes the overwhelming majority, they can vote in laws, right? That
and show me how the Islamic people are overwhelmingly prevalent in New York City. Show me those laws. Show me those stats.
Oh, stats, yeah. Well, I don't know what the exact numbers are in the Islamic Republic, but I will say this. Once they reach 15%, right, they start implementing laws and getting violent.
What kind of pseudo-intellectual bullshit is this?
This is true.
It's like the most violent
It's been happening for over 2,000
catch up to it's fact. Once they get to 15%.
Every time Muslims are 1%, they're nice. Every time they're 5%, they're nice. Every time they're 10%, they're nice. As soon as they get to 15, they start marching the streets and demanding that we start following their fucking rules. These are
absolute farce. This is ridiculous.
Oh, so they've never marched the streets of New York demanding.
Nah, nigga, you're the one that's just saying every time they reach 15%.
Wow. So there's never been protest by Muslims and Antifa or their followers that say, hey, let's be the ones that you want, and we're going to implement them eventually. They're like basically telling us what they're going to do.
Look at Dearborn, Michigan. The fucking mayor proactively and vocally says that he doesn't like Christians in his community.
They're dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. Something tells me that you're
so Florida.
They tell us what they plan to do. We just don't listen to them.
But I just want to make sure. So Florida, you asked me, right? And I just want to make sure because I just want the heat to calm down a little bit. Okay, I do not personally believe that the mayor of New York is pro-America. He also swore in on the Quran, which probably one of the few elected officials. Also, if you shut down Times Square, where everybody bring out their prayer cloths and pray in the traffic, I think that's a pretty big sign that they would like to, okay, and you heard me, would like to do different things. Now, right now it's voluntary, Florida, where those Muslims are actually choosing to implement. But marriage disputes right now in the Muslim community do not go through the courts. They go through their religion.
What do you care?
Okay, hold on, Florida, hold on. I care because we actually have a constitution. We have the Bill of Rights here in the United States of America. That's
and
why.
what's the First Amendment of that Constitution?
Freedom of the press.
Yeah, let me tell you, and let me explain why this is bullshit, Edward. The First Amendment of the Constitution that you speak of is the freedom of religion, the freedom of association, freedom of speech that we all enjoy.
And
right?
the press.
Now, to that point, I see no issue with the fact that the mayor of New York City wants to fucking swear in on a Quran, and I see no issue with the fact that the fucking married Muslim couples want to go to their local communal Muslim mosque Sharia law arbitration court where they get to deal with these little petty domestic disputes internally amongst their culture. You know why I don't care about that, Edward? Because if they're able to deal with that shit internally within their community, within their mosque, then they're not clogging up the United States courts. They're not clogging up the New York courts.
Don't cults do that? Doesn't cults fucking deal with something internally? Fucking cults do that shit.
I love
cults
how
do that.
fucking sour you shit brains are. Look.
Okay, so Florida.
I'm done. I'm getting cut off, but I'm not done.
Go ahead, Florida.
They're saying the same shit down here in fucking Texas. Oh, Sharia law. Yeah, you've got a bunch of Muslims who want to deal with their little petty business and domestic disputes within their community. And I see no problem with it because for every issue that they can resolve between their 7-Elevens and racetrack stations within their little mosque community is $1 saved within our jurisdiction of judicial branches. So let them deal with their shit on the side. Edward, it's like playing house, brother.
Imposing on Christians and Jews. When they impose it on Christians, fucking cut you off. When they impose it on others, you have a right to be religious, right to practice your own religion, but you don't have the right to impose it on others.
No,
and that is what is happening. That is what is fucking happening.
It's not happening yet. Let's be very clear.
That's the end fucking goal. Look at Dearborn fucking Michigan. You fucking twat. You fucking feckless twat. Look at Dearborn Michigan. You fucking Jesus.
Okay, guys, hold on. Dumpster, hold on, Dumpster. Okay, Dumpster, hold on, guys. Florida, let's just have a conversation.
Yeah, can I just finish what I was saying?
Of course. No problem.
Like I said, if they're able to play house, if they're able to play pretend court within their little mosque and their Sharia law system, that's $1 saved within our judicial branch. It means that in other cases where people wanting real shit handled can go to the courts and not have to wait for the fucking Muslims to figure out what the fuck's going on between their 7-Elevens. And if a woman is beat by her Muslim husband and they go to the Sharia court first, and the woman is not happy with the outcome of the Sharia court decision, she can still escalate and go to the fucking regular court as precedent and supersedence to whatever the pretend mosque Sharia judge says. But if they can figure it out domestically in a civil manner, where they don't have to clog up our court system and use our tax dollars to handle their petty shit, I'm all for it.
I would agree with you, Florida, that was the end goal, but you know damn well that once they become the majority, and they will because they have a birth rate way higher than ours, and we ain't having babies.
So go have more babies.
Listen, stop. Let me finish. Let me land my plane, okay? I let you speak. You know damn well when they become the majority, in a long enough timeline, they will be, okay? And because we're not having kids, and they are, right? When they become the majority, they're going to stop. Let me finish my fucking argument. They're gonna use. Listen, let me fucking land my plane. They're gonna use democracy against us by voting these laws into power, into play. All right. This is the thing. It's literally always happened in history. Okay. Once they become the majority, they become in charge. All right. The native populace doesn't follow the rule. They start following the rules of the foreign populace. These are facts. Okay? It's happening in places like France right now. Okay? So, you know damn well in a long enough timeline this is going to happen. So stop
pretending like this is the end goal. Oh, it's just the end goal is them to do pretend. No, the end goal is for it to be forced upon us. They're just playing pretend right now.
Based on what?
That's they marched on the streets and told us, these are our plans. We're going to take your country over. We're going to implement Sharia law. Every time, right? It's throughout history. Every time they get to a big enough minority,
15%.
They march the fucking
15%
streets
was
and
your
they tell
made-up
them.
number.
They will literally tell you what they're gonna do. They literally did. They marched the streets and said Sharia law now. Sharia law now.
You sound like
that's what they said.
Pussy, bro.
They fucking said that. Listen, if someone tells me they're a piece of shit, I believe them. Right?
You sound like
this guy has no concept of Sharia law. He's never who's dealt with Sharia law. This guy fucking, oh yeah, we're gonna save a fuck. And like the motherfuckers go there. No, Edward, patience, dude. Just a little patience. Thank you, my guy. But the thing is, he has the mindset that this woman who's going to go to Sharia, to the Muslim community and go through their court system because she got beat up, is going to have the ambition to go to outside. He's never dealt with someone who's been in an abusive relationship or been in an abusive mindset. It sounds like he may have, but he's really there to prosper and understand that most people who are in a massive abusive relationship or in a scenario, they are naturally fearful of the outcome. And so he's trying to save a buck for the outcome of us getting bucked. This guy's just a goddamn fool. Go on ahead, Mr. Ed.
I might be the Florida man on stage, but this guy sounds like he legit drinks meth water.
Wow. Got real fucking accent, that's why.
I don't even know what you're saying.
Exactly.
Did Edward go or no? Are you there, Edward?
So, I mean, look, if you guys care about saving money,
No, I'm here.
If you guys care about law and order, what's the problem with letting people who want to get real legal decisions made get their legal decisions made faster?
I don't think anyone would have an issue with that.
I know, Snake, I get it. You're a scared bitch.
No, it's not about Be nice. Listen, it's not about being scared, bro. It's not about being scared. It's about what your end goal is. Okay?
Yeah, you're
move
scared
the goalpost.
of some pretending.
You don't move the goalpost once and then be like, okay, this is a good spot. You move it and then you wait a while, you move it again. And you wait a while, then you move it again. This is just step one, bro. Yeah, be nice.
So I just have a question for the room. Have we looked into or heard any of the goals of the Muslim community worldwide?
World dominant.
You think I give a fuck about the Muslim problems?
Florida. That was not my question, Florida. I don't care what you give anything to. I'm asking a question. Could you answer the question? Have you heard of any Muslim community, any imam? How about the Hamas charter? Have you heard of it? Okay. So let me make sure we all understand. Okay? And you don't have to agree, Mr. Edward, at all. I've been around the world. I've been in Muslim countries. And they're looking to have a caliphate. They call Israel the small devil. They call the United States the great devil. Okay? They do not move into their own countries. There's 25, I think 26 Muslim countries. They do not go to their countries. Actually, some of your countries don't even want them. Jordan, Qatar, Egypt, don't even want some of them. Because they know that they're horrible people. But there is a fraction of the Muslim community that want to destroy the West. You don't have to like it, but it's reality. You don't see us moving into their countries. There's not churches and synagogues in their countries because they don't believe in sharing. They believe in. Okay, all right, Florida. I hear you. You have the answer, bro. But I just want to ask you a question. Do you believe personally, okay, that Kuwait has churches? I got it. You guys know what I mean. Don't make that because I have a future.
churches.
Okay, guys, you all know that the dominant religion in most of these Muslim countries is not churches. We all know that.
Yeah.
If you guys, hold on, Florida, can I ask you a question, Florida? Could you give me the number right now of how many Christians are being killed right now in Nigeria?
You think I give a fuck about Nigeria?
I know. You know why? Because you don't care about life.
I care about America, Edward.
No, you don't care about life. You don't care about life.
Wow.
Okay, hold on. Listen to what you just said. You don't care. You know why you don't care? Because you only focus on America.
You know how many Muslims are being killed in Gaza?
Oh, wow. Here we go. Woo! Wow. Oh, wow. Did you guys just hear Florida? Wow.
Did I say something
How
wrong?
many? Yeah, you did.
Muslims are not being killed in Gaza?
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Quite frankly, I don't give a fuck, to be honest, about any of those fucking towelhead carpet-riding motherfuckers being slaughtered. Let me just keep it a bean right now. Anyone on this fucking stage that has no fucking problem with those fucking terrorists coming in our country is a fucking faggot. And I'll fucking go ahead and say that. I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't want my country looking like theirs. I don't want anything that has anything to do with what the fuck these people have anything to do with. Your fucking decision or whatever the fuck you said, oh, well, I'll just go fucking put my dick in a fucking Muslim woman. Like, you're a fucking idiot, bro. Like, that's just a dumbass. That's your way to fix the fucking problem. You're gonna go put your dick in a fucking Muslim woman. That's what you're gonna do. First of all, they wouldn't even want to fuck with a motherfucker like you. First of all, it's just against their fucking whole. Whatever the fuck they got going on over there in real law. Okay, first of all, and you know what? You definitely sound like the odd one out. You're from fucking Florida. You're from fucking Florida. I can guarantee you, because I was born in Miami. I can guarantee you that half the fucking people that you live with over there totally disagree with everything you're fucking saying. These people have no fucking business in our country, okay? We get people like Ilhan fucking Omar because of them. And people like you who just turn a blind eye and say, oh, whatever, let the carpet riders do what the fuck they want. And then next thing you know, we're all gonna be walking around here with fucking turbans on our fucking heads. And walking around with fucking prayer hour and walking around with fucking prayer hours all over the fucking streets like New York is starting to look like now. Because of people like you.
Do you understand that?
So as far as I'm fucking concerned, I don't want any of these motherfuckers here in our country. They all need to be exterminated, and they all need to be fucking deported, if possible. That's what I fucking feel like.
That's cool. I don't care if they're Muslim or not.
Well, I do. I do. It's a disgusting religion. It's a disgusting religion. It's a disgusting religion, and I don't want that shit here in our fucking country.
I understand you. I don't want it here either, Liddy. But when you level every building in a fucking country and all the neighboring Muslim countries say, no, you can't come here, guess where they're going to go?
Let me ask you a question. Why, like Edward just said, why the fuck do you think that other people don't accept those fucking towelheads in their fucking country? Why do you think that is? Why are their own people telling them, hold on, why are their own people telling them, hey, no, we don't want you here? Why are they doing that?
Right?
Why are they doing that? It's because everyone knows that their religion is a piece of shit, and it's evil, and it's fucking disgusting.
You do.
Well, it doesn't sound like
their fucking house, right? And the Muslim countries aren't letting them in. Guess who will let them in?
Yeah, and that's the fucking problem that we're having. That's what we're trying to tell Florida. That's what we're trying to tell Florida right now. That is a problem.
Legally.
That is a problem. That is a problem. And you know what? If it was up to me, I wouldn't give a fuck if it was legal or not. No. Okay, see, now we're talking. Right? I wouldn't give a fuck if it was legal. I wouldn't give a fuck if it was legal or not. We shouldn't be letting anybody in from those disgusting shithole ass fucking countries at all.
Because they're going to turn around and walk right into our fucking home.
Well, that's because we have people like Florida with the mindset that he fucking has that just says, "Oh, let's open the door and let these fucking carpet riders in."
I don't
like I have a
agree with
fucking
that.
problem with that.
Dominant either. Like
If you let enough of them in, then they get to implement Sharia law, and when they get to implement their Sharia law, you're allowed to fuck whichever one of them you want and have no recourse for your rape.
Okay, so let's make
sure. They get to increase your birth rates and have
Florida,
white and Aryan.
Right, so we're all gonna be fucking. We're all gonna be Muslim, according to Florida.
Okay. So
if you're the dominant alpha male that you think you are, then you're gonna eventually just turn the tide right back to them being Christian. You're gonna fuck a Muslim woman. You're gonna marry her again.
I'd never put my dick in a Muslim woman at all.
You're gonna force her to convert to Christianity, and then we're gonna reverse the whole Sharia thing. It's just cyclical.
Okay, Edward, were you gonna say, Edward? Go ahead. Yeah, so it's quite interesting that, and I really did not know me just using the word Sharia would cause this ripple in the Trump house, but it's okay because it's kind of interesting. And the reason why is because I think that us being so uninformed about the world, and I think he said it a lot different than I would, but he said what I was attempting to say in a calm way, because I think that a lot of people misunderstand the actual goal of other nations. Okay? You would have to help me, all of you. Please explain to me what compatibility do any of us in America have with any Muslim country?
Absolutely nothing.
Oh, I know. I'm just asking. Because I think that a lot of us want to be open arms. America's kind people, man. We give more aid to more countries with all the other 194 countries.
Yeah, Tomahawk missiles are definitely
Okay, Florida. I appreciate that, Florida. But Florida, I don't know if you know this. Number one, you have a right to have Tomahawks. I don't know if you know that.
You have a right to just unleash them on children, too.
Yeah, okay, Florida. Florida, why are you in the United States?
Because I love my country and I want to see it get better.
You love your country. Wow, that's interesting. So do you think that we just want to have those weapons for what?
To assert world dominance.
Oh, really? So please explain to me, since you said to assert world dominance, please give me, where do you think America's footprint is anywhere in the world? Please explain that to me.
In literally every country on earth.
No. Hold on. First of all, I would like for you to tell the room how many countries currently have American dollars as their currency.
The U.S. dollar is the world reserve currency, so I don't.
No. That was not my question. I'm gonna say it again. Tell me what country has the United States dollar as their currency.
Just because you're too stupid to understand that the world.
Okay, Florida. Can you do me one favor? No, Florida. Could you do me just one favor? Just honestly, I will never ever talk to you by calling you names.
Yeah, but Edward,
okay.
You're not understanding the point I'm making.
No. I know, but you don't need to call somebody stupid, bro. Because what you're doing. Hold on, Florida. Florida. No, Florida. You can say the point is stupid. But Florida, what you're doing, Florida, is you don't understand conversation. I'm just trying to communicate with you, bro.
Me too. But you're saying I answered your question appropriately.
No, because you said stupid. Do you understand the difference, bro? How do you think someone should listen to you when you call them a name?
I don't know. Are you mad at Trump when he starts using fucking obscene words and slurs?
Yes, I am. You know why? Because I don't think he has to communicate that way. But you know what? I'm not Trump and I'm not you. But I'm asking you.
I'm not the leader.
Okay, Florida. I know. I thank God you're not.
Clubhouse.
No, I thank God. Okay. So get over what? Florida, I'm asking you politely. Could you do me one simple thing? Okay? Could you use language like I'm using to you? That's what's supposed to reflect in conversation. I'm not calling you any names. I'm just trying to hear your BS. You know what BS is for me, right? You know what BS is for me? What is your belief system? What is your foundational belief system? Do you actually believe in America first, or do you actually believe that America is at fault for whatever it is doing?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah, he can't wait for his place where he lives to look like fucking Minnesota. That's what it sounds like to me. Florida, let me ask you a question. So, do you have a problem with America having dominance everywhere in the world?
I have a problem with America being the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism.
Okay, well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to be honest with you, and this may sound rash, and I've already said this plenty of fucking times in this room. I don't give a fuck. Whatever America needs to do so I can fucking be able to enjoy the freedoms and whatever I'm doing in this fucking country, I don't give a fuck if we need to bomb, steal, take advantage of, whatever. Any fucking country in this goddamn world, so I'm able to do what I'm doing here, I align with it 100%. And you know what, Florida? You do too. Because you take advantage of everything that our country is doing to other fucking countries in this world, and so does everybody else in this fucking room. I hate when y'all go on this bullshit MLK, I have a dream morality speech. It's bullshit because it's fake. None of you really believe that shit because you all enjoy the benefits of our country doing what we do to other fucking countries. You do.
Yeah.
And both parties, you know what? Unfortunately, I love the kids. You know what? But that's called casualties of war. I didn't hear these talks when Obama was drone striking every fucking body.
Yeah,
but all of a sudden, because Trump is doing what he's doing, all of a sudden it's a problem. And we still don't even believe, at least I don't believe, that Trump intentionally sent that strike to those fucking children. That was the IRGC. We know this. So anyways, like I'm saying, you don't really give a fuck. You just want to sound like a fake-ass activist, which most of you on this app feel like you are. You don't really care. You enjoy the freedoms of everything that our military is doing all over the fucking world. You do. Everybody on this stage does. So please say,
here's the problem.
I love our military, but I don't think we should be wasting half of our missile defense systems defending Israel.
Will on the rest of the world is that the rest of the world is going to hate you. So you can't really be surprised.
You think I give a fuck about them?
You can't be
They're literally selling their souls to come to our country, walking across and swimming across dirty ass water every day. Hold on, Florida. We have millions swimming across the fucking country in the world, swimming in the dirty ass water just to come to our fucking country. So you think I give a fuck about any country hating us? I don't give a fuck. Who cares? They want to come here. I don't want to go to those dirty ass fucking countries. They want to come here to the United States, okay? Do you know what these people would do for the citizenship that I fucking have? I didn't give a fuck about no citizenship coming from Somalia or fucking Mexico or any of these other dirty ass fucking places these people are flooding from. Okay? So I don't give a fuck about if somebody hates us. We live in the greatest fucking country in the world, and you know it. Which is why you stay here and you won't go anywhere else. Who are you, Florida? Hold on, Florida. Are you going to go anywhere else or are you going to stay here?
Obviously, I'm staying here. That's
of course you are. You want to know why? Because you don't want to go to all those decrepit ass fucking places.
Because I love
You want to know why? Because you agree and align with everything our fucking country is doing in these other fucking countries.
No, because I support the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Third Amendment, the Fourth Amendment.
Right.
Sixth Amendment, Seventh.
Well, guess what? Those are going to be eroded if everywhere we live looks like fucking Minnesota, which it sounds like you're okay with. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like you're okay with the rest of our country getting ready to look like Minnesota.
You're actually more scared than Snake.
Oh, I'm not scared at all. I'm pissed the fuck off. I'm not scared at all. It's called piss. I want my country looking like Minnesota.
I just have a head injury.
This is an interesting topic, interesting conversation. You know, I'll tell people this. You know, I tell people this. How would you feel if one day you wake up and everything that you know about your country, it gets flipped over, it does like a 180 because a group of people come from a different country and they want to force their culture, force their psychotic beliefs onto your country so they can live comfortably here. That's not how immigration works. I'm sorry. If a person leaves their country and comes to a new country, they must learn to assimilate.
Thank you.
They must learn to live in the country. Because if I go to their country, I have to learn to speak their language. I have to understand their culture. I have to respect their culture. And I can't force my religious views, my culture on their country, because that's not how that works.
They don't do
at all.
Yeah,
period.
To be fair, Mr. E, they're not going to force this. They're going to
become the majority and then vote it into law. They're going to use our own democracy.
And how does that happen?
They're already doing that. They're already forcing us to believe their bullshit because they played the victim card.
If you're being forced to,
we're going to be, like, you know what they say, the world's going to end by murder. That's what they're talking about.
Well, I mean, there's videos all over Twitter and YouTube, and the one that really disgusted me and got me mad was there's a man that's leading like a prayer group over there, and he starts speaking in Arabic, and then he repeats himself in English, saying that we're not leaving our country to go to,
and he's brainwashing
going to other countries.
To that Muslim propaganda.
No, wait, let me speak. Let me tell you. No, well, let me speak. So these videos that they made and posted on social media, they're telling their people to go flee to non-Muslim countries and act like they're victims or like they're refugees and spread Islam. And they're saying that Islam will be in every single household in whatever country they go to. And if the people don't believe, we'll go after the children. We'll make the children believe in Islam. And guess what? Prime example, just the other day, I don't recall what state it was, but just the other day, a teacher took his students to a Muslim temple and showed them how to pray.
That was the Boy Scouts. Yeah.
It was the Boy Scouts. So I read in another article that it was a school. A teacher took these kids on a field trip, and I don't even know if the teacher even had permission to take those kids to the mosque and showing them how to pray and stuff. But to me, that's disgusting, and it pisses me off because how does a country have the audacity to tell people to say, oh, don't force your Christian beliefs and all this, don't do this with Christianity and all this, but then you turn around and say, oh, take the kids to a mosque and teach them about Islam. It's educational, it's learning, but yet you throw the middle fingers at Christians and tell us that we can't have our 10 Commandments in the schools. We can't talk about God in schools. You know, for the longest time, I could not wear my cross necklace in school because it was offensive, but I told them, fuck you, I'm going to wear it. I don't give a shit what you said. And I still wear it every day. I don't care if my teachers or this stuff got mad. I still wear that cross necklace every day. I still have my Christian bracelet on with my watch. I didn't care. I even had religious t-shirts on. I didn't care what they said. But you know what? Eventually, the school was like, you know what? You're right. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, right? But the difference, what I'm saying is with those people, I have sat and actually talked to a bunch of people who are Muslims, and all of them, not one of them had a different motive or didn't even change their way of how they approach and talk to me. They all literally were trying to convince me that Islam is the way to go. And I sat there and I proved to them using scripture that their way was wrong. And they all sat and argued with me. Could you
convince them?
No. Honestly, some of them I didn't convince. There was only 2 of them at least that I've talked to that they were like, okay. They opened their eyes and they were like, oh, okay, well that makes sense.
Not them forcing their ideology and their religion upon you, but meanwhile you're sitting here telling us how brave and bold you are that you were able to convince them, that you proved to them using your scripture that you were right. You sound like an idiot.
Well, if my religion, Christianity was created hundreds of years before theirs, and my scripture says clear as day, God tells you that the devil can appear to you as an angel of God because he was once an angel of God, and he can trick you. What makes you think Muhammad didn't see the devil? They said that it was the angel Gabriel who gave Muhammad the Quran. So that wasn't the angel Gabriel.
You don't realize the hypocrisy and contradiction of your own fucking submission here, brother. You're sitting here talking about how the Muslims are going to come over here and force you to believe what they believe.
I didn't force them.
Meanwhile, you're telling us a story.
I didn't force them. I just simply told them why I believe what I believed and why I don't believe what they believe. I didn't force them. I didn't say, no, you have to do it. I just simply explained to them.
Sorry. You You proved it.
There's a difference between how I said it and the way they were saying. They were saying.
Jakes, you proved.
I think maybe they were lying about being convinced so that way they could,
Sure. I think they were lying. Sure.
I think so too, because there's that saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Oh, hell yeah.
Be nice to Muslims.
No, I'm nice to everybody. I don't care what religion, skin color, race, whatever. I'm nice to everybody. I was born and raised, to love everybody, as I like to be loved and be treated,
Quran right in front of
Wow.
You have every right to do that. I'd love to in the street in front of a Muslim.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Like I said, the minute they cross the line and they start doing things in this country that are horrible and terrible, and like I said, there's videos that prove that have out there that these immigrants, and it's not even just the Muslim immigrants, it's different immigrants from different countries. They've all done some horrible, terrible things, and even the illegals that are here. That surprises me, how there's groups of people in this country that would sit and defend an illegal immigrant, and they won't even bat an eye. It's like, what part of they're illegal do you not understand?
Here's the most effective thing that you can do from now on. Walk around with a water bottle full of bacon grease, just like 50% water, 50% bacon grease, and then just splash it on every Muslim that you see in the fucking street. That'll get them out.
Wow.
So I can get arrested for assault? No, I'm good.
The most effective thing is to tell them straight up that, if you come down here, we're going to cut open pigs, and then we're going to wrap you up in their skin and bury you in unmarked graves.
You know what's the most hilarious thing to do? And honestly, I think it's quite hilarious because they don't even know what they're eating, is you actually get them to eat pork and don't even tell them it's pork. And just sit there and watch them eat it.
That's not nice. Don't do that.
Whoa.
Yeah, whoa. Don't do that.
Let's move off this, unless people are.
I'm not saying that I did it, but I've seen people do it to Muslims. They trick them and eat them pork.
We need this.
That's not nice. That's not nice.
You get fucked around no more. You come over here with that fucking bullshit.
Everybody's talking over me tonight. So, I guess we're gonna move off this topic. It's pretty dumb and really going nowhere for that matter. But, Mr. E, do you want to talk about the title of the room or no?
Sure, yeah. Trump endorsements are undefeated.
Yeah, what do you make of that?
Well, I mean, define. What do you mean, like, by the endorsements? Like,
he hasn't lost any endorsements that he's given to his fellow politicians. Yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah. I mean, his name carries a lot of weight in the Republican Party, and just like any influential leader, I mean, when somebody sees another person's name, like if a person is running for governor or senator or whatever, and they see the president, or a very popular president, should I say, a very popular public figure, just Trump, for example. Trump, other people are going to see, oh, this man endorses his name's on this guy's, ticket saying he's an endorser. So, yeah, I think I'll vote for this guy instead because he's backing up this gentleman or this woman. They got my vote. It carries a lot of weight. People don't realize how much weight names carry if they're powerful names. And even if it's not even for political stuff, it could be for anything. I mean, for sponsorships and stuff. As long as the person is popular and has a good outlook, they're going to carry a lot of weight in this world. With that brand, it's going to be. I mean, Trump can literally slam his name, get endorsed by 90 people will start.
Hey, Mystery, where are you from?
Me, I'm from Texas.
Ooh.
This should be good.
Well, he needs to use his influence or whatever it is that, shout out to him for the endorsements, to get John Thune to start doing what the fuck he needs to do. Yeah, that would be nice of him to start using his power there. I mean, shout out to all the candidates that won, but our Republican leadership is fucking failing us. I think that's more
what state
of an issue all around. The Save America Act should have been passed. Why is that not passed?
Well,
the majority of Americans agree with that.
They have the Republicans by the balls, blackmailing half of the Republican Party. So we have to do whatever Israel says, and they say, "Hey, you gotta waste all your missile defense systems defending us."
Can I ask you a question, seriously, about the whole Israel thing, right? And this is just a real question.
Who are you asking me?
What? Just anybody. What benefit would Israel have in whether we pass the Save America Act or not?
Well, they
I don't feel like us requiring people to have fucking IDs to vote would really I don't think Israel cares about that, right?
What do 9 million people on the other side of the planet have to control 340 million people?
This is
like
where I'm
the
at with
dumbest
it.
ass stuff. But let's just blame us for everything.
Like, I just don't feel like Israel
that's what
should be.
Snake likes to do. What else can you blame us for, Snake?
I love Jews and I support Israel.
Yeah, so let's just blame us.
Well,
Okay, so how do we control?
He asked me a question. Let me answer it. Okay. So this is why. Okay. America is currently the world leader, right? Israel wants to be the world leader. You can't have.
How do you know that? Why do you think it wants to be the world leader?
They don't want to be the world leader.
They want to be left the fuck alone and not be bombed. They just want to live in fucking peace and not be bombed.
Okay, but hold on. Seriously, Snake.
Just want to exist.
Snake, okay, but
left
listen.
alone.
How in the fuck, or why the fuck?
Explain my plan, yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, every country, and not just Israel, right? Every country in the world wants to be the world dominant superpower, including Israel. So it's in the best interest of Israel, right, to have complete control over the Middle East, right? And they can't do it alone. So they're using us, right, to do what they want to do. And in the process, right, they're weakening our defenses by, we wasted half of our missile defense systems on them, right? Half of them.
How is it on them and not on our interests? What about our interests?
Half of our
what about our
but he's evading right now, Abby. What the fuck does that have to do with the Save America Act?
He's totally evading it. But hey, sweetie, it was the big Satan. And kind of remember the big Satan in this whole scenario. There was a big Satan. There were American soldiers that were killed, American citizens. There continue to be threats on our president. There are threats on members of our cabinet. There are threats on our ambassadors coming out of IRGC. That has nothing to do with the
Abby,
state
but we
of
cannot let
Israel.
him escape right now, Abby. Hold on, Snake. Hold on, Snake. No. I'm gonna keep being fucking annoying right now. This shit is annoying. Hold on, Abby. Hold on, because I need him to stay on his square and answer the fucking question. How in the fuck does
China
Mac, you mute this motherfucker right now because he's just rambling.
India does.
How in the fuck does Israel have anything to do with us passing the Save America Act, Snake? Can you answer the fucking question instead of talking about us having missiles? That has nothing to fucking do with what I'm saying. Why does Israel, and I'm going to land this question here. I'm going to land this question here. Why does Israel, why would they give a fuck if we're requiring people to fucking have IDs to vote? Please answer the question.
Again, Israel doesn't want America to be safe. They want to watch us crash and burn.
Really? Do you speak?
Just
Really?
like China does.
just like India.
Israel's a fucking ally, you idiot.
I'm trying to figure out what does IDs have to do with Israel.
It has
Nothing. Thank you, history. Not a goddamn thing.
not a goddamn thing, is right.
Right.
It's just
Like,
it's
it's
right.
ridiculous, bro. Like,
They like themselves.
Hey, I'll be honest with you.
let's blame the Jews for everything. That needs to be our top out for everything. Let's just blame the Jews from now on for everything that's wrong with this country. I think that's what we should do.
It's superpowered, right?
Just because we're easy to blame, right?
Fucking nuts and telling you.
But hey, the same guy Snake will say we control everything, but hey, we control it. Then why is there not a
point
thing
out
to
point out a fact that is why is it that every country when there's a problem
Can you guys pull it down? Okay.
We need one mic. We can't have this talking over each other.
I agree.
I'm gonna start putting people down if we can't get to quorum.
I'm just trying to make a point because like somebody said something about why does America get involved with every single
You're gonna
thing.
be the first one I put down. And Matt had something he wanted to play. Matt, did you want to play something?
I mean, do we need an intermission, or how are we doing here? Should we do an intermission?
Well, can I say one sentence? Only one.
All right, go
Got
ahead.
a hockey score.
Okay, so I just wanted to say shalom to Abby and hello David. These are the two people I like on this stage. Aside from that, yes, let's kick.
What about us? You don't like us?
Let's go.
The heck? You don't like
We
us?
got a hockey score, somebody.
Yeah.
Carolina still winning.
All right, let me know if you hear this. I'm going to try it for my others. Hear it all.
Carolina 3, the Canadian 0.
Can you hear that or
All
no?
3-0.
Spoiler alert.
Can you hear that or no? Anybody?
Yes, I was able to hear it. You just stopped it.
All right, here we go. It's about 2 minutes. So you guys can go get a drink.
No, 2 minutes is too long.
That's too bad for you. All right, here we go.
He stood unchained, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth when the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are calling God, we're carrying the flame of fight for the kingdom.
Oh my God.
Husband of father, his family of need, a home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried to silence, but his voice remains. Innocent echoes in Christ it sustains.
That's good right there. That's good right there, all right? We are Charlie Kirk. Don't forget it.
I just threw up on the side of the road 4 times while he played that.
That is my favorite song of 2025.
I hope you didn't throw up in the car. Side of the road, you got out.
It just sounds like the epilogue to like Schindler's List type movies. Like, geez.
What's wrong with Schindler's List?
All right, back to the fighting. Go ahead.
I like Schindler's List.
David, I'm not shocked that you wouldn't enjoy that. You probably it was a fucking comedy.
Does the anti-Jew lobby look for any opportunity to bring up Israel?
Said I was like, dude.
What is the anti-Jew?
No, he's not talking to you, Brett.
You can support
I didn't accuse anybody.
Dominant world superpower.
Only the anti-Jew lobby
not
would speak for it.
exclusive.
So yeah, it's usually low IQ, low informed people who just go ahead and blame it without understanding any of the constructs. They'll fucking cheer for Palestine, saying Palestine's been there for thousands of years. Not realizing that
There is no Palestine.
Shut the hell up, David. Like when you help anybody on an argument, it just makes them look like Forrest Gump. So shut the hell up. So when you look at this, 1941 is when Palestine became a fucking thing. But it's a
There's no Palestine. I think Palestine's dead.
Palestine should be dead. So, prior to that, it was just the expanded Syria.
I think Palestine disappeared or disbanded or something.
God,
From the river to the sea, Israel should reign free.
Yeah, okay, there you go, idiot. Another fucking moron. It's the Palestine slogan. You've already been debunked in the other room. So yes, you can try to do your ChatGPT strawman narrative because you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about before, but you said Israel is the one that's chanting from the river to the sea. But you can stay on mute on it because you just sound like a retard. Like I can't. Like this is what the level of fucking idiocracy is. The SAVE Act has nothing to do with the protections of Israel. In fact, it has more to do about protecting America. But dipshits like, I don't know, Snake in Florida will say, oh, but it's the Jews.
No, I'm saying that it's in the best interest of Israel and China and India and every country in the world to watch America crash and burn. To say otherwise is to literally be intellectually
How does that
dishonest.
have anything
Every
to do
country
with
in the
the
world
SAVE
wants
Act?
to be the dominant world
How does
superpower.
that have anything
This is
to
a
do with
fact.
the SAVE Act?
And I
How is that?
absolutely refuse to give that power up. I absolutely refuse to give it up. I refuse to give it up to Israel.
Where in the SAVE Act does it have any of those things? Dipshit. Moron. Where in the SAVE Act does Israel, China, and anything else benefit off of the SAVE Act? Tell me the line, give me the page, give me the paragraph, give me the accommodation, give me the appropriation. You know what? I can tell you what you can do. The best thing you can do is stay in your fucking delusion TikTok fantasy world and fucking continue to drink yourself into oblivion until the one day you decide to hold your breath long enough.
Which countries don't want to rule the world? Is it only
Dipshit, tell me where in the SAVE Act does Israel, China, Russia, or anybody benefit? Because again, your deflection just shows the level of incompetence and why you shouldn't talk on politics. Because you know what? KB was right all those years ago. You really are a retarded moron. Like again, you're just brought back for fucking repeat, rinse, wash, and repeat.
right? Are you really with Iran?
Matt, again, he just like drifts off and saying all this other shit, but it has nothing to do with the SAVE Act. It has nothing to do with the internal dynamics, and it has nothing to do with the downtick in success that Trump has actually had. But this idiot wants you to believe it's all fucking Israel. Because again, he doesn't have the information, he's not informed, he just is sitting there going, oh, they want to be the world domination. No, they actually don't. There's plenty of nations. No, they don't fucking want to be. Here's what world domination means. You have to protect the seas. You have to fucking build a military, you fucking idiots. You can't fucking be a world empire without having massive areas. Yeah, really? You think Ireland wants to dominate the world? You think fucking Sweden does? You think fucking Malaysia has world domination powers? How about fucking Chad? I bet you the country of fucking Chad wants to dominate the world. Anybody watching Chile right now? How about fucking Micronesia? We watching that one? How about Bagai? Any of these? Nepal?
To pet?
Listen,
how about those?
We should wash them
all they want. Oh yes, they all do it. How about fucking Somalia? Those guys want McDonald's before they want world domination. But again, these idiots want to go through Congo. How about this? What about Patagonia as a whole? Argentina want world domination? Dumbass! You fucking idiot! You fucking moron! This is why you left the last app on the first time. Because your fucking over-medicated ass is only on one fucking thing because you're a moron. It's only Israel. Every word is Israel, and you think now you're your clubhouse comeback on shit that's there. Listen, birds aren't fucking fake. They're not a CIA thing. They're not some fucking bullshit because guess what? You actually believe KB's room about birds aren't real. You know what? I got it. Just Lane, Maxwell, all this shit. Throw everything else out there except for the fucking answer to the topic, which shows you you're a fucking idiot. Which shows you you're dumb. It shows you you're dumb. Just shows you you're dumb.
I would believe that birds aren't real.
Wait, he really said that birds aren't real?
You have no fucking clue about fucking world policies or foreign things. You just throw out some bullshit you heard on Instagram.
You would know that.
You're just caught in everything. Why does the Save Act have anything to do with Israel? What does the Save Act have anything on Israel, dipshit? Hey, moron, fucktard. The one with the 2 IQ who over-medicates himself, then cries to everybody every fucking time he came on Clubhouse. Dipshit snake, you pussy. Why does the Save Act have anything to do with Israel?
It's in the best interest of
holy shit, you're a fucking moron. You're a fucking moron.
China is the America.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's in the best
you can't fix this level of stupidity. You can't fix this level of stupidity. You can't fix this. This is why nobody wants to listen to you. The best thing you should have done is just shut the fuck up and went crying back because your girlfriend fucking left you and that's all you had. Don't fuck.
When your bills aren't paid, blame the Jews. Venezuela, blame the Jews. When you have car problems, blame the fucking Jews.
Dude, you are the most retarded fucking idiot on here. I thought today there was a couple guys that might have beat you, but at least they can fucking understand what a question is, and they don't fucking go to a curve-out fucking answer all the fucking time. You're just a fucking idiot. You're just fucking dumb and retarded. No one wants to fucking take on the U.S. macro. Russia doesn't even want to fucking do that because otherwise they would have took over Ukraine as a whole. But guess what, dipshit? They don't have. China doesn't even want to do it because guess what? They would have had fucking conflict with India. This whole idea that you have this whole fucking narrative because you think Israel wants to rule the fucking world, the less than 2% of the fucking population in the U.S. You're a fucking pussy. You always have been, you crybaby fuck. You fucking retard. Go fucking cry about killing yourself over another fucking woman again. You fucking faggot pussy. Go talk about how you made out with a fucking transgender again. Go cry to KB and try to stalk her ass again. Dumbass motherfucker. You fucking faggot pussy.
I think we can all agree that not every country in this world wants to dominate. There's only a handful.
Moron, big time.
There's only a handful
that want to dominate. Fucking room after room saying nobody loves me. Go buy a fucking dog, you twat. Go fucking faggot pussy. Go back to
He deserves this.
You're a fucking.
He's the reason why Jews are under attack right now.
Fucking been a man your rhetoric and that fake fucking PTR with some fucking hooker in it, thinking somehow everybody's convinced that you're sis, your girlfriend. Go fuck yourself, you fucking piece of shit. Go back to rehab, you drug out fucking loser. Go fucking do all that shit. We all know who you are, dipshit. You act like you're new on this app. We know who you used to be. You used to cry to KB all the fucking time. You fucking faggot piece of shit. You fucking stalking ass.
Everyone knows me. So what? Who cares?
You fucking crybaby. Go crying. Oh, I'm so lonely, guys. Love me. Nobody wants to love me. That's you every fucking time. And now you're coming up here going, it's Israel on the Save Act, trying to add some fucking shit, dude. You fucking go back to doing your fake suicide bullshit attempts again and see if you can get the same fucking sympathy you got last time, which was fucking none. Because nobody gave a fuck about you, bitch shit. And everybody knows who you are. At least the old school guys know who you were. Because again, you were a moron then, you're a moron today, and you're going to be a moron tomorrow. And by the way, that's your sister, not a fucking wife, dipshit. So in other words, stop inbreeding and creating fucking problems for the world.
I don't want to hand the power
Yeah, you ain't gonna hand shit over, dude. You never had power. The only power you had to do is fucking jerk yourself off in the shower.
Why are we even
entertaining
this?
power?
Seriously.
Okay, cool.
Why are we?
You don't have the only power you had to emotion on your daddy's asshole. That's the only power you had in your fucking life. Dumbass. You fucking retard. You don't have any of that. Your uncle touched you the wrong way, so you fucking cry to everybody in the fucking ass. You're a fucking piece of shit, dude. You always have been. You've always been this fake fucking wannabe cosplayer and thinking you're fucking there. Why don't you tell me again how you were Special Forces, Delta SEALs, and how you worked with all those SOF operations across all that fucking bullshit? Why don't you tell me again how you were MARSOC, fucking sniper elite? Why don't you give me some other bullshit story about you, you fucking faggot pussy? Why don't you give me any of that shit? Pull the fuck up. Dude, you're a fucking bullshitter. You always are. You're some drunk fucking idiot that's fucking always crying on this app, crying some bullshit, and then acting like you're fucking tough until you get in a room with guys like me because you were a fucking bullshitter. You're a fucking piece of shit. You're some faggot. And you know what? I remember you because, dude, anytime you want to, you can get Froggy. But I know your pussy fucking ass. You're only out there to suck your daddy's dick, you fucking ass.
Get Froggy if you want.
Oh, we can definitely do hot motherfuckers because I know where you go. You go crawling back into your uncle and saying, here, daddy, fuck me in the ass again. Be the cum rag that you are and fucking stay on mute.
Fuck you in the ass again.
Go ahead. Fuck you. I'll tell you what. I'll beg you over. I'll make you that fucking bitch.
In fact, you're not.
Yeah, I will. I promise you that shit. You fucking piece of shit. You've always been this stalker. You've always been that creeper. You're the reason why fucking everybody had to block you out of fucking Clubhouse.
I'll bend you over
You were gonna kill yourself because you were talking a fucking girl on the app. You fucking piece of shit. Guess what? KB told you no. She meant no, you fucking faggot. She meant fucking no, you piece of shit. You dumb fuck. All those women said no to you. You fucking ain't. Go chase Monica or somebody. Maybe that would be better for you. Fucking idiot, you fucking moron.
Yes, I'm a fucking, what do you
Yeah, you're right. Thank you for agreeing. Because again, the Save America Act has to do with Israel. Give me your fucking epiphany on how that fucking correlates.
I like how we got way off.
You just don't like getting your fucking shit pushed in now. I bet you thought you could come back on and be this fucking cool guy, and instead of that fucking fake poser wannabe shit, you fucking idiots, you fucking moron. You should have just did what you were pretending you were gonna do on the app. Why didn't you have the balls to go ahead and go through with it? Why didn't you have the balls to go ahead and go through with it, motherfucker? Why didn't you have the balls to go through it? Huh? How come you didn't follow through, motherfucker? You cried to everybody on that fucking app pulling that bullshit stem. Why didn't you fucking have the balls to go ahead and do it?
Be nice.
I mean, fuck, dude. I mean,
fuck food, fuck. I know. You got a plethora of fucking excuses because you are that fucking pussy.
I have pick-me syndrome. I have PTSD.
Oh my fucking god! You don't have PTSD, you fucking pussy. You have a fucking ovary for a set of fucking balls, and you're fucking a bitch. That's what you are.
100%.
You are the biggest bitch that's there.
Why you guys fighting?
These are facts. You can look it up.
Oh, you don't know snakes? You don't know who this motherfucker is?
So when people fighting are they because they have a difference of opinion. This is why
coming to restore order is Epic Clubhouse Season 1. Snake used to go out and get fucking drunk and tell all these stories. Snake used to go around and fucking try to chase women down, particularly one named KB. He tried to chase a whole bunch of women down and tried to give the whole tales about how he was fucking a special armed forces SEAL Ranger and that he was like some fucking amazing fucking soldier of the year. This guy could have been fucking Captain America. This guy said he could do everything, but magically his dates, bullshit, you were never in the 82nd. So listen, no you weren't, bitch. No you weren't. No you weren't. Fucking no you weren't. Yeah, go ahead, pull up the public record, you fucking pussy.
In the 82nd, state of Nebraska.
The 82nd Airborne is not in the fucking Marine Corps.
Why? Look it up yourself.
The Marines are Army.
They're not
Excuse
airborne.
me. I mean, the 82nd are Army.
They're not Marines. They're not
You said they
Marines.
were Marines. You did.
fucking, hey, this guy is all over the place talking about this shit. And then he cries. Then he cries that he's got PTSD. And then he was like going to all these women saying, I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to do this stuff. Please love me. Please love me. Blah, 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 blah. Send me money. I don't have a place to live. I don't have any of this shit. And he goes on this whole fucking year-long crying complaint. And then fucking people blocked him out of the room. And then they're talking about him fucking being this fucking guy about, oh, he's kind of
they're gonna go start my own room and we can continue talking about
this motherfucker is
American life. You're fine. Don't advertise another room in this room. You're fine.
All right.
Yeah, don't do that. You should follow that nickel all the way down. Yep, you should have did what you promised to do all that time ago.
Politics? What were the politically? What were
and the Save America Act, according to this fucking moron, benefits Israel.
The world wants to be the dominant.
Well, what is it? What was his claim?
Too much of a burden to work.
What was his claim? Hold on, shut the fuck up.
Fuck out of here with that.
I asked the question, I said, what does Israel have to do with the Save America Act? And he basically says that because of Israel, the Save America Act can't get passed. That's what he says.
What was it in this? Okay, but hold on. I'm trying to get to the bottom. Hold on. Shut up. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. What is it in the Save America Act that could not get passed because of Israel?
Okay, so it's in the best interests, right, of not just Israel. It's not just Israel, okay? There's other countries that play in the world stage.
I know, but what was the particular part of the act that would it would benefit Israel, or wouldn't benefit?
Okay. So if America crashes and burns, someone else is going to pick up the plate and take that mantle.
Can you answer the question? Oh my God, bro.
I'm answering it.
He's asking you what in the fucking act of the Save America Act would benefit Israel.
Well, hold on, guys. Let him finish.
The America Act, right?
Pepe, he's been saying the same fucking thing for fucking hours now.
You don't understand it. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. So what is that part? America will crash. Now, what is that part in the bill that will make it so that if America crashes, it will hurt Israel?
Okay, it's in the best interests, right, of not just Israel, all the countries in the world to see America crash and burn. And we won't be able to crash and burn if the Save America Act is passed. So that's...
But I'm just curious. So, but hold on a second. So...
You're talking to a guy with a fucking inbred IQ of -10.
No, but hold on. I'm trying... So, the Save America Act, so... Basically, they make it harder for like foreigners to vote, or illegals, I should say. Now, if I was to go off the main narrative is that this will be the anti-Israel narrative. It would be that Israel's milking us for all that we can give them, whether it's our military might, our money, whatever. Why would they want to diminish that by making it easier for illegals to vote?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that question. Have you ever asked yourself what non-profit organizations, non-government organizations are funding these people to come over here?
And I have a pretty
really seriously, you're entertaining this level of stupidity.
No, I'm asking you.
Yes. I think that there's two primary reasons. So you have
such an irony with this. It's ridiculous, Pepe. I just have to say this. It's actually the Save America Act. Who would benefit? American citizens from the Save America Act. Okay. So what in the world does this have to do?
It's unnecessary.
It's unnecessary to have voter ID and to have verification that American citizens.
But here's the funny part.
Our Constitution requires American citizens are voting in federal elections.
But this is the funny part: is that we can look at the polling regarding like views on Israel and what they would consider anti-Semitic views. the white majority, we are the least anti-Semitic of all of the groups, ethnic groups here in the United States. When it comes to Hispanics, they're a lot more anti-Semitic than us, and they also have much less favorable views towards Israel. Blacks, they dislike Israel the most, and definitely have more anti-Semitic views than the rest of us. In fact, the majority of both groups do. Now, I guess so we can go back more to the foreigner problem. Foreigners that come into our countries tend not to like Israel, and they do not care about them as much, which kind of makes sense because they don't, especially if they're not from the West, they're not connected to the whole post-World War II.
Happy, it's a ridiculous correlation.
Mm-hmm.
There's no connection on this. It's just absurd. But it's a way to constantly weave Jew hatred into every political argument. It's just absurd. The Save America Act is for American citizens to safeguard our elections. End of story.
Okay.
That's who benefits.
But Snake, there's one group of people that seek to benefit from this, actually benefit from it. They're not doing it out of goodness of their hearts, and that is literally the left. They want more voters.
I agree with you, brother. But listen, okay? Here are some. Shut up. Non-government organizations. Let me just name a few. Here's some shit up. Let me. You wanted me to answer your question, okay? I'm going to name some non-government organizations, right, that are funding opposition to the Save America Act. RAC, the Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism.
They're not funding.
Yes, you once again, you're bringing up religious. You're bringing up. Do you know who's bigger than the Jews?
CPA.
Yes.
Public Affairs.
They are not actively, that is such fucking bullshit. It's ridiculous.
Snake, yes.
It's
there
ridiculous.
are religious Jews and lefty Jews that absolutely. Jews are notorious for being progressive, further left, especially in America, and advocating for open borders and that kind of shit. But
not
who
all.
dwarfs them I didn't say all, but Jesus Christ, Abby, we know how 70 to 80% of you fucking vote and where you
it's
people
not
live.
70 to 80%. By the way, in the last election, it's not 70 to 80% anymore.
Not the last election, but historically. Really.
But now historically, now if you look at the last two cycles, we're at about 60%. Okay, and it has nothing to do with the Save America Act, and he's reading off NGOs like that. This is a disconnect, it's just another way to promote hate and to get people to hate and to do.
I know, but you didn't even let me finish. Snake, shut up.
And
this is the thing,
Save
though.
America Act is going to benefit. That American citizens are the voters, and who benefits when non-American citizens?
The left, obviously.
Thank you. Okay. So how in the world?
It's not related, but I can just really easily rebuttal his point though, because the reality is that the Catholic NGOs really are the Catholic Church is probably the biggest obstacle to having closed borders. Realistic, they do not see us having. To them, and I get it because I was raised Catholic. We're all children of God. We cannot close our borders down to the sick and the poor and the needy. It's rather sinful, and so and especially you look at most of the immigrants are coming from Latin America, which are predominantly Catholic. The priests that are there, including our current Pope. He was a big advocate for migration to America from South America. He was a pope in South America, a priest in South America. And if you look at the NGOs, like even here in Arizona, the Catholic Charities of Arizona and Southern Arizona, they were the ones that were facilitating a lot of this shit, putting them on flights all across the fucking country. This is
look at
purely
the
religious.
list. Look at what he put in the chat. Look at the list that he put in the chat. We have the Arab Americans in there. We have the NAACP. I mean, look at this list. The Japanese Americans. Go through it. The list of the NGOs that lean left. The Arab American Institute, the Asian American Advocacy. So what does he do? He pulls out just the ones that he avoids the black ones, the Hispanic ones that are all through this list, the Asian ones, the AFL-CIO. No. Let's debunk this list that he puts as his reference. It's got just about every liberal NGO that you can imagine. Let's look at all the ones from Minnesota, by the way. It's ridiculous. So what's he do? He pulls out of this list every time he sees the word Jewish, which there are a few, but we can also look at every other ethnic group that's fucking in this list.
Well, I would say though that when it comes to
that doesn't mean just because other countries do it.
Why did you put a list in with all of the liberal NGOs, but only point out the 3 or 4 that have something to do with a Jewish organization, where you avoided the Presbyterian Church of America, you avoided the Catholics that are in here, the Asians that are in here. Why did you?
100% agree with you. I led with the premise.
Oh my God.
That it's not just Israel who is in the best interest that America falls.
It's liberal NGOs.
It's in the best interest of Asia.
But Israel, you're saying it's in the best. First of all, if Israel
isn't in the best interest of literally anybody, brother.
So if you were to look at Israel, hold on, Florida. If you were to look at Israel, the number one thing, if I was them and I was smart, that I would want to do is preserve the majority evangelical demographic. Okay, they support Israel not for the same reason as Jews, but they are definitely rather crazy about it. So I don't see why they would want to allow like a flood of people with all of these different religions and ideologies, people that are not evangelical, to come in and absolutely change the voting patterns. Now, I know Israelis are proud. They like to think, well, we don't need the United States, but unfortunately, you kind of do have to rely on the West. Just like Europe has to rely on the United States. Israel's a very small country.
Rely on this, though. That's my argument, Pepe.
My question though is more important.
They're demographically, they have to rely on
Can we go back to the SAVE Act itself and his original question, Elijah's question, which is why the SAVE Act is because we were having a political discussion, right, Joe, about the SAVE Act. Can we go back to why that's not passing?
Let me try and weigh in on this because, I'm sitting here for the last half hour just amazed that people are missing the most obvious elephant in the room. The Republican Senate leadership has not brought it up to vote. So clearly the Senate Republican leadership has the power to bring it to a vote, but they haven't done it. So
why do you think Thune keeps on passing
You know why, right?
Because they're being blackmailed.
I'll tell you my opinion why Thune would not bring the vote is the Save America Act directly threatens Senate leadership, the Senate Republican establishment leadership in their power, who the major supporters, yes, I realize there are all these little organizations and different things like that and lobby groups. It's the corporations, largely the corporate wing of the Republican Party is represented by Thune and the Republican establishment senators. That is who is holding up the Save America Act, because if the corporate donor class loses their grip over the Senate, then they lose their power in the
that's a great point.
So they basically want more access to cheap labor
Wait a minute, they did bring versions of this bill up to the fucking Senate floor. The problem is that they don't have enough to overturn. They don't have 60 votes, first and foremost. They also can't have a majority to bypass the filibuster. That's a major concern with them. Thune has routinely said the reason why he can't do it is because he just does not have the support to get it passed. So the point would be, hey, if I bring this and it's shut down, that's a one and done. It's done. It's over with. It's a signatory piece of legislation that Trump wants passed, and you can't just bring it up and say, hey, we're going to vote on it, and then have it shut to shit. So he can't do that.
Okay.
And then, furthermore, at the time frame now is the reason why they don't want to push it now. Dude, mute up, or whoever's doing that. The other point is that the midterms causing fucking massive fucking issues in terms of getting those votes on it in key races that will happen and have an impact on what those senators vote on is now concerning because we have approached the midterm hour. So now they're kind of like saying, hey, we're going to wait on this to see where we land on it. And after the midterms, I'm pretty sure they're going to probably push this legislation through and try to make sure that they have the 60 votes. But right now, they just can't get past the filibuster and they can't get the 60 votes.
All right, so 2 questions.
Yeah, because hold on. I get a response.
I'll come back.
Shit, I've sat here for like 4 hours and I haven't said a word. So this was clearly came out with John Cornyn when Trump came out and endorsed him, and clearly the president is upset that the Senate has been able to fail to act because guess what? They haven't really made it a priority to try and whip the votes either. That it's not just, we don't, John Thune coming out saying, we don't have the votes. He's not even attempting to whip the votes, to get the votes into place where they can push this through. Because why don't they want to get rid of the filibuster? Because of the Senate Republican leadership. They are quite happy with not advancing legislation that does not benefit the donor class of the Republican Party.
That's not entirely true, right?
They use this as an excuse every time. They're like, we just can't get past the filibuster.
No, that's not true because they don't want to get rid of the filibuster because they're aware at some point the Democrats will have power.
But we know the Democrats are going to nuke it when they get power, though, Brad, aren't they?
So again, at some point, somebody's going to have control of the Senate, which is not going to be Republican, which is one of the concerns that you have with nuking the filibuster. Now, what has been proposed is to put it back to the old way.
But Brad, look, you're not going to overtalk me. Look, we have the list of the Republican senators that do support.
But then you don't understand parliamentary or strategic initiatives.
Hold on, Brad. You're just making shit up now.
No,
we have.
They don't have the votes.
When you say I don't understand parliament, yes, we have the list of the Senate Republican the Senate Republicans that do support this, and the ones that do not. And clearly, the ones that do not support it are the usual suspects. It was Tom Tillis, it was John Thune, it was Lisa Murkowski, it was Susan Collins. This is the McConnell wing, the establishment wing.
The rhino.
I mean, to sit here and try and talk me down on it. We literally know who they are.
Okay, great. You also don't understand political strategy because we did this mistake. Yeah, you don't, because last time we did this shit with the Supreme Court and abortion, remember? We pushed it down to the states, and what happened? That fucking red majority turned.
Hold on, Viking Edward.
They
turned. What the fuck?
They turned down the fucking blue wave came in and crushed the red fucking push. And now, because the Democrats will scream, look at this. This is voter suppression. You're going to give an optic to the left to use. It's not correct. I'm not agreeing with what they'll say, but the campaign ads themselves will